Jeffrey treats whoever he is with the same. He knows where he came from. He came from nothing. Now he stands before you. We trust you. Jeffrey's not guilty.
Week one of the Georgia Rico trial of rapper Young Thug and his co-defendants is officially in the books. Just because the trial is now underway doesn't mean it has been smooth sailing. No, we're bringing you 10 of the most eyebrow-raising, notable, and wow moments from week one. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So after what was a marathon of almost a year of jury selection and twists and turns in the case, with defendants taking plea deals, another on the run, others having their cases being separated, we have finally concluded the first week of the criminal trial of rapper Young Thug, or Jeffrey Lamar Williams, and his 5 co-defendants. And let's not forget, the rapper and his alleged co-gang members stand accused of running one of the biggest criminal enterprises in Atlanta history. That's what we're talking about when we say a RICO, or racketeering conspiracy case, that there was an agreement to break the law, and these defendants and their unindicted co-conspirators took overt steps or acts to further this criminal enterprise known as YSL. Prosecutors say YSL is called Young Slime Life. Defense contending YSL is really just a record label. But now, the trial kicked off on Monday, November 27th, after the Thanksgiving holiday, and we're finally starting to hear what the prosecutors say they can prove, and what defense attorneys, for all 6 attorneys, have to say in response. The prosecution plans to show that Young Thug and his alleged co-conspirators were in this conspiracy together to further their criminal enterprise, meaning that there was an agreement, they acted in concert to further their gang, make money, gain notoriety or influence, that sort of thing. And they allegedly did all of that by orchestrating assaults, hijackings, burglaries, drug deals, and even murder. This is what we, again, are talking about with RICO, or racketeering. Agreement to break the law, overt acts taken by Young Thug and his co-defendants and others in furtherance of this conspiracy. I know I keep saying it, but it's important to remember what we're talking about. And by the way, prosecutors are planning to prove 191 overt acts in this case. Wonder why this trial is going to last months. So that brings me to the first notable moment, the prosecution's opening statement. And you know that prosecutors, they start their opening statement in all different ways, right? Sometimes they give the facts of the crime, they give a timeline, sometimes they just introduce themselves. Remember, it's kind of a roadmap of where this case is going to go. Well, for Fulton County Chief Deputy District Attorney Adrienne Love, she started her opening statement in a very unique way, with a few lines from Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book.
Now, this is the law of the jungle, as old and as true as the sky. And the wolf that shall keep it may prosper, but the wolf that shall break it must die. As the creeper that girdles the tree trunk, the law running forward and back. For the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack.
Now you may be wondering, why the heck would she start off this way? Well, the prosecution, again, has to show for a racketeering conspiracy case that everything was done by these co-defendants for the purpose, the sole purpose of the criminal enterprise. That these crimes and acts were done not to benefit themselves as individuals, but the gang collectively. That's the key. That's why she focuses on the pack, and that Young Thug is the alleged leader of this pack or criminal enterprise. Now, as one would expect in a trial with so many defendants, there were definitely a lot of interruptions right off the bat. And that led to some tension in the courtroom.
Did I have a rule on that issue?
You said that you would do it later as it came
Okay,
up.
well, here's the thing. Later is now. I got a jury in the box, so you could have asked me that an hour. I mean, we had time this morning. I could have gone through that this morning and made clarity on it for both sides.
No, just I wish that the court would just follow their own instruction.
Well, I'll follow my instructions when you all bring to my attention what you need to in a timely manner.
Yeah. And one of the biggest interruptions came during Prosecutor Love's opening statement.
And their actions during the dates that are listed in this indictment are what we are asking that you pay close attention to and you evaluate.
Your Honor.
You have an objection?
Yes, sir.
Basis.
Motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of our breaks. I'm going to need to probably ask you to retire to your headquarters jury deliberation room, and we'll call you back in just a minute. All right, Mr. Steele, what's your motion, sir?
Your Honor, last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, you ordered the parties to share all of their displays in opening statement to the others so we don't have to have these interruptions. I did that. The state shared with me 4 attachments. That's all they had. That's what I got. What you just saw on your screen, if you don't remember, I'll ask the state to put it up, and I asked for it to be marked as exhibit, is what you already excluded. It states that Mr. Ryan was convicted of murder, and I represent the co-defendant who's not on trial on the appeal. How did that not get sent to me so I could bring it to this honorable court's attention? 1. And 2, how do we just violate court orders? So, yes, I have a serious motion for a mistrial because it's intentional misconduct.
Hey, everybody, this is a Morgan & Morgan legal alert. Evidence shows that Google has allegedly violated the privacy of millions of Americans via incognito mode. Your personal information and data may have been unfairly collected and then used for profit. As America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan has recovered over $20 billion in compensation for clients, and they may be able to help you fight for justice. If you've used incognito mode in Google's Chrome internet browser, you can find out if you have a claim in only a few clicks by visiting www.forthepeople.com/LCGoogle. It only takes a few minutes to sign up and find out if you have a claim. So Brian Steele, Young Thug's attorney, says that Love showed these PowerPoint slides that he apparently never saw. The defense attorneys, they were all supposed to be able to review anybody else's presentations to make sure that all their ducks were in a row, right? Well, there was apparently something on Love's slide about Steele representing one of the other defendants, Rodalius Ryan, in another case that apparently wasn't supposed to be there. The jury wasn't supposed to see it. He asked for a mistrial. That didn't happen. But there were more problems with the information on the PowerPoint slides.
All right, Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning to the honorable court. I'd like to direct the state's attention to slide 15. Slide 15, the third bullet point. Number 2, the quote in the indictment is different from the quote in the PowerPoint. So that's 2 errors in slide 15 pertaining to Marquez Hewitt. In the state's opening presentation, the date they have is October 1, 2020, but in the indictment, that particular overt act is November 16, 2020. So that's the third error in the state's opening slide presentation. So those need to be corrected to mirror the indictment.
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, slide number 47, it suggests that Mr. Stillwell is still committing crimes on behalf of the gang even after being indicted on these charges. And my understanding was that anything that you had not ruled upon, we were not supposed to reference or discuss in opening statements. So those are clear references to unindicted charges that we did not get a ruling on its admissibility yet.
Do I have any further objection? Are there any further objections to the state's PowerPoint?
Your Honor, I was unaware that there were changes. I apologize. No one told me that. I didn't get any email to that or text.
I told you all to do that during lunch. That was my last conversation with you all before I went ahead and broke for lunch. You know, you all don't listen to the court, and it's going to get you all in a lot of hot water. You need to listen to me when I tell you something, and don't rely upon your own understanding. These jurors are waiting back there. We are dallying out here. So, you didn't follow my instructions, Mr. Steele. I mean, that's what I asked you all to do. I asked you all to share each. We're already behind to begin with. Any further objections?
And on slide 10 and 13, they misquoted the Instagram post.
They misquoted him?
Yes, they did. It says, I bet YSL make the news tonight. That's not what the Instagram post says.
Your Honor, we actually copied the Instagram post into slides 10 and 13.
And it does not say tonight.
I'm sorry, okay. I will take out the word tonight.
Yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess. There's really no other way to describe it. You have defense attorneys saying that the prosecution slides were inaccurate, which kind of looked like they were. Then, while Judge Earl Glanville had hoped that everything could be worked out during the lunch break, he had actually had to excuse the jury in the middle of the prosecution's opening statement to work all this out. He got upset because he said attorneys didn't do what they were supposed to do. In fact, Judge Glanville was so frustrated, he had threatened that no one could then use PowerPoints in their opening statements. But after further discussion, negotiation, he ended up allowing edited and redacted versions of slides and PowerPoints. And after over 2 hours, the jury finally came back in to hear the continuation of the opening statements. That was day one, everybody. That was day one. Now let's talk about day two. So it's Tuesday, and we heard from Mr. Steele once again. This time, it was for him to deliver his opening statement on behalf of his client, Young Thug. And he addressed several key issues, but one of the biggest talking points seemed to be that Young Thug doesn't really buy into our justice system anyway.
In this environment of severe poverty, severe crime, Jeffrey developed two deep, embedded beliefs about our criminal justice system. The first one is that it is not justice. Our criminal justice system was not just, at least for the people that he saw. Jeffrey thinks that the entire justice system is corrupt. It should be blown up. And everybody who feeds into that are awful people, stealing lives away from others.
Wow. Some strong words right there, especially as we're in a court of law as part of the justice system. But his point is for the jury to understand the context and surroundings of Jeffrey Williams' life. Seems to me Steele was trying to portray Williams as a misunderstood artist who's being persecuted for his craft. He even said, Thug isn't as nefarious as prosecutors would have you believe.
It was his pact that if he could ever make it as a musical artist and help his family, himself, and as many others out of this endless cycle of hopelessness, he would be truly humble under God. That's what thug means.
So thug, T-H-U-G, has a different meaning. And he also had another explanation for the jury about one of Thug's songs with Gunna, a YSL member who took a plea deal last year.
And the prosecution is targeting, that's Jeffrey taking a selfie in the mirror, and he has his hand up, and the indictment that the prosecution had the grand jury return says he's holding up a blood sign, and that furthers this conspiracy. There's nothing wrong with holding up a blood sign, but that's not a blood sign. A blood sign is like this, it looks like a B. That is a P. Jeffrey's fingers are down. And what you'll learn is that Jeffrey just released, with Sergio Kitchens, performer known as Gunna, a song that is wildly popular. It's around the globe. It's called Pushing P. And it's positivity. It means any circumstance you're in, if you think positively about something, you could make it through. You're pushing positivity. You're pushing P. Jeffrey is showing the P.
So I actually looked this up. And it is true that pushing P is a slang term that can be about acting with integrity and going forth with a good message. And even Gunna has said before that it's an overall positive phrase, meaning to, quote, keep it real. But whether it actually means positivity, that's going to be up for debate. It's really up for the jury. They're going to have to decide what these signs mean. And that brings us to another big argument in this trial. Just because Young Thug and other rappers tied to the case said something in a song, does that mean it happened in real life? Can the prosecution use it as proof of nefarious deeds? Well, they can use it. The judge allowed 17 sets of lyrics to be used by the prosecution in this case. It becomes a different question if they're able to prove it. See, the prosecution said in their opening statement, we didn't chase lyrics to solve the murders, but law enforcement chased the murders and they found the lyrics. And so they would cite lyrics from Young Thug, such as, quote, take this to trial, or for slimes you know I kill, and referenced a Glock, and authorities found a modified Glock at Young Thug's home. But Brian Steele read some of Young Thug's lyrics during his opening statement to get his point across.
This is, you will learn, studio gangsters. They're in the studio. They are creating music for us to listen to. If you go to the first one, that's April 20th, 2014. It's a song released on social media, a song called Ooh. Red just like Elmo, but I never effing give go. YFL won't fold, pick his A off a balcony, off in the balcony. There's no evidence anyone got picked off a balcony. YSL, wife at ends, nose, which I showed you. I'm an F for the cash. Then she's getting robbed by Tick. Tick is another name for Trontavious C. He will tell you he had a rough life. He's been in custody. In a Bentley on Wesley, getting trailed by sniper, there's no evidence of that. All I ever wanted was the money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. Any MF to step over here, F&N, that's a type of gun. Put him in the wheelchair. These are lyrics that rhyme. Those are taken out of context in that song, but they're lyrics. If we're going to criminalize lyrics, you will learn. We all should watch what we say. It's April 16, 2021. Jeffrey released a song on YouTube. Really be slime. The lyrics, my end really, they slime. We committing them crimes. Hop out and shoot. Roll one up for the gang. Want to be slime? Go catch a body. Me and little bro, we used to steal from the store. We had to stick it and go. That's a confession to an armed robbery. Had to stick them up and go. That's what we're dealing with here. I'm also not telling you that these lyrics are accurate. This is the interpretation of the City of Atlanta Police Department and the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County. You will not hear from the District Attorney's Office. Call one witness who's an expert in lyrics, in rap, in hip-hop, in gangster rap. They're not going to do it. They're going to do it through gang experts. Because the gang experts know what they're doing. And they have 5 gang experts. But they really have 1. Because you're not going to get experts from different jurisdictions, from different types of teachings, from different learnings, from different thoughts. Your 5 gang experts in this case from the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County all work together in the City of Atlanta Police Department. Those are your 5 gang experts. They teach each other. They talk to each other. They decide what the rules are.
Steele ended his opening statement by reiterating that Young Thug was targeted and doesn't trust this legal system. Now, moving on, Angela D. Williams is the defense attorney for the man I mentioned before, Rodalius Ryan. He's part of this Rico trial, but he's already serving a life sentence for killing another teen when they were both just 15 years old. In her opening statement, D. Williams said that her client's case was included just to make things more complicated. And she uses some colorful language to describe this.
Poor, young, convenient. That's all it takes to become a target of the state. I'm gonna break that down for you. Poor, Rodias was born on a couch. Let that sink in. He was born on a couch. From day one that he was brought into this world, he has been fighting to survive. The only time the state cares about poor people is when they can exploit them. Rodias had to do what he's had to do since day one, survive in prison. And if you look at Rodias, you can see he's maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. So he posts things. He posts things on Instagram. And I wouldn't even call them Instagram posts. I would call it a survival post. He has to boast. He has to be boastful. He has to show people, this is what I have. Because he has to protect himself. It's prison. We're basically distractions. So as a juror, what can you do to tell the state, we're not going to be distracted? We don't need to listen to filler. You come back at the end of this with a not guilty for Rodalius Ryan. You tell them we do not want to waste our time on fillers. We just want to get to substance. So I guess sit back, enjoy the show, get some popcorn, because this is not justice. This is a circus. Thank you.
Okay, so as we continue talking about the wow moments in week one of Young Thug's criminal trial out of Atlanta, we want to jump now to Wednesday. And trial, it was proceeding as normal with the state's first witness, Atlanta Police Detective Mark Belknap, on the stand. He had been qualified as a gang expert. And everyone took a break for lunch, but when they were supposed to be back in court, it still hadn't resumed. That's because the attorneys were all meeting with the judge in chambers, so the jury wasn't seated. And it stayed that way for hours. When the judge finally came back into the courtroom and things got underway again, this is what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could just grab your attention right quick so we can go ahead and get started. Before we go ahead and summon our jurors, I just wanted to pose an inquiry to our members of the media here. Due to some security issues not attributable to anybody in this courtroom or the parties, and the fact that we have had an inadvertent recording of some of our jurors on the front row, would it be appropriate or okay if you all would not continue to film Detective Belknap? You're welcome to go ahead and do the audio, but is that something that you all would be willing to do, please? Everyone okay with that? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and call for our jurors at this point in time, and let's summon Detective Belknap, please.
So a couple of things to break down here that maybe aren't really related to each other. First of all, a few of the jurors were apparently inadvertently shown for a few moments on camera, which of course is a big no-no. You can't have that. So the judge wanted to address that this happened and that everyone is aware. By the way, of course this happens in this trial, right? The drama just keeps on coming. But secondly, he talked about not filming Detective Belknap when he got on the stand. By the way, Belknap had been on the stand for quite a while with his face on camera, but there were evidently some concerns, so he would no longer be shown on camera, which is interesting because doesn't it seem like the harm has already been done? And apparently, we're trying to get confirmation of this, but at the time of this recording, moving forward, we might not be able to show any of the witnesses' faces on the stand for security purposes. I think we're trying to get a little bit more clarity on that. We'll let you know what the update is there. But now going to Thursday, day 4, and we have another Atlanta police detective on the stand. Again, the judge asked the media to not show the officer on the stand, but we have audio and we can hear the questions and the answers. So Captain Reginald Pettis, an APD veteran of almost, I believe, 20 years, was talking about an incident in 2013 when he was a plainclothes officer involving a man named Trontavious Stevens. I'm going to give you some background on Stevens. So prosecutors purport that Stevens is one of the co-founders of YSL alongside Young Thug. He entered a plea deal last December. He was the 8th alleged YSL member to take a plea. And as part of his deal, he is required to testify if called upon during trial. So Stevens was indicted on a felony charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for this January 2013 situation at an Atlanta apartment complex. It's actually the first overt act in this indictment. Remember when I said in order to prove a racketeering conspiracy, you need to prove all these overt acts were taken to further that conspiracy? This trial will show what those overt actions or steps or things are. This is Act 1 out of 191. So back to Captain Pettis' testimony on Thursday. He says Stevens pointed a gun at him and his partner And he said he also observed something very interesting.
I observed them come out of the building with their attention already focused
Where?
on the vehicle that I was driving, myself and my partner.
Okay.
And then they immediately began throwing the gang signs and yelling at us.
Had you done anything to that group of gentlemen before they came out, focusing on you and your partner, throwing the gang signs and yelling at you?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you talk about gang signs, how long have you worked overall in law enforcement?
17 years.
And what, if any, training or experience have you had during that time that would give you the ability to recognize what a gang sign is?
We certainly had a block of instruction in the academy. In field training, we would be taught to look for those signs from our field training officers, pointing out the signs. But we would literally drive down the street and gang members would throw gang signs at the police car. Throughout my years, I've attended various other trainings that show gang indicators from tagging to dress to words being said, certainly the colors and hand signs being the most fluid and evolving indicator of a criminal street gang.
Okay, so Pettis says he saw Stevens and these people who were with him displaying clear signs of aggression and waving gang signs. That's important. But on cross-examination, Pettis admitted he didn't put in his official report that he observed gang signs. The very detailed report included almost all the other important information, but not that.
All right. You're a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a captain.
Yes.
You, what you do when you're conducting an investigation affects people's lives, right?
Yes.
You arrest people and take their freedom and take them into custody, true?
Yes.
And you are charged with writing reports that reflect the truth so that someone down the road, maybe a prosecutor, can rely on that information and know if to or how to prosecute someone, right?
Yes.
That is extremely important. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
All right. And so when you write your report, and when you were writing reports back in 2013, those things were just as important then as they are today in this courtroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you weren't a rookie officer back in 2013. You had been on the force for 7 years?
Yes.
Okay. And so before coming in here to testify, whether it's today, I don't know, yesterday, last week, whenever, did you have an opportunity to sit down with the prosecutors and talk to them about your testimony and your recollection of the events of 2013? Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, right. And you still came in here today, and this is the first time, right, that you're mentioning anything about gang signs that you saw when you were brought in here to testify in this, quote, gang case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, what was the gang sign?
Hold on. What's the basis for your objection?
Well, with respect to
What's the basis of your objection?
first time.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Come in. What was the gang sign you saw being thrown up that day?
No idea.
No idea.
None.
Okay.
Granted, it's 10, almost 11 years later, but he didn't include it in his report. And now he's not even really sure what he saw in terms of any kind of hand signs. That's just the first of all of these alleged overt acts, so we'll see how the prosecution and defense battle it all out. Now, later on in the day, there was a little bit of a faux pas in the courtroom. Officer Michael Monheim with APD took the stand, and Brian Steele, again, represents Young Thug. He did the cross-examination for this witness. And Officer Monheim testified about overt act number 4, theft by receiving stolen property. According to Monheim, he pulled over a car for making an improper turn, and the driver, who we later learned was Young Thug, didn't have his license with him. So Monheim arrested him for the traffic violations, but allegedly found a bag of pills and a gun under the seat of the car. Turns out that gun had been reported stolen. So during the cross-examination, Steele is holding the gun, which had been entered into evidence. But Judge Glanville had to actually scold him.
The 12D, through your work, you find out that this item, from running a computer check, comes up stolen from the serial number. Is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay. And you found the item, though, underneath the passenger seat
Mr.
on the
Steele,
floorboard. Is that right?
I need to teach you about handling weapons. Please point the muzzle always downward, no matter if it's unloaded, okay?
I know it's unloaded, but yes, sir.
You make everybody nervous, okay? To include Mr. Kearns, who you're pointing it at. All right.
I apologize, Mr. Kern.
Now, while there was a bit of levity there, as the day wore on, Judge Glanville lost his patience more and more with all the lawyers involved in this case, but especially the prosecutor, Adrian Love. Here are some of the highlights from the end of court on Thursday after the jury was dismissed around 6 p.m. And this concerned a list of witnesses that are supposed to be interviewed in the case and a juror issue.
Given that we have witnesses on this list like Detective James Thorpe, who is at the Atlanta Police Department every day, and
You told me that yesterday. And what did I tell you?
Your Honor,
What I tell you yesterday? I'm not going back through this, Ms. Love.
I'm not asking that the court not require it. I'm asking that the court inquire of counsel whether they have actually made efforts to reach these people. That's all. Because I think it's a little... I'm going to do exactly as the court directed, but, Your Honor, I don't think that...
And why are we having the same conversation again, Ms. Love?
Because...
This is the third time we've had this conversation. Monday the 4th, we'll look at a hard list for the court's consideration. And is there anything else at this point in time?
Your Honor, did juror number 39...
Yo, would you stay out of my business, Miss Love?
Oh, will.
Stay out of my business.
Judge,
Look,
I'm sorry.
I've been doing this a long time. Yes, yes. And if you really must know, she's going to reschedule her appointment to the week of the King holiday. You happy? No, you're not happy. But anyways, that's the explanation you're going to get. I'm on top of it.
There you have it. Court was adjourned on Friday. Probably a good thing, right? To take a break. It has honestly been quite a week. That's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. But Menendez was released from the Fulton County Jail on a $5,000 bond. That left it up to Judge Glanville, who had to decide what to do with Menendez's client, Miles Farley.
It has been brought to the court's attention that Mr. Menendez has been taken into custody this morning, and I'll let that process kind of play out. However, due to that particular issue, the court's going to go ahead and sever Mr. Farley on its own motion.
And that wasn't the only time that Mr. Menendez had been in trouble with the court. Now, you see, he had been held in contempt another time, reason not entirely clear, and he was ordered to pay a fine of $250 and buy all of his colleagues lunch. Oh, yeah. And the judge wanted to know if he'd actually bought the lunch.
You were held in contempt, young man. And if you want to revisit that again, we can certainly open it up. But I satisfied your contempt by you paying $250, which you did, and I have a receipt from that of your choosing, which that was done to Miles College. I have that receipt here. And the other thing was to purchase lunch for each of your attorney colleagues in this case on Friday, March the 17th from Jason's Deli. So prong one's been settled. Prong two was you're supposed to buy your colleagues lunch by that date. Mr. Menendez, this was in satisfaction of me not sentencing you to jail for 20 days. So if that's the case, well, then I will revisit the basis for your contempt. But I thought that, in fact, I'll have Ms. Weaver go ahead and pull that order, pull the part of the record. But I did, in fact, I did not hold you in, I did not go ahead and sentence you to the 20 days. I said that this would satisfy, once you apologized, I said you can pay, because remember, you were going to do I was going to have you do a report as well, or a written product. I was also going to, but instead of doing that, we settled on the $250, and we settled on your buying lunch for your colleagues on the 17th of March. So that was my understanding.
My understanding was that I apologized and that I was doing that to sort of show that I was serious about the apology. I'll still buy the lunch.
And that will satisfy, then that will satisfy this court's concern, okay?
What a case. What a case. What punishments. And we haven't even gotten to the trial yet. Now, at the end of May, there was another disturbance involving an attorney, this time Eric Johnson, who represents Christian Eppinger. During jury selection, while Johnson was questioning potential jurors, Eppinger apparently got onto Johnson's laptop and signed into Instagram, and deputies took photos of him doing it. Eppinger was allegedly messaging with a female deputy that he was romantically involved with. The judge signed a warrant to have Johnson's laptop seized. Because of the allegations of improper messages with the female deputy, Eppinger's case was severed. He's going to be tried separately, and that deputy was fired and arrested. July, though, brought us one of the most intriguing motions in this trial. Defense attorneys for Young Thug wanted the judge to toss out evidence of a religious ceremony connected to the arrest of one of his co-defendants. Shannon Stillwell, also known as SB, was taken into custody last year, and his arrest was captured on law enforcement body cameras. And he was apparently arrested during some sort of sacrificial ritual, allegedly involving goats. Young Thug's defense says that the details from that arrest had nothing to do with their client, so they should be thrown out because it could negatively impact him at trial in the mind of the jury. So far, we haven't heard an official update from the judge on this one. Shannon Stillwell is one of the now 6 men on trial, having not taken any kind of plea deal. But moving on, there was another hearing to discuss motions in August, and the court heard arguments from the defense to keep the state or witnesses from mentioning that Young Thug's attorney, Brian Steele, also previously represented other co-defendants. Those included Young Thug's brother, Quantavious Greer, along with Shannon Stillwell and Damone Blaylock.
If it comes out that I've represented, I'm just making this up, Mr. Greer on a murder case, I'm going to have to then either become a witness, which I do not want to do, or call somebody like from the clerk's office or the Honorable Judge Newkirk or somebody to explain, no, I only represent him on the appeal, it was successful, I don't represent him, and to show it did not have anything to do with this case. That goes for everybody. I was not involved with representation with anyone on this current indictment.
Greer was clearly pleased with Mr. Steele's representation as reflected in the song Can't Tell Me, in which it stated on the phone with Brian Steele, talking about the case, yeah, he told me slow my roll because he can get this erased. Also featured in the song is Kendrick, a.k.a. Yak Gotti, and the lyric is sung by Greer. Anyway, this evidence shows that multiple co-defendants and potential witnesses that could testify, we don't know that yet, may have feelings and or relations with Mr. Steele that the state's entitled to explore on cross-examination, should they choose to testify. So at this time, a ruling such as the one Mr. Steele asked for is going to be premature.
It's going to be very fact-specific. So I'll hold on ruling, and I'll make a ruling specific to what is presented, okay?
Okay, but now we want to talk about one of the biggest arguments so far in pretrial hearings, something that's going to play a crucial role in this trial. Can prosecutors use the lyrics in YSL songs as proof of misdeeds? First Amendment attorneys, they have long argued that this is a violation of a defendant's constitutional rights. So lawyer John Floyd is a civil litigator in Atlanta that the Fulton County DA retained because he's considered to be Georgia's leading authority on this kind of law. So his help would, of course, be invaluable in this case. In a November hearing, Floyd pointed out some of the lyrics from Young Thug's songs that point to him being the leader of a criminal group.
We have language very specifically from Mr. Williams in which he is describing himself as a leader. Recall when I began 1614-4B, one of the substantive offenses the state's alleged the defendants conspired to violate includes conducting an enterprise, i.e. leading, directing an enterprise, right? Here is Mr. Williams saying, come enroll to the YSL school, confirming there is a YSL. I swear I'm the principal, the leader, the head person, all right? In case that seems to be nebulous or inconclusive, let's take a look at the next one. I get all kinds of cash. I get all type of cash. I'm a general. Generals lead armies. Generals don't function by themselves. They have an army. I told them to shoot 100 rounds. I told them. He tells people what to do. Those people do it.
Shannon Stillwell's attorney, Maxwell Shart, argued that there is a big difference between the rappers as they appear in music videos or on album tracks versus who they are in real life.
While I don't listen to rap music, I do, through my profession, know rappers. As part of my job, I watch their music videos. I also converse with them in real life. I see the difference between the persona who's talking about ops and choppers and sticks and shooting and killing, and the people who have done none of the above.
Well, after hours of arguments from multiple attorneys on both sides, the judge eventually gave his decision. The state can use some of the lyrics from YSL songs as evidence in the trial.
I'm going to conditionally admit particularized lyrics, and those lyrics are found within States 18. There's 17 sets of lyrics. They're from pages 1 through, I should say 41 through 49 of States 18, 41 through 41 through 49 of States 18, submitted for the court's consideration yesterday. Those specific statements, the court will admit, I'll conditionally admit those pending lyrics, depending upon or subject to a foundation that is properly laid by the state or the proponent that seeks to admit that evidence. And to that extent, I have also considered the Taylor, White, Torres, and the Commonwealth versus Knox cases, and I find this to be that the conditional admission of these particular lyrics are proper.
Well, with all of that, a jury was finally selected on November 1st. Here's the makeup. 18 jurors, 12 of them are going to be seated. There are going to be 6 alternates. In total, 10 black women, 3 black men, 2 white women, 3 white men. Opening statements are expected to get underway November 27th, almost a year from when jury selection got started. Just unbelievable. And we are, of course, going to continue to follow this case for you, bringing you all of the biggest updates. That is all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top of the top, man. What we doing, chat? Wes Adams, what's good, broski? Top of the top. Who is this? Hold on. Let me make my screen a little bigger so y'all can see me a little more. I don't think that even matter right now. Top of the top, man. We about to get into the court session, y'all. Say IQ, bro. Thanks for still working for your subscribers, even though YouTube playing with your bread. Shout out Kansas City. Appreciate that, Harold Scott. Yeah, man. Man, long as listen, man. I can't really complain just in life in general, man, because I done been at lower positions, incarcerated, homeless. You know what I mean? Like truly homeless. Um, going through crazy breakups and shit. I ain't come. Y'all didn't rock with me this far, and I didn't come this far just to say fuck this shit. That's me saying fuck the last 2 years of my fucking natural life. Because the last 2 years of my natural life, this is majority of what I've been doing. I don't have a listen. Purposely don't have a girlfriend because of this. I purposely don't hang out because of this. No, that's not. Now, even though I ain't getting no ass in 2 months. That don't mean. I mean, I'm been getting ass. Don't think for 2 years I ain't been getting no ass. But as of late, I just been locked in on hitting this 100K and just excelling. But yeah, man, I can't do that, bro. I can't. We come too far, bro. Summer change, man. I don't know. Maybe I'll be working for some platform or what the fuck. Is where all them damn leaves come from? They must be leaf blowing. But yeah, maybe I'll be working for a platform, or maybe I don't know how this thing would. That's the thing. I don't know how I would, but I know if I quit, I know what would happen. I know I'd be canceling this shit out. You feel me? And I appreciate y'all, man. We about to get started. The case is like they're actually in court right now. Let me unmute that. But yeah, man, I can't, man. That's not my nature, bro. I'm a fighter, bro. You know what I'm saying? I've been fighting my whole life, bro. I'm a fighter, bro. I've been taking L's. Let me get these eggs because I'm getting my breakfast and shit too. Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, but this is live right now. Court is about to start right now, y'all. Smash them likes. All I ask is smash them likes. If you want to support the channel, let me put the chime in the Cash App in here or the PayPal. Well, I can't even put all that. I'm gonna have to make an overlay for that shit because that's too much to put in the Lord. But I'm gonna put the chime in the what's the name in there. But I appreciate everybody in here, bro. No cap, bro. What's good, Rare? My sound low? Let me see. It's probably because the mic is further away from me. Yeah. Once I pull the mic close, I got it back. I got the mic far away from me because I'm about to eat. I'm not ready to talk for real. Um. But yeah, man. Man. Hey, listen, bro. You must have seen my video, Harold. You had to see it, bro. Um. Or maybe you heard me talking about it, but everything happens for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about I could have made 20 rack, and I'm not saying like I ain't never had $20,000 before. That's not. It's that blood, sweat, and tears went into that shit. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't an overnight process. You feel me? But it's like maybe that little 20,000 or whatever it could have been, anything. Maybe I got a bigger situation, or you never know what God got for you, what the universe got for you. And I ain't trying to come in this motherfucker and get biblical and spiritual in the morning, but you just got to trust the process, man. I've learned that throughout life, bro. I've learned that. I remember when I first got locked up. I remember being in intake, and I called my mom. Let me get my eggs, bro. I'll be right back, y'all. We need to start up. I want to eat this food before it get cold. Yeah, but I remember. Oh, I put my headphones on. Damn, I gotta cut this light out. Damn. I remember when I caught my charge, right? Like when I got arrested. I remember being in intake and calling my moms and shit. And I was like, Mom, they got me. She was like, what happened? And I told her what happened. I'm like, they trying to say I robbed somebody and shit. You know, I didn't even have no bail, but I didn't know yet that I didn't have no bail. But she didn't have no motherfucking money for me that time. So I was like, she said, you know what you need to do? You know who's gonna help you? I'm thinking she about to say like, call this person or call that person. I said, who? She said, God. You know, you in the jail. I'm in intake. I'm not even at the jail yet. I'm at the downtown lockup. And I'm like, God, like, I was younger, so I mean, I was just like, huh? I'm thinking like, I'm thinking you was gonna tell me somebody that can keep me the fuck out of jail right now. She's like, you gotta, you know what I mean? God, that's who's gonna be able to help you. And yeah, like, what up, rap? Rare rap. A bigger situation is coming. Yeah. What up, Benny? Appreciate that, rap. Appreciate that, gang. Yeah, like I said, let me put this into let me put my cash up in my chime here if y'all want to support, man. I appreciate it. At the least, just please hit the like. You know what I'm saying? At least they ain't shadow banning me. It could be worse. They could be shadow banning me too. You know what I mean? Because they definitely do that shit. So, you know what I mean? Even though I don't think it's fair, I wish they stopped fucking cutting grass over here. They need to go that away. I'm tired of hearing that. Yeah, but at least they didn't fucking shadow ban me. You know what I mean? But yeah, like just like Rap RQ, Rare Rap HQ said, the biggest situation coming. Yeah, and I stay out the way, bro. I don't, bro. This all I, bro. I've been screaming even before I've been this thug trial and came back on. Y'all know how much content, like, that's all I do, bro. Like, this is all I do. You know what I'm saying? Being that I don't live with my children and shit, maybe if I lived with them and I was together with their mom and shit, I wouldn't have enough as much time. But I don't know. Me going down, getting in trouble, that shit led to me moving to California, going viral on the no jumper shit, meeting all these people, meeting my family. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything happens for a reason. So I can't really. But even like then, when I was first got locked up, I never foreseen me getting enlightened by sitting down for 4 years. I had to sit down 4 years. Luckily, I took a bench trial because if I would have took a jury and I would have lost like I did, like how the judge convicted me, I would have did 19 fucking. I got 19 years. But I had a white lady. She was a white lady. I had the smartest judge on paper. Like, by that I mean she had the most documents, the most diplomas, the most degrees and shit like that. And maybe it was lucky she was a woman because she probably took it easy on me. Even though that was my first two felonies. You know what I'm saying? I had a rap sheet before, but it was only a bunch of misdemeanors and shit, weed, assault, different shit like that. But man, I just wanted to. I really made that video just to be transparent with y'all and let y'all know what was on my mind and really what was going on for those who might don't know. All the new subscribers and shit, all the new viewers and anybody that support. I gotta be honest with y'all. I'm not one of them fake ass niggas or none of that, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you before I lie to you. Sometimes I might be too honest, but it's no such thing as too honest, right? As long as you ain't insulting the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate y'all, man. Real talk, bro. Cause like I said, I feel like it's a new passion in my life with this thing here, this content creation thing, and just engaging. Like, as much time as I spend with y'all, that's why I say I spend more time with y'all than any fucking body. You know what I'm saying? I don't even live with my kids, bro. And I was trying to, that's a whole different story. I was trying to get custody of it, but hey, things don't always go your way. You know what I mean? I know I ain't fucking up. I ain't out here getting locked up still. I ain't out here fucking up and on drugs or robbing and shooting and killing and stealing. You know what I'm saying? So I know I'm just gonna I'm gonna follow the path that I think that, you know what I mean, that God set here, that I'm looking at, that God, because I didn't even ask for this shit. I mean, I asked for it in the sense of I always wanted to be something great like music, entertainment, or something like that. That was always I'm just naturally that type of person. You know what I'm saying? You can ask people that went to school with me, grade school and shit. They run into me today, like, yo, I followed you on YouTube, bro. I see you. I knew you was gonna do some shit like that. Everybody always said that, bro. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, yeah, 19 years for 2 felonies, armed robbery, robbery and firearm and the use of a commission of a felony. Yeah, I'm from Virginia, nigga. Yeah, they do you like that. First time. That's my first go round. First felonies. It wasn't my first violent charge. My first violent charge was assault on the police, but that was like that's bullshit. It was like a C class felony type shit. That wasn't even nothing major. He said I got released. What up, Shadow? He said I got released after everybody found out I knew magic. Right? You just never know, bro. You never know. Oh, here we go. Smash some likes. Like I said, if y'all want to support, the Cash App and the Chime is in the pin to the top of the chat. Let's get it.
Everybody's present and accounted for. Shane, you got one of these?
All right. Let's see what we got going today. Appreciate that, Alfonso Wesley, man. I try, bro. I try, gang.
New folks.
Another day, baby. Shout out to everybody that's been tapped in, man. Snow gang shit, man. You did? Nigga that ate now, nigga feel good. I'm up now. I'm woke now. What? Justin Bieber pressing charges? Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. It's not looking good for Diddy. Keep it clean. What'd he do to Justin Bieber? Don't tell me he did the R word to him.
Which row? What? I'm gonna turn it off. So I think it was replaced, so. All right, good morning, councils, interested parties. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. I'm gonna go ahead and take roll at this point in time. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Bunce, and Mr. Sharp. Good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, and Ms. Renard. Good morning. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein. Good morning. All right, Mr. Matthews, Jr. and Senior. Mr. Huey. Good morning. Mr. Nichols, Mr. Westmoreland. Miss Westmoreland, I should say. Mr. Harvey, I'm glad to see you back, sir. And is Mr. Garner with you today? No? Not today. Okay, all right. And then Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams. Good morning. Okay, all right. Okay, Ms. Hilton and Mr. Brown and Mr. Smith, good morning. Good morning. All right. Before I get started and take up all our jurors here, Sergeant Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anybody here from Law and Crime? Can I get you to come up here along with a representative from the state and maybe one person from the defense, please?
What? What?
Yeah, you need to take this out. All right, it's talk radio. You all hear me? Listening devices, everybody, please.
What? What they talking to Law and Crime for? Don't cut our water off.
All right, can you hear me? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Okay, all right, thank you.
What is he talking to Law and Crime for? Maybe because they did it because they slipped up? Oh, shit. Don't cut our water off, man. We want to see this shit. I want to hear what he's saying. But it's against the law. Like, it's legal to do this. For Law and Crime to be in there screaming, because they're not the only ones screaming. Shout out Infamous Sylvia. Miss Sylvia's in there screaming. 11 Alive, news is screaming. There's a lot of people getting coverage of this shit. It's like legal. But they slipped up when they showed the jury the other day. That was crazy. Oh, they want to delay? Damn. This might be our last live day. I'm about to go to Twitter real quick. Oh, it's judge discretion?
Okay. Catch it. Come to the bench.
Hold on, I'm about to go to that dude that works
on the
on
other side of the TV.
Go to this nigga Twitter real quick. I know he already talking about it. Damn, he could say no live video? That sucks. But see, you know what? No, because Law and Crime is not the only ones live streaming. Hold on, let me go on YouTube on my phone. 11 Alive is live streaming it too. It's like 3 different news sources. Let me see. I bet you they live. Yeah, 11 Alive is live. So they would have called all 3 of them if it was. Maybe they can cut it for them because they fucked up. But if that's the case, then we can go over to 11 Alive. Fuck that. Damn, man. I hope they ain't on no bullshit. Smash them likes, y'all. My boy Daniel said the math ain't mathing, man. He reading his rap lyrics. Yeah, they could put the jurors at risk. It's because they fucked up the other day. They probably talking about that. Damn. the fuck is what's going on?
All right, before I call in our jurors, anything I need to take up with you before I call them? Okay, if not, Sergeant Ingram, if you'll summon our jury for us, please.
I believe Ms. Hilton's on top of the for the mall security officer. It's an event 7/7/2015. That's July 7, 2015. I need to interview those people, but I think Ms. Hilton's on top of that. And then I have a motion about character. That's it. Very brief question.
Now?
You can do it now. We can do it anytime you want, but if you stop, I don't need that now. Just
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please. You need to let me know before the witness, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. Good morning. Finally, okay, all right, so, all right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. So at this point in time, Ms. Hilton, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Cornelius to the stand.
All right, summon Sergeant Cornelius, please. Sergeant Cornelius, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, who is sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat. Thank you. State and spell your first and last name for the court.
Jonathan Cornelius. Jonathan, Jonathan, last name Cornelius, Nelius.
And good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Where are you employed?
With the city of South Fulton.
And what did you do for the city of South Fulton?
I supervise the narcotics and gangs unit.
Okay. And how long have you been with the city of South Fulton?
3 years.
Prior to your appointment with the city of South Fulton, where did you work?
I was employed by the city of Atlanta for 15 years.
And what did you do for the city of Atlanta?
Canine handler.
Okay. And were you a canine handler for the entire time you were with the city of Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about your history with the city of Atlanta.
I started out in Zone 4, Allison Court, Dover Drive, all that area. I was assigned to Red Dog for about 3 years. Then I was assigned to Apex for about 3 years. And then my last 5 years, I was assigned to K9.
Okay, and when you said you're assigned to K9, tell the jury a little bit about what you do as a K9 officer.
We respond to any type of canine calls, whether it's narcotics related, whether it's a missing person to track for a missing child or something like that. Self-initiated calls, just out driving in the higher crime areas. We're tasked out to assist the DEA, ATF, outside agencies with calls when they didn't have a canine available.
Okay, and you're talking about him. You have a partner within the K9.
Yes.
And who's your partner?
Shakona.
And Shakona dog.
Yes.
Okay. And
He thinks he's a person, but he's a dog. Yes, CHAKON.
And does Shakona have to go through any training in order to assist you and serve as a K9?
Yes.
Your K9. What type of training does Shakona have?
So initially, you go through the process of picking out a canine that would best work for what we need. So it would have been tracking narcotics and article, which is like evidence recovery, anything with human odor on it they can find. And then the initial is a 12-week training program where they go through, you imprint the dogs on the odors that you want them to be trained on to find. And then after that, you certify the dog with a nationally recognized certifying official.
And how often does your K9 have to get certified?
Every year.
And do you still work with Shakona now?
I retired him about 3 months ago. So he's probably at home watching this on TV.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to 2018. Was Shakona up on all of his certifications in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to October 23rd, 2018. Did you have the occasion to assist Officer C. Ross with an investigation?
I did.
Basis.
Your Honor, 403.
Overruled.
Okay. And how did you assist with that investigation?
He notified me by radio that they needed an open air search done at 2612 Still Avenue. Once I received the call, I don't recall exactly where I was at that time, but I went directly to that call to assist Officer Ross.
Okay. And as we just discussed earlier, you said that it was Shakona, your dog that was missing.
Yes, ma'am.
And was he certified during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. O'Shawn?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 75 and 76I. Tell me if you recognize 75 and 76I.
I do.
And how do you recognize 75?
These are Shakona's certifications each year through the NNDDA.
And what is NNDDA?
National Narcotic Dog Detector Association.
Okay. And is that the certifying agency that certifies all K9s?
Yes.
Okay. And is
Well,
go ahead.
there's a couple of certifying officials. We utilize the NNDDA. but there are other ones out there, but this is one of the nation's top ones, which is why we use them.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of Chacon certifications for the years of 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Your Honor, this time say like the Senator States exhibits 75 and 76 into evidence.
Aye.
Aye, yes, 75 and 76, aye.
Any objection, Madam? All right, so noted. They're admitted.
Permission of public.
Yes, may function as you see fit.
Thank you. Now, first, looking at 75I, and we want to specifically just go to kind of 2018, which was May 24th, 2018. Just walk the jurors through what he has to get certified in. We talk about temperament, building search, criminal apprehension. Just walk us through that.
Okay, so the first three, you'll see that there's a line through those. Those are for apprehension dogs, which Chacon is not. If you see the fourth line, evidence recovered, he would have to find 3 items of that are placed out by the certifying official. It's done blindly to me and Chacon. So they would set the items out. They would give it a rest period and then tell me a certain area to go search. He would have to find all 3 of those items within, I believe it's a 2-minute time frame. You'll see agility and obedience are marked out because that also falls under apprehension dogs. And then tracking, you'll see that that's self-explanatory. They lay a track for us. They might give it 30 minutes to an hour, and you have to successfully find the person or toy or object at the end of that track, going over multiple surfaces from grass, gravel, dirt, multiple surfaces. And then area search and all that, the rest of it, that one falls under apprehension. Yes, ma'am.
And so for Chacon's purposes, he passed the test in order to go out and be able to continue.
I sustain this form.
In 2018, was he able to pass the test?
Yes.
Did he pass the test?
Yes.
All right. And was he then able to continue assisting you out on the street? Objection.
I'll let you rephrase. I'll sustain the question.
After this, did he assist you?
Yes, Chacon met all the standards laid out by the NDDA and the Department of Atlanta.
Okay. And now let's look at 76I, particularly again focusing on May of 2018. If you can just walk us through May 2018 and the significance of what was passed for the certification in May of 2018.
Yes, so you'll see the 4 major narcotics up there, which is marijuana, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. The others we don't train on. Like it would be something like specialty, like fentanyl or something like that. So this encompasses all the major narcotics. So under methamphetamine, you would also have MDMA. Even though they're different narcotics, they still have the same makeup. So, but Chacon passed all of those, and these are also blind hides where they'll have, it might be a building or an office building or something like that. They'll hide the trained narcotics that are given to them by the DEA. They'll hide them blindly to me and my dog. They'll give it a cook time or a settle time, and then they'll tell me which rooms to go search. And Chacon has to find all those odors in different rooms within 6 minutes, I believe.
And was he able to successfully do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So as of May 2018, he was certified for that age.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now taking you, thank you so much. Now taking you to October 23rd, 2018, tell the jury what occurred once you got on the scene in Chicago.
So when I get on scene, I talk to Officer Ross. He gives me kind of a background of what's going on, so I know what I need to do. After I get kind of the rundown of what they have out there on scene, I'll do a quick walk around, make sure there's no broken glass, any objects on the ground that'll injure my dog. In this particular incident, he asked for an open air search. Open air is also named free air sniff. So you're just walking the dog around in the area to see if he picks up on any odors and then alerts to any odors or anything like that.
And did you begin conducting the open air search?
I did.
Okay. And what happened as you began the open air search?
So it was set up in a parking lot. I kind of did a loop around to the area where they wanted me to search. I always want to search other areas as I'm going through to just show that he's not just alerting on everything. And then once we got around to the area where they had several people detained and moved off, he pulled me to I believe it was a gray Chevy Sonic. Once he got to the Chevy Sonic, I noticed that his breathing calmed down, he slowed down, his tail starts wagging. When Chacon begins to get an odor, he gets excited, his tail starts wagging, and then you can physically hear him taking in a deep breath through his nose. And then at that point, he begins to bite at the door handle and the driver's side door handle and seam area, which is his natural alert, not taught alert. That's just something he does when he gets in on a trained odor, and then he begins to scratch at the area where he smells the odor coming from, and which is his taught alert to the presence of the odor of narcotics or controlled substances.
And then once he alerts, what happens?
At that point, I give him his toy. That's all he cares about. That's why he works. He gets his toy. I walk him around a little more to let him use the restroom, and I put him back up. I notified Officer Ross that I had a positive alert on the vehicle, and he took the case over from there.
And then as in this case, was Chacon able to find an odor or identify an odor, and once you finish with that, does that usually conclude your involvement in the case?
Yes, typically if I don't have anything else going on, I'll hang up, I'll stay on scene with them just in case they need any assistance. But as far as handling the case, everything's on the officer at that point.
Okay. And did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Cross.
All right.
Appreciate that YouTube politics. I see you guys.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. You indicated that you walked Chacon around the area generally, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Chacon didn't hit on a blunt that was on the ground near a white car, did it?
No, he did not.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
No.
All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Sergeant Cornelius, I should say.
Permanently.
All right, Sergeant Cornelius, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Ms. Hilton, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's today called Joshua Masonzak.
What's his name? Masonback?
Masonzak, M-A-C-E.
Masonzak. Joshua Masonzak? Okay, all right.
Hi, Mr. Masonzak, good morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram to be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Would you mind have you swear firm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court.
Appreciate you, Rare Rap, for the Cash
My name
App
is
donation,
Josh
gang.
Mackenzack.
Appreciate you,
First
gang.
name Josh, last name Macenczak.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently employed in the Department of the Army as a forensic examiner.
And how long have you been in the Department of the Army?
5 years.
Prior to working at the Department of the Army, where did you work?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long were you with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Just shy of 14 years.
And what did you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I was a forensic examiner that analyzed evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
And tell us a little bit about your training education experience.
I went to Georgia Southern University where I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry. This was one of the main requirements needed to get hired by the Bureau. Once I was hired at the Bureau, I went through their training program where I was introduced to a variety of different substances that I might see, how to analyze those substances, and how to use the many different analytical techniques that were provided to complete my analysis. I was also trained in courtroom testimony for instances such as today.
And when you were with the GBI, did you have any continuing training at the GBI?
Yes, every year we were given a proficiency test which we had to analyze to prove that we were technically competent in order to do our job. We also were required to do continuing education through read-ins and meet-ins and just general journal reviews so that we can keep abreast of the new and exciting developments that are happening in the drug world.
And have you ever had the occasion to testify in court as an expert in forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have.
And if you know, about how many times?
Definitely over 100, but I don't know the exact number.
And have you ever been testified or qualified as an expert in forensic chemistry or Harrison County?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Mr. Joshua Masonzak as an expert in forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to wadai Mr. Mackenzack?
That nigga named Mackenzack?
Hearing none, the court will designate Mr. Mackenzack as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Mr. Mackenzack is crazy.
Very briefly, if you can tell the jury, what is forensic chemistry?
Forensic chemistry is analyzing evidence that may be related to a crime scientifically for whatever the result of the submitter is looking for, whether that be fingerprint, drug analysis, firearms, DNA.
And while you were with the GBI, what specific substances did you test as a forensic?
During my year at GBI, I would test substances that were positive for cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, MDMA, spice, bath salts, any kind of pharmaceutical tablet that might be issued by a doctor.
I want to direct your attention to 2017. Were you employed with the GBI?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I will take you to DOFS case number 2017-1020399. Were you given any items to test regarding that case number?
If I had a report to see, I could.
We're looking at a copy of your report. Have a refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to show, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87I. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 87I.
I do recognize this.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 87I?
This is a very standard template. Sorry, my apologies. This is a very standard template that we would, for our reports, would look like. One of the main ways I can recognize it is on the second page. It has my signature along with my information, email, phone number, and my name typed out.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of your report involving DOFS case number 2017-1020399?
Yes, it does.
And we're looking at a copy help you today in your testimony.
One more time?
We're looking at a copy of your report help you today in your testimony.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 87I into evidence for the purposes of this hearing. No, not to go back to.
Any objection to State's 87I? All right. State say 7 ayes admitted.
Now, taking you to the DOFS case number, were you given items to test in that case?
Yes, I was.
And who were the items given, what agency submitted those items?
According to this report, the Atlanta Police Department.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. As States Exhibit 61H and 63H. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 61H and 63H.
They do seem somewhat familiar.
Okay, and why are you saying you see somewhat?
Well, as I don't have my notes for me from the GBI and the photos that were taken, it's hard for me to do a comparison to what I see here versus what I saw at the time I opened this. However, there are some things in here that are familiar. This is a very standard evidence bag that we received from the Atlanta Police Department. It does have the case number. When I flip it over, I see the items inside that match the description that I put on my report. And at the bottom of this one particular bag, I can see my initials I made when I sealed up the evidence after I made entry into the bag.
And would that have been your typical protocol to seal up the evidence and sign it when you finish testing the items?
Yes, it is.
And have you seen that bag with your signature earlier today?
No, I haven't.
Did my investigator show
Oh,
you
yes, I
earlier
apologize. Sorry,
today?
I misspoke. Yes, I did see this 1B exhibit 63H earlier today.
Okay. And looking at both of these, does it have the DOFS case number as assigned on to the report?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And does it appear to be the same DOFS case number on your report as it is on those items?
Yes, the case numbers do match each other.
Okay. Now, when you were asked to test those items, what items did you receive?
I received a bag of tablets. There were two different logo imprints on.
He needs to see this report, but he's reading the report.
So is your objection to foundation?
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain this to that.
Your Honor, report is in evidence right now, so he could read from it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. The report is
Report's in evidence, so you can read from it, so I'll overrule the objection.
What did you receive?
I received a bag with tablets. There were two different types of tablets based on their color and the pharmaceutical imprint that were on them. There was another sealed package that contained 3 different bags. All 3 of those bags contained solid material. And then there was one bag that contained a single blue tablet.
And when you received those items, did you test everything?
No, I did not.
Tell the jury, why did you test all the items that you received?
There was the protocol of the GBI at the time because of the sheer amount of cases that we would get in. We could not test every single exhibit. The more exhibits we tested, the longer it would take to get through a case, and therefore our backlog would increase. So the procedure at the time was to look for certain things that would go through quicker. One of those being, is there a certain weight that we can target it more than the others? There's also the potential of, does this particular item possibly fall on a higher schedule than another one? These were all procedures laid out at the GBI at the time, and this is what I use based on my experience also to determine which item would be more preferred over the others.
And looking in this case specifically, which item did you end up testing?
I tested 1B.01, a bag of solid material.
And what was your reason for testing that particular bag?
At the time when I weighed this particular bag, it had a net weight greater than 28 grams. It is my understanding as a civilian.
Your Honor, he's an expert.
I'll overrule the objection.
Your Honor,
Can I just make this a continuing objection, madam? All right. I'll make a continuing objection.
It was a protocol of the GBI that anything over a certain weight amount should be tested first for the potential of, it was just potential of the protocol of the GBI. This one bag was over that weight, which was 28 grams, so it was the first thing I analyzed. Once I completed my analysis, I discovered it was a compound that was deemed to be the highest level that we could go, so therefore the other items were not beneficial for testing at that time.
So when you tested item 1B, I'm going to approach again. Looking at State's Exhibit 63H, do you see your initials on any of those items in there for the items that you tested?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And which item did you test?
It was this bag right here, the largest one. Yes, ma'am.
And when you tested this one compound, what were your results?
You want to read my entire results or just a simple version? So it is a very long chemical name, but the substance that I analyzed is commonly referred to on the street as bath salts.
And what was the total weight of what you tested?
The total weight of the material inside the bag, so not including the bag, just inside, was 31.435 grams.
And again, why did you test on that particular bag?
Because again,
overruled.
Because at the time, the weight, the 31, was over the 28 that was in the GBI protocol, and that the particular compound that I identified justified that the other exhibits did not need to be tested.
All right. Now, as it relates to the other items that were given to the GBI to be tested, while you did not test them, did you identify in any way what the tablets could be based on? Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase, madam.
Did you identify those tablets?
No, I did not.
What, if anything, did you do with the tablets once you obtained them into evidence?
So with the two different tablets that actually had a logo imprint, I was able to just do a quick Google search for what they could potentially be.
I'll rule the objection.
What they could potentially be. Now granted, this is not identification, this is just an indication, but there was an...
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It's not identification, it's speculation.
Overruled. And I'll note your objection, madam.
At best, I was able to just at least indicate that it might...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's not in his report.
I'll overrule the objection.
It was an indication that it might be alprazolam, but I never did any chemical testing to verify that at all.
And the imprint on the pills, is that what you used? The imprint on the pill itself? Objection form.
Overruled.
That is correct.
All right. After doing your testing on item 1B, did you produce this report?
Yes, I did.
And again, was it the protocol not to continue testing after you determine a certain amount?
I'll sustain that.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Morning.
Will you pronounce your name for me one more time because I do not want to butcher it?
Mackenzack.
Mackenzack. All right, Mr. Mackenzack. You received the items to test in this case from Officer Chisholm, correct?
I didn't receive it specifically from him. I received it from a GBI personnel in the evidence room.
Okay. On your report, does it indicate received Officer Chisholm?
Yes, his name is on the report as the officer requesting the results.
Okay. All right. So you did not deal with Officer Chisholm directly, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. And you did not deal with Sergeant Maldonado?
No, I did not.
You do not, it would be fair for me to say that you do not know how the items you received to be tested was given from one officer to the next.
That is correct. I have no witness of how the evidence was handled before it entered the GBI.
Okay. All right, so if Officer Maldonado gave it to Officer Chisholm to give to the GBI, you don't have any knowledge of that?
I'm not even sure if that's how the order went either.
Okay, thank you. All right, and you can't tell myself and the jury what manner the items were seized, like whether it was in a container or anything like that. You just know how it was delivered to you, correct?
That is correct. I have no knowledge of how these items were seized.
Okay, so when the items if items were seized in a pill bottle, that's not how you received it.
That is correct. There was no pill bottle here.
Okay, so you didn't receive a pill bottle at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Let's talk about what you did receive then.
Okay.
All right. You received one bag with a few tablets, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you received another bag with one tablet?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're at 2 bags?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you received 3 bags with a solid substance?
That is correct.
Okay. So total, it was 5 bags?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so let's go over each bag one at a time, okay?
Okay.
All right. First, the bag with a few tablets. You received it in a sealed bag, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and you did not test that bag?
That is correct. I did perform no chemical analysis whatsoever.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to bag 2.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so bag 2, 1 tablet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't test that?
That is correct.
All right. All right, so we're down to the last 3 bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just want to make sure, because I want to get it right. In those 3 bags, there was solid substance in each bag, correct? Okay. So when the arresting officer in this case stated that he seized 2 bags with substance, you received an extra bag?
All I can say is that when I opened the seal package, I received 3 different bags.
Okay.
I'm not aware of what the officer seized at the time.
Okay. So as the officer stated that he seized only 2 bags with substance in them, you received 3 bags?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. And out of the 3 bags that you received, you only tested 1?
That is correct.
Okay. So you have 3 bags, 1, I'm saying extra, and you only tested 1?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You explained the GBI protocol to us in testing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if a prosecuting attorney called you and asked you to test those pills, you most certainly would have done so, correct?
Absolutely.
And you did not receive a call to test those pills, correct?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, the 1 bag that you did test, that bag turned out to be bath salts,
That is correct.
not MDMA.
Not MDMA.
Okay. All right, and that was the extent of your involvement in this case, was testing the 1 bag.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me ask you. You have no idea who that 1 bag of bath salts belonged to?
No idea whatsoever.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Well,
Any further examination? All right, any further redirect, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go right ahead.
In your experience as a forensic chemist, does MDMA come in can MDMA come in a powder?
it can.
Injection or relevant? There's no MDMA in this case.
Overruled.
Can it come in a powder form as well?
Yes, it can.
And are there times where items may come in label one thing, but once you test it, you identify it as something else?
What do you mean by labeled?
On this, what was marked on here? What's marked on here?
Oh, that's the prosecution?
It says 2 clear sandwich bags of MDMA.
Okay. In your experience in working with GPI, are there times where items could be mislabeled or it's not MDMA when the test that you find is another substance or something else?
Overruled.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay. And in this case, let me ask you, bath salts, what schedule were bath salts?
To my best understanding of the law, it's a Schedule 1 substance.
Is that what you put on your report?
Yes, it is.
I'll strike the issue of his understanding of the law. If you can ask him a question in regards to that.
I'm making coffee, y'all. Hold
I'll
on.
instruct
Damn, I'm
the jury
missing
on
one. I'm
what the
making
law
coffee.
is.
What did you know the bath salts to be in this case? What schedule did you schedule?
Per GBI protocol, I was required to list Schedule 1 on the report.
And are you aware of what MDMA, what schedule MDMA is? Are you aware?
Again, just to my best interpretation of the Georgia Code, it's a Schedule 1.
So both MDMA and bath salts are both schedule 1, okay?
Again, to my best interpretation of the law.
I sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the witness's last statements about Schedule 1. If it's applicable, I will charge us to that.
You know, I'm going to ask for an interpretation, but objection.
Don't speak your objection, madam. If you have another way of phrasing this, please go ahead and do so. But he cannot testify about what the law is, okay?
But again, based on your report, that's what you noted, that the item that you substituted, the bath salts. Objection, absent answer.
I sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Anything further?
Your Honor, just
Sir, at the end of the day, what you tested was not MDMA, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you did not test the pills, correct?
That is correct.
You cannot tell this jury with certainty what was in anything you received beside what you tested,
That is correct.
which was just bath salts.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a nice day. No further questions.
All right. Anything further? All right. Anything further? Redirect, madam? No. May we excuse...
You cooking them again? Hold on. My baby cooking?
Mr. Mackenzack.
With the bundles?
Temporarily as a witness.
Let's get to the bundles.
Mr. Mackenzack, I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse your witness.
Yo.
Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, and we appreciate your patience with us, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yo, I know he got picked on in high school. Mac and Sack? Oh, my God. I will have I'm sorry. I will have 1,000 nicknames for that nigga, bro.
Ms. Hilton, what's the likely next
Sack
witness,
is
just
crazy.
give or take? Guesstimation?
Smash them lights, y'all.
probably about 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you want to go another 20 minutes, and then after this witness, we go to lunch? Or you want to have lunch right now?
No, let's do another 20. Yeah, continue, motherfucker.
Call your next witness, madam.
Thank you,
Come on. Don't get lazy, man.
All right, summon Officer Stansel, please.
Y'all see him getting lazy again, right? No, nigga, let my niggas cook. Looking like the all-star, what's that, the Jordan, when Jordan, Magic Johnson, the all-star team, the dream team. Let's get to that. Thugger upper body looks skinny and his lower body look like Gucci, man. That shit is crazy. Look, Thug said, who the fuck is that? He said, who the fuck is that?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear firmly testify to the truth, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and
I do.
you may be seated. Please state your first and last name and spelling them both, please.
Sherrod Stansel, S-H-E-R-R-O-D, Stansel, S-T-A-N-C-I-L.
And where are you employed?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
7.5 years.
And
He
what-
whitewashed.
Currently assigned for the homicide unit,
And how long have you been with the homicide unit?
5 months.
Prior to your assignment with the homicide unit, where were you assigned?
I had a short stint with a robbery unit, and then I was with our general investigations unit, and prior to that, I was on Apex.
When were you with Apex?
From September of 2019 to December of 2022.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in January 2020?
I was.
In January 2020, was that during the period you were assigned as an Apex, with Apex?
Yes, ma'am.
And as an Apex officer, did you have a particular area in which you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
I want to take, sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, ma'am.
I want to take you specifically to January 21st, 2020. Do you have the occasion to respond or be at 151 p.m. in
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
What is located at 151, please?
I believe it's an Exxon gas station.
And why were you at that location?
Myself and my partner were at the location doing targeted enforcement. We had observed a group of males quickly flee into a gas station upon seeing our patrol car.
What happened once you saw the man quickly flee into the location?
Upon seeing the males quickly flee into the location, we stopped and made entry into the gas station.
Okay. What happened once you went inside?
We went to the back of the store by the gaming area where there's gaming machines. This is the back of the store where there's an enclosed space with a door where they keep little the electronic gaming machines at the back. And it was in that room we discovered 3 males that had run inside.
Okay. And what happened once you went inside the gate?
Took in general conversation, talked to him, and then 2 of the males came outside with us.
Okay. And what happened once the 2 males came outside?
Upon the 2 males coming outside, had a general conversation with one of them, asked him, hey, what was going on? You know, if you have anything, let me know. We can go ahead and deal with that. But once again, it was only 2 of the males.
Okay. And did any of them say they had it?
Yes, I believe Mr. Ford self-reported having a small amount of marijuana.
Okay. You said Mr. Ford, do you remember what his first name was?
I do not.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of your police report on how refreshment.
Yes.
He looked like a Koopa Trooper on the Super Mario movie with the big body and the little ass head. Remember them niggas? The real life Super Mario movie back in like the 90s or some shit. Scullion, muscle head, everybody.
What are you marking?
95R physical report.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification as 95R. Tell me if you recognize 95R. How do you recognize it?
This is the police report based on our old report writing system.
Okay. And looking at your report, does it help you refresh your memory as to the first name of Mr. Ford?
It does.
Okay, where was Mr. Ford?
Darius,
And once he self-reported, what happened?
he was detained without incident.
Okay. And what happened to the other male?
The other male was free to move about, go about. He had nothing on him, so he just sat there.
Okay. And then the third male, what did they do?
Mr. BB, I observed he was not there. He actually was still inside the room, the gaming machine room.
So when you recognized he was still inside the gaming room, what happened?
I went in there to speak with him and get him to come out.
Okay. And did he come out?
He did.
All right. What happened once he came out?
Upon him coming out, he was sat down, and then I went back into the room.
And we said he sat down. Where was that?
Sidewalk in front of the business.
Okay. And why did you go back inside?
Given the fact that all the males had come out except him, I wondered, okay, well, why were you staying inside into that room? You know, did you possibly leave something behind?
Okay. So what did you do once you went back inside?
I went back into the gaming machine area, and in the direct spot where Mr. BB was at, I discovered a small baggie containing half a gram of crack cocaine.
Once you found the crack cocaine, what did they think that you did?
The first step was to detain Mr. BB and explain to him why he was being detained.
Okay. And what did you do next?
Next, we talked to the store clerk and see if we could view surveillance footage of that room to see if they had a camera back there.
And were you able to see any surveillance video?
Yes.
And did that surveillance video confirm or deny what you had picked up inside of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you observed the video, what, if anything, did you do?
Mr. Beebe was formally arrested. He was formally arrested for possession of crack cocaine. Being given, we had seen him take the crack out of his boot and discard it in the area where it was located.
And what, as this is Mr. Ford, was he arrested?
He was issued a copy of the charges for possession of less than an ounce of marijuana.
And did you collect the crack cocaine from Mr. Beebe?
Not directly from Mr. Beebe, but I did collect the crack cocaine that was recovered, yes.
And did you turn it into evidence?
Yes.
I thought he was gonna say he took it out his booty.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 79, 80, 81, and 82J. Please tell me if you recognize those.
Seen him do it! 79J is... I'm sorry.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
These, I believe, come from my body camera.
Okay. And what are they of?
79J appears to be of the vehicle I was driving that day and the outside of the gas station.
Okay.
80J, once again, is from my body worn camera. It's the outside of the gas station. 81J, I believe that's Mr. Darius Ford. And 82J is Mr. Durante Beebe.
Okay. And is that a fair, accurate depiction of both the Exxon gas station and Mr. Ford and Mr. Beebe from January of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
You're at this time, stay with like, stay with like State's Exhibit 79, 80, 81, and 82J into evidence.
Grandma crack is crazy, bro. A little bit of ass
So those
drugs,
pictures
man.
been changed or altered in any way since the time that you saw them in January?
No, sir.
Of 2020?
No, sir.
Okay. Any further or any objection?
Yeah, somebody come up here. Somebody come up here. Brian, Mr. Adams, somebody come up here and do some cooking. Because he looked like he's scared up there. You got to see what he on. Look, he cracking his neck. Yeah. Master Chef shit. Booty head. Booty head, man.
Question still remains. Any objection?
Oh, they gonna let him
All right, hearing none.
Oh, they let him live. They let him live. They
State
let him live.
79, 80, 81, and 82J are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, we'll start with State's Exhibit 79.
He ain't no little dude, though. He like he about 6'5", about
Showing State's Exhibit
30.
79, if you can just orient the jury, what is State's Exhibit 79?
Just direct question directed to me.
Yes.
So the vehicle marked 31242 was the police vehicle, marked police vehicle I was operating that day, and the male standing next to it was my partner for the day, Officer Pagan. That's also the outside of the gas station.
Okay. And is there,
Pagan?
and is that 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at State's Exhibit 8J.
Once again, that's going to be 151 Cleveland Avenue.
All right. And now looking at 81J. Who's doing it? The 81J.
That is Mr. Darius Ford coming out of the game room.
Okay. So that's the game room that you just described earlier in your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then looking at 82J.
That is Mr. Durante Beebe.
All right. Now, I'm also showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 78J. Tell me if you recognize it, Exhibit 78J.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 78J?
I believe this is the crack cocaine which was recovered.
And looking at 78J, is this the evidence bag that you would have used in order to collect that crack cocaine?
Yes, ma'am. The evidence bag and the evidence marking tag we use.
Okay. And on here, does it have any other identifying information as to where it was collected, when it was collected?
Yes, ma'am. So marked on the suspect line, it has the name of Durante Beebe, which is the male that was had it.
Your Honor, this time state like the tender State's Exhibit 78J is happening.
Which one, I'm sorry?
78J.
Any objection to state 78J? states 78J is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
After arresting Mr. Beebe and giving Mr. Ford a copy of charge, did that conclude your involvement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Cross.
Come on.
Anyone?
Nobody? Fuck it. They gonna let him live. Yes. All right, come on. Yeah, man. Y'all better take every opportunity, nigga. What the fuck you mean? He look nervous anyway. Like you can just crack him like an egg. Pause.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes.
Stand for right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's see. Your involvement in this case is that you come to the location and as you and other officers pass that location, you see folks run inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was enough to make you all stop and go inside and pursue and see what was going on, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You hadn't seen any crime being committed at that point, right?
No, sir.
Well, where is this location?
151 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay. How many of you guys, law enforcement officers patrolling at that time?
I can't answer that question. I'm not sure.
Okay. Roughly, how many cars? More than one car?
In that area?
Well, right there at the scene. What we're talking about right now.
We were the only responding car at the area at the time.
Okay. All right. And so, see some guys run inside a store. You guys going inside. You rotation in there or just running?
Just walk in.
All right. You go back. You encounter these folks, and you make them come outside. Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody handcuffed or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Y'all just talking to them at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, if I understand correctly, you found what you believe to be a rock of crack cocaine, and Mr. Beebe was charged with that.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you remember the incident. You remember Mr. Beebe.
Yes, sir.
All right. You don't see him here, right? He's not in here.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. That's the only thing you charged him with, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't have any reason to, and you certainly did not believe there's anything to charge him with other than being in possession of a rock of crack cocaine, right?
I charged him accordingly based on the facts of the case. Yes, sir.
All right, according to the facts of the case.
Yes,
so
sir.
what you're testifying to is exactly what happened that day and everything that was involved on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't charge him with a gang crime, did you?
No, sir.
No basis to it.
No, sir.
All right. That's
There
all
we
I have.
go.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, they
Anybody
not a
else?
gang.
All right, any redirect, madam?
Nothing for the state.
All right. At this point, may Officer Stansel be permanently temporarily excused the witness?
He can be permanently.
All right, Officer Stansel, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? Are you good?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He ignored his ass. The nigga ignored the police. I mean the judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12:20. How about some lunch?
God damn, okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess, and I'll have you come back for 1:30, and then we'll see whether the just make sure.
I mean, it did start late today, though. But here another police that said it wasn't no gang shit. None of them said it was nothing to do with gang yet. That's the whole thing, proving that they are a criminal organization.
All right.
Doing these things in the name of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, what I'm going to do is excuse you for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30, and then we should be working till about the hour I told you yesterday, somewhere between the 5 o'clock hour, and then we'll recess for the day, and I'll tell you about the plans for tomorrow. Remember the admonitions I've given you. If you should go out of your headquarters for lunch, please leave your notepads in the basket, and remember not to discuss this case in any way amongst yourselves while you're back there or in small groups or any other places. And if anybody should, in fact, try and talk to you, please let me know, okay? All right. You have any questions of me, ladies and gentlemen?
No, sir.
Okay, if not, have a nice lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30. All rise.
Yeah, judge always want to eat and take breaks. He must got a stomach. He must got like bowel movement problems or something. Like, what the fuck is this nigga? But I mean, got to keep the judge as happy as you can. You know what I'm saying? He don't make the final decision.
Please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, we'll see you all back at 1:30 to continue with the case, okay?
All right, well, you already know. We got an hour, y'all. Whatever coast you on, whatever time zone you in, is an hour. So we be back in an hour. I'm gonna run it back a little bit for those. It won't much to run back, but I guess I'll run back what I can. Type shit. Smash them likes, y'all. Smash them likes. Smash them likes. And yeah, keep in mind, like I said, man, y'all know I'm Mr. Demonetized. I gotta say it every day because they forcing me to. If y'all do want to support the channel, the Cash App and the chimes at the top. I'll be back, man. We're gonna rock out. You know we're gonna do this the whole day. We gonna go all the way to the last second of this motherfucker. So we probably gonna have another entertaining day after lunch, man. So let's get to it, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Smash them likes, though. Smash them likes.
All right, before I call in our jurors, anything I need to take up with you before I call them? Okay, if not, Sergeant Ingram, if you'll summon our jury for us, please.
I believe Ms. Sullivan is on top of it, but for the mall security officer, it's an event 7/7/2015, that's July 7, 2015. I need to interview those people, but I think Ms. Sullivan is on top of that. And then I have a motion about character. That's it. Very brief question.
Now?
You can do it now, we can do it anytime you want, but if you stop, I don't do that now.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please. You need to let me know before the witness, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. Good morning. Finally, okay, all right, so, all right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. So at this point in time, Ms. Hilton, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Cornelius to the stand.
All right, summon Sergeant Cornelius, please. Sergeant Cornelius, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram, who is sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat. Thank you. State and spell your first and last name for the court.
Jonathan Cornelius, Jonathan J-O-N-A-T-H-A-N, last name Cornelius, C-O-R-N-E-L-I-U-S.
And good morning, Sergeant Cornelius. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Where are you employed?
With the city of South Fulton.
And what did you do for the city of South Fulton?
I supervise the narcotics and gangs unit.
Okay. And how long have you been with the city of South Fulton?
3 years.
Prior to your appointment with the city of South Fulton, where did you work?
I was employed by the city of Atlanta for 15 years.
And what did you do for the city of Atlanta?
Canine handler.
Okay. And were you a canine handler for the entire time you were with the city of Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury a little about your history with the city of Atlanta.
I started out in Zone 4, Allison Court, Dover Drive, all that area. I was assigned to Red Dog for about 3 years. Then I was assigned to Apex for about 3 years, and then my last 5 years I was assigned to K9.
Okay, and when you said you're assigned to K9, tell the jury a little about what you do as a K9 officer.
We respond to any type of canine calls, whether it's narcotics related, whether it's a missing person to track for a missing child or something like that. Self-initiated calls, just out driving in the higher crime areas. We're tasked out to assist the DEA, ATF, outside agencies with calls when they didn't have a canine available.
Okay, and you're talking about K9, do you have a partner within the K9?
Yes.
And who's your partner?
Shakona.
And Shakona dog?
Yes.
Okay. And
He thinks he's a person, but he's a dog. Yes, C-H-A-K-O-N.
And does Shakona have to go through any training in order to assist you and serve as a K9?
Yes.
Your K9. What type of training does Shakona have?
So initially, you go through the process of picking out a canine that would best work for what we need. So it would have been tracking narcotics and article, which is like evidence recovery, anything with human odor on it they can find. And then the initial is a 12-week training program where they go through, you imprint the dogs on the odors that you want them to be trained on to find. And then after that, you certify the dog with a nationally recognized certifying official.
And how often does your K9 have to get certified?
Every year.
And do you still work with Shakona now?
I retired him about 3 months ago. So he's probably at home watching this on TV.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to 2018. Was Shakona ever all of his certifications in 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to October 23rd, 2018. Did you have the occasion to assist Officer C. Ross with an investigation?
I did.
Basis.
You're under 403.
Overruled.
Okay. And how did you assist with that investigation?
He notified me by radio that they needed an open air search done at 2612 Steele Avenue. Once I received the call, I don't recall exactly where I was at that time, but I went directly to that call to assist Officer Ross.
Okay. And as we just discussed earlier, you said that it was Chacon, your dog that was with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And was he certified during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's show
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 75 and 76I. Tell me if you recognize 75 and 76I.
I do.
And how do you recognize 75?
These are Chacon's certifications each year through the NNDDA.
And what is NNDDA?
National Narcotic Dog Detector Association.
Okay. And is that the certifying agency that certifies all canines?
Yes.
Okay. And is
Well,
that... Go ahead.
there's a couple of certifying officials. We utilize the NNDDA, but there are other ones out there. But this is one of the nation's top ones, which is why we use them.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of Chacon certifications for the years of 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
You're right, this time say like the Senator States Exhibits 75 and 76 into evidence.
Aye.
Yes, 75 and 76 aye.
Any objection, madam?
Continuing session.
All right, so noted. They're admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes, you may publish them as you see fit.
Thank you. Now, first looking at 75I, and we want to specifically just go to kind of 2018, which was May 24th, 2018. Just walk the jurors through what he has to get certified in. We talk about temperament, building search, criminal apprehension. Just walk us through that.
Okay, so the first three, you'll see that there's a line through those. Those are for apprehension dogs, which Chacon is not. If you see the fourth line, evidence recovered, he would have to find 3 items that are placed out by the certifying official. It's done blindly to me and Chacon. So they would set the items out. They would give it a rest period and then tell me a certain area to go search. He would have to find all 3 of those items within, I believe it's a 2-minute time frame. You'll see agility and obedience are marked out because that also falls under apprehension dogs. And then tracking, you'll see that that's self-explanatory. They lay a track for us. They might give it 30 minutes to an hour, and you have to successfully find the person or toy or object at the end of that track, going over multiple surfaces from grass, gravel, dirt, multiple surfaces. And then area search and all that, the rest of it, that one falls under apprehension. Yes, ma'am.
And so for Chacon's purposes, he passed the test in order to go out and be able to continue.
I sustain this form.
In 2018, was he able to pass the test?
Yes.
Did he pass the test?
Yes.
All right. And was he then able to continue assisting you out on the street? Objection.
I'll let you rephrase. I'll sustain the question.
After this, did he assist you?
Yes, Chacon met all the standards laid out by the NNDDA and the Department of Atlanta.
Okay.
And now let's look at 76I, particularly again focusing on May of 2018. If you can just walk us through May 2018 and the significance of what was passed for the certification in May of 2018.
Yes, so you'll see the four major narcotics up there, which is marijuana, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine. The others we don't train on, like it would be something like specialty, like fentanyl or something like that. So this encompasses all the major narcotics. So under methamphetamine, you would also have MDMA. Even though they're different narcotics, they still have the same makeup. So, but Chacon passed all of those, and these are also blind hides where they'll have, it might be a building or an office building or something like that. They'll hide the trained narcotics that are given to them by the DEA. They'll hide them blindly to me and my dog. They'll give it a cook time or a settle time, and then they'll tell me which rooms to go search. And Chacon has to find all those odors in different rooms within 6 minutes, I believe.
And was he able to successfully do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So as of May 2018, he was certified for that year.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now taking you, thank you so much. Now taking you to October 23rd, 2018, tell the jury what occurred once you got on the scene in Chicago.
So when I get on scene, I talk to Officer Ross, gives me kind of a background of what's going on, so I know what I need to do. After I get kind of the rundown of what they have out there on scene, I'll do a quick walk around, make sure there's no broken glass, any objects on the ground that'll injure my dog. In this particular incident, he asked for an open air search. Open air is also named a free air sniff. So you're just walking the dog around in the area to see if he picks up on any odors and then alerts to any odors or anything like that.
And did you begin conducting the open air search?
I did.
Okay. And what happened as you began the open air search?
So it was set up in a parking lot. I kind of did a loop around to the area where they wanted me to search. I always want to search other areas as I'm going through to just show that he's not just alerting on everything. And then once we got around to the area where they had several people detained and moved off, he pulled me to I believe it was a gray Chevy Sonic. Once he got to the Chevy Sonic, I noticed that his breathing calmed down, he slowed down, his tail starts wagging. When Chacon begins to get an odor, he gets excited, his tail starts wagging, and then you can physically hear him taking in a deep breath through his nose. And then at that point, he begins to bite at the door handle and the driver's side door handle and seam area, which is his natural alert, not taught alert. That's just something he does when he gets in on a trained odor, and then he begins to scratch at the area where he smells the odor coming from, and which is his taught alert to the presence of the odor of narcotics or controlled substances.
And then once he alerts, what happens?
At that point, I give him his toy. That's all he cares about. That's why he works. He gets his toy. I walk him around a little more, let him use the restroom, and I put him back up. I notify Officer Ross that I had a positive alert on the vehicle, and he took the case over from there.
And then as in this case, when Chacon was able to find an odor or identify an odor, and once you finish with that, does that usually conclude your involvement in the case?
Yes, typically if I don't have anything else going on, I'll hang up, I'll stay on scene with them just in case they need any assistance. But as far as handling the case, everything's on the officer at that point.
Okay. And did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I know that.
Cross. All right. I just have one question. I can ask you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. You indicated that you walked Shakan around the area generally, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Shakan didn't hit on a blunt that was on the ground near a white car, did it?
No, he did not.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
No.
All right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Sergeant Cornelius, I should say?
Permanently.
All right, Sergeant Cornelius, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. I still call you next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. They called Joshua Mason-Zach?
What's his name? Mason-Zach?
Mason-Zach, M-A-C-E.
Mason-Zach. Joshua Mason-Zach? Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Mason-Zach, good morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram to be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court.
Morning. My name is Josh Mackenzack. First name Josh, last name Macenczak.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently employed in the Department of the Army as a forensic examiner.
And how long have you been in the Department of the Army?
5 years.
Prior to working in the Department of the Army, where did you work?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long were you with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Just shy of 14 years.
And what did you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I was a forensic examiner that analyzed evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
And tell us a little bit about your training education experience.
I went to Georgia Southern University where I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry. This was one of the main requirements needed to get hired by the Bureau. Once I was hired at the Bureau, I went through their training program where I was introduced to a variety of different substances that I might see, how to analyze those substances, and how to use the many different analytical techniques that were provided to complete my analysis. I was also trained in courtroom testimony for instances such as today.
And when you were with the GBI, did you have any continuing training at the GBI?
Yes, every year we were given a proficiency test which we had to analyze to prove that we were technically competent in order to do our job. We also were required to do continuing education through read-ins and meet-ins and just general journal reviews so that we can keep abreast of the new and exciting developments that are happening in the drug world.
And have you ever had the occasion to testify in court as an expert in forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have.
And if you know, about how many times?
Definitely over 100, but I don't know the exact number.
And have you ever been testified or qualified as an expert in forensic chemistry or forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tenure Mr. Joshua Mason-Zach as an expert in forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to die, Mr. Mackenzack? Okay, all right, hearing none, the court will designate Mr. Mackenzack as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Thank you so much. Very briefly, if you can tell the jury, what is forensic chemistry?
Forensic chemistry is analyzing evidence that may be related to a crime scientifically for whatever the result of the submitter is looking for, whether that be fingerprint, drug analysis, firearms, DNA.
And while you were with the GBI, what specific substances did you test as a forensic chemist?
During my year at GBI, I would test substances that were positive for cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, MDMA, spice, bath salts.
Any kind of pharmaceutical tablet that might be issued by a doctor.
I want to direct your attention to 2017. Were you employed with the GBI?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And I will take you to DOFS case number 2017-1020399. Were you given any items to test regarding that case number?
If I had a report to see, I could.
We're looking at a copy of the report. Have a refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approve. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87I. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 87I.
I do recognize this.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 87I?
This is a very standard template. Sorry, my apologies. This is a very standard template that we would, for our reports, would look like. One of the main ways I can recognize it is on the second page. It has my signature along with my information, email, phone number, and my name typed out.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of your report involving DOFS case number 2017-1020399?
Yes, it does.
And we're looking at a copy help you today in your testimony.
One more time?
We're looking at a copy of your report help you today in your testimony.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 87I into evidence for the purposes of this hearing. No, not to go back to this.
Any objection to State's 87I? All right, State's 87I is admitted.
Now, taking you to the DOFS case number, were you given items to test in that case?
Yes, I was.
And who were the items given? What agency submitted those items?
According to this report, the Atlanta Police Department.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. As State's Exhibit 61H and 63H. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 61H and 63H.
They do seem somewhat familiar.
Okay, and why are you saying that you can see somewhat?
Well, as I don't have my notes for me from the GBI and the photos that were taken, it's hard for me to do a comparison to what I see here versus what I saw at the time I opened this. However, there are some things in here that are familiar. This is a very standard evidence bag that we received from the Atlanta Police Department. It does have the case number. When I flip it over, I see the items inside that match the description that I put on my report. And at the bottom of this one particular bag, I can see my initials I made when I sealed up the evidence after I made entry into the bag.
And would that have been your typical protocol to seal up the evidence and sign it when you finish testing the items?
Yes, it is.
And have you seen that bag with your signature earlier today?
No, I haven't.
Did my investigator show you?
Oh, yes, I
earlier
apologize. Sorry,
today?
I misspoke. Yes, I did see this 1B exhibit 63H earlier today.
Okay. And looking at both of these, does it have the DOFS case number as assigned onto the report?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And does it appear to be the same DOFS case number on your report as it is on those items?
Yes, the case numbers do match each other.
Okay. Now, when you were asked to test those items, what items did you receive?
I received a bag of tablets. There were two different logo imprints on.
So is your objection to foundation?
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain this to that.
Your Honor, report is in evidence right now, so you could read from it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. The report is
Report's in evidence, so you can read from it, so I'll overrule the objection.
What did you receive?
I received a bag with tablets. There were two different types of tablets based on their color and the pharmaceutical imprint that were on them. There was another sealed package that contained 3 different bags. All 3 of those bags contained solid material. And then there was one bag that contained a single blue tablet.
And when you received those items, did you test everything?
No, I did not.
Tell the jury, why did you test all the items that you received?
There was the protocol of the GBI at the time because of the sheer amount of cases that we would get in. We could not test every single exhibit. The more exhibits we tested, the longer it would take to get through a case, and therefore our backlog would increase. So the procedure at the time was to look for certain things that would go through quicker. One of those being, is there a certain weight that we can target it more than the others? There's also the potential of, does this particular item possibly fall on a higher schedule than another one? These are all procedures laid out at the GBI at the time, and this is what I use based on my experience also to determine which item would be more preferred over the others.
And looking in this case specifically, which item did you end up testing?
I tested 1B.01, a bag of solid material.
And what was your reason for testing that particular bag?
At the time when I weighed this particular bag, it had a net weight greater than 28 grams. It is my understanding as a civilian.
Your Honor, he's an expert.
I'll rule the objection.
Your Honor,
Can I just make this a continuing objection, madam? All right. I'll make a continuing objection.
It was a protocol of the GBI that anything over a certain weight amount should be tested first for the potential of, it was just the potential of the protocol of the GBI. This one bag was over that weight, which was 28 grams, so it was the first thing I analyzed. Once I completed my analysis, I discovered it was a compound that was deemed to be the highest level that we could go, so therefore the other items were not beneficial for testing at that time.
So when you tested item 1B, I'm going to approach again. Looking at State's Exhibit 63H, do you see your initials on on any of those items in there for the items that you tested?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And which item did you test?
It was this bag right here, the largest one. Yes, ma'am.
And when you tested this one compound, what were your results?
You want to read my entire results or just a simple version? So it is a very long chemical name, but the substance that I analyzed is commonly referred to on the street as bath salts.
And what was the total weight of what you tested?
The total weight of the material inside the bag, so not including the bag, just inside, was 31.435 grams.
And again, why did you test on that particular bag?
Because again,
overruled.
Because at the time, the weight, the 31, was over the 28 that was in the GBI protocol, and that the particular compound that I identified justified that the other exhibits did not need to be tested.
All right. Now, as it relates to the other items that were given to the GBI to be tested, while you did not test them, did you identify in any way what the tablets could be based on? Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase, madam.
Did you identify those tablets?
No, I did not.
What, if anything, did you do with the tablets once you obtained them into evidence?
So with the two different tablets that actually had a logo imprint, I was able to just do a quick Google search for what they could potentially be.
I'll rule the objection.
What they could potentially be. Now, granted, this is not identification. This is just an indication, but there was an...
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It's not identification, it's speculation.
Overruled. And I'll note your objection, madam.
At best, I was able to just at least indicate that it might...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's not in his report.
I'll overrule the objection.
It was an indication that it might be alprazoline, but I never did any chemical testing to verify that at all.
And the imprint on the pills, is that what you, the imprint on the pill itself? Objection form.
Overruled.
That is correct.
All right. after doing your testing on item 1B, did you produce this report?
Yes, I did.
And again, was it a protocol not to continue testing after you determine a certain amount?
I'll sustain that.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Morning.
Will you pronounce your name for me one more time because I do not want to butcher it?
Mackenzack.
Mackenzack. All right, Mr. Mackenzack. You received the items to test in this case from Officer Chisholm, correct?
I didn't receive it specifically from him. I received it from a GBI personnel in the evidence room.
Okay. On your report, does it indicate received Officer Chisholm?
Yes, his name is on the report as the officer requesting the results.
Okay. All right. So you did not deal with Officer Chisholm directly, correct?
No, I did not.
All right. And you did not deal with Sergeant Maldonado?
No, I did not.
You do not, it would be fair for me to say that you do not know how the items you received to be tested was given from one officer to the next.
That is correct. I have no witness of how the evidence was handled before it entered the GBI.
Okay. All right, so if Officer Maldonado gave it to Officer Chisholm to give to the GBI, you don't have any knowledge of that?
I'm not even sure if that's how the order went either.
Okay, thank you. All right, and you can't tell myself and the jury what manner the items were seized, like whether it was in a container or anything like that. You just know how it was delivered to you, correct?
That is correct. I have no knowledge of how these items were seized.
Okay, so when the items if items were seized in a pill bottle, that's not how you received it.
That is correct. There was no pill bottle here.
Okay, so you didn't receive a pill bottle at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Let's talk about what you did receive then.
Okay.
All right. You received one bag with a few tablets, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you received another bag with one tablet?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're at 2 bags?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you received 3 bags with a solid substance?
That is correct.
Okay. So total, it was 5 bags?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so let's go over each bag one at a time, okay?
Okay.
All right. First, the bag with a few tablets. You received it in a sealed bag, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and you did not test that bag?
That is correct. I did perform no chemical analysis whatsoever.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to bag 2.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so bag 2, 1 tablet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't test that?
That is correct.
All right. All right, so we're down to the last 3 bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just want to make sure because I want to get it right. In those 3 bags, there was solid substance in each bag, correct? Okay. So when the arresting officer in this case stated that he seized 2 bags with substance, you received an extra bag?
All I can say is that when I opened the seal package, I received 3 different bags.
Okay.
I'm not aware of what the officer seized at the time.
Okay. So as the officer stated that he seized only 2 bags with substance in them, you received 3 bags?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. And out of the 3 bags that you received, you only tested 1.
That is correct.
Okay. So you have 3 bags, 1, I'm saying extra, and you only tested 1.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You explained the GBI protocol to us in testing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if a prosecuting attorney called you and asked you to test those pills, you most certainly would have done so, correct?
Absolutely.
And you did not receive a call to test those pills, correct?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, the 1 bag that you did test, that bag turned out to be bath salts,
That is correct.
not MDMA.
Not MDMA.
Okay. All right, and that was the extent of your involvement in this case, was testing the 1 bag.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me ask you. You have no idea who that 1 bag of bath salts belonged to.
No idea whatsoever.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Well,
Any further examination? All right, any further redirect, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go right ahead.
In your experience as a forensic chemist, does MDMA come in can MDMA come in a powder?
it can.
Objection, irrelevant. There's no MDMA in this case.
Overruled.
Can it come in a powder form as well?
Yes, it can.
And are there times where items may come in label one thing, but once you test it, you identify it as something else?
What do you mean by labeled?
On this, what was marked on here? What's marked on here?
It says 2 clear sandwich bags of MDMA.
Okay. In your experience in working with GBI, are there times where items could be mislabeled or it's not MDMA when the test that you find is another substance or something else?
Overruled.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay. And in this case, let me ask you, bath salts, what schedule were bath salts?
To my best understanding of the law, it's a Schedule I substance.
Is that what you put on your report?
Yes, it is.
I'll strike the issue of his understanding of the law. If you can ask him a question in regards to that, but I'll instruct the jury on what the law is.
What did you note the bath salts to be in this case? What level, what schedule did you schedule?
Per GBI protocol, I was required to list Schedule I on the report.
And are you aware of what schedule MDMA is? Are you aware?
Again, just to my best interpretation of the Georgia Code, it's a Schedule I.
So both MDMA and bath salts are both Schedule I, are not?
Again, to my best interpretation of the law.
I sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the witness's last statements about Schedule I. If it's applicable, I will charge you as to that.
You know, we're not asking for an interpretation, but objection.
Don't speak your objection, madam. If you have another way of phrasing this, please go ahead and do so. But he cannot testify about what the law is, okay?
But again, based on your report, that's what you noted, that the item that you suspect, the bath salts. Objection, asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Anything further?
Your Honor, just
Sir, at the end of the day, what you tested was not MDMA, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you did not test the pills, correct?
That is correct.
You cannot tell this jury with certainty what was in anything you received beside what you tested,
That is correct.
which was just bath salts.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a nice day. No further questions.
All right. Anything further? All right. Anything further, redirect, madam? No. May we excuse Mr. Mackenzack, permanently or temporarily as a witness?
He's permanent.
All right. Mr. Mackenzack, I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, and we appreciate your patience with us, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Hilton, what's the length of your next witness, just give or take, guesstimation?
Probably about 20 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you want to go another 20 minutes, and then after this witness, we go to lunch? Or you want to have lunch right now? Continue? Okay, all right. Call your next witness, madam.
Thank you, Mike. We're going to call Officer Stansel to the stand.
All right, summon Officer Stansel, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you are about to report is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state your first and last name and spelling them both, please.
Sherrod Stansel, Sherrod Stansel, Stancil.
And where are you employed?
The City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
7.5 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the homicide unit,
And how long have you been with the homicide unit?
5 months.
Prior to your assignment with the homicide unit, where were you assigned?
I had a short stint with our robbery unit, and then I was with our general investigations unit, and prior to that, I was on Apex.
When were you with Apex?
From September of 2019 to December of 2022.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in January of 2020?
I was.
In January 2020, was that during the period you were assigned as an Apex, with the Apex unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And as an Apex officer, did you have a particular area in which you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
I want to take, sorry, I didn't hear it.
No, ma'am.
I want to take you specifically to January 21st, 2020. Do you have the occasion to respond or be at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
What is located at 151 Cleveland?
I believe it's an Exxon gas station.
And why were you at that location?
Myself and my partner were at the location doing targeted enforcement. We had observed a group of males quickly flee into a gas station upon seeing our patrol car.
What happened once you saw the man quickly flee into the location?
Upon seeing the males quickly flee into the location, we stopped and made entry into the gas station.
Okay. What happened once you went inside?
We went to the back of the store by the gaming area where there's gaming machines. This is the back of the store where there's an enclosed space with the door where they keep little the electronic gaming machines at the back. And it was in that room we discovered 3 males that had run inside.
Okay. And what happened once you went inside the gate?
Took in general conversation, talked to them, and then 2 of the males came outside with us.
Okay. And what happened once the 2 males came outside?
Upon the 2 males coming outside, we had a general conversation with one of them, asked him, hey, what was going on? You know, if you have anything, let me know. We can go ahead and deal with that. But once again, it was only 2 of the males.
Okay. And did any of them say they had it?
Yes, I believe Mr. Ford self-reported having a small amount of marijuana.
Okay. Mr. Ford, do you remember what his first name was?
I do not.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of your police report, how refreshing.
Yes.
Commissioner for Coach John?
What are you marking?
95R, his police report.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification as 95R. Tell me if you recognize 95R. How do you recognize it?
This is the police report based on our old report writing system.
Okay. And looking at your report, does it help you refresh your memory as to the first name of Mr. Ford?
It does.
Okay. What was Mr. Ford?
Darius.
And once he self-reported, what happened?
He was detained without incident.
Okay, and what happened to the other male?
The other male was free to move about, go about. He had nothing on him, so he just sat there.
Okay, and then the third male, what did they do?
Mr. Beebe, I observed he was not there. He actually was still inside in the room, the gaming machine room.
So when you recognized he was still outside the gaming room, what happened?
I went in there to speak with him and get him to come out.
Okay, and did he come out?
He did.
All right, what happened once he came out?
Upon him coming out, he was sat down, and then I went back into the room.
And we said he sat down, where was that?
On the sidewalk in front of the business.
Okay, and why did you go back inside?
Given the fact that all the males had come out except him, I wondered, okay, well, why were you staying inside into that room? Did you possibly leave something behind?
Okay, so what did you do once you went back inside?
I went back into the gaming machine area, and in the direct spot where Mr. Beebe was at, I discovered a small baggie containing half a gram of crack cocaine.
Once you found the crack cocaine, what if anything did you do?
The first step was to detain Mr. Beebe and explain to him why he was being detained.
Okay, and what did you do next?
Next, we talked to the store clerk and see if we could view surveillance footage of that room to see if they had a camera back there.
And were you able to see any surveillance video?
Yes.
And did that surveillance video confirm or deny what you had picked up inside of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you observed the video, what if anything did you do?
Mr. Beebe was formally arrested. He was formally arrested for possession of crack cocaine. We had seen him take the crack out of his boot and discard it in the area where it was located.
And what, as this is Mr. Ford, was he arrested?
He was issued a copy of the charges for possession of less than an ounce of marijuana.
And did you collect the crack cocaine from Mr. Beebe?
Directly from Mr. Beebe, but I did collect the crack cocaine that was recovered, yes.
And did you turn it inside?
Yes.
Permission to approach the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 79, 80, 81, and 82J. Please tell me if you recognize those.
$79J is. I'm sorry.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
These, I believe, come from my body camera.
Okay. And what are they of?
79J appears to be of the vehicle I was driving that day and the outside of the gas station.
Okay.
80J, once again, is from my body worn camera. It's the outside of the gas station. 81J, I believe that's Mr. Darius Ford. And 82J is Mr. Durante Beebe.
Okay. And is that a fair, accurate depiction of both the Exxon gas station and Mr. Ford and Mr. Beebe from January of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
You're at this time, stay with like, stay with like 10, Exhibit 79, 80, 81, and 82J into evidence.
Officer Stansel, have those pictures been changed or altered in any way since the time that you saw them in January?
No, sir.
Of 2020?
No, sir.
Okay. Any further or any objection? Question still remains. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, hearing none. States 79, 80, 81, and 82J are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, we're going to start with Exhibit 79. Showing Exhibit 79, if you can just orient the jury, what is Exhibit 79?
Just direct question directly to me.
Yes.
So the vehicle marked 31242 was the police vehicle, marked police vehicle I was operating that day, and the male standing next to it was my partner for the day, Officer Pagan. That's also outside of the gas station.
Okay. And is there,
Pagan?
and is that 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at State's Exhibit 8J.
Once again, that's going to be 151 Cleveland Avenue.
All right. And now looking at 81J. Who's looking at 81J?
That is Mr. Darius Ford coming out of the game room.
Okay. So that is the game room that you just described earlier in your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then looking at 82J.
That is Mr. Durante Beebe.
All right. Now, I'm also showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 78J. Tell me if you recognize it Exhibit 78J.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 78J?
I believe this is the crack cocaine which was recovered.
And looking at 78J, is this the evidence bag that you would have used in order to collect that crack cocaine?
Yes, ma'am. The evidence bag and the evidence marking tags we use.
Okay. And on here, does it have any other identifying information as to where it was collected, when it was collected?
Yes, ma'am. So marked on the suspect line, it has the name of Durante Beebe, which is the male that was had it.
Your Honor, this time state like the tender State's Exhibit 78J is out.
Which one, I'm sorry?
78J.
Any objection to state 78J?
No, no.
All right, states 78J is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
After arresting Mr. Beebe and giving Mr. Ford a copy of charge, did that conclude your involvement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Cross. Anyone?
Yes. Sorry, Judge, move a little bit next time. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Stansel, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's see. Your involvement in this case is that you come to the location, and as you and other officers pass that location, you see folks run inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was enough to make you all stop and go inside and pursue and see what was going on, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You hadn't seen any crime being committed at that point, right?
No, sir.
Where is this location?
151 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay. How many of you guys, law enforcement officers patrolling at that time?
I can't answer that question. I'm not sure.
Okay. Roughly, how many cars? More than one car?
In that area?
Well, right there at the scene. What we're talking about right now.
We were the only responding car at the area at the time.
Okay. All right. And so, see some guys run inside a store. You guys going inside. You rotation in there or just running?
Just walk in.
All right. You go back. You encounter these folks, and you make them come outside. Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody handcuffed or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Y'all just talking to them at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, if I understand correctly, you found what you believe to be a rock of crack cocaine, and Mr. Beebe was charged with that.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you remember the incident. You remember Mr. Beebe.
Yes, sir.
All right. You don't see him here, right? He's not in here.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. That's the only thing you charged him with, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't have any reason to, and you certainly did not believe there's anything to charge him with other than being in possession of a rock of crack cocaine, right?
I charged him accordingly based on the facts of the case. Yes, sir.
All right, according to the facts of the case.
Yes,
so
sir.
what you're testifying to is exactly what happened that day, and everything that was involved on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't charge him with a gang crime, did you?
No, sir.
No basis to it?
No, sir.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect, madam?
Nothing for the state.
All right. At this point, may Officer Stansel be permanently and temporarily excused the witness?
He should be permanently.
All right, Officer Stansel, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? Are you good?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12:20. How about some lunch? Okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess, and I'll have you come back for 1:30, and then we'll see whether just make sure.
To does this evidence?
Yeah, Paul, this is where I think that a lot of people, and I try to explain to my clients, or even when I was prosecutor trying cases, that if it was so easy to do evidence rulings in a trial, you wouldn't need to go through law school and you wouldn't need to get trained. But there's a big old book of evidence rules. I call it the Bible. So when I'm training people, I'm like, I want you to know those evidence rules inside and out. Those evidence rules are the guardrails, right? It's like a football game. If you pass a ball and a guy catches it outside the line, it is not a valid pass. And it's kind of like the same thing with evidence rules. There's hearsay rules, there's what we call 404 other act evidence rules. And the judge, in many cases, it's not the same thing over and over again. And they have to be very particular to get it right. And I used to feel as a prosecutor too, that's even more important for a prosecutor. And I know you may disagree with that being more, I know you were a prosecutor, criminal defense minded, because at the end of the day, if the prosecutor gets a conviction and they find that the judge violated the evidence rules, there's more of a likelihood that that conviction is going to be reversed. You really have to know what those rules are. So I find also judges will also consult with other judges. Hey, I've got this unique evidence issue here. I've never handled it before, because all those rules that are in that book, right? Yours are probably about that thick, mine are about that thick. Every one of those rules comes with about 1,000 cases that interpret that rule. So talk to us about how important it is for the lawyers and the judges to really know those evidence rules well.
It's one of the most important things about trial practice, because in every trial, every single trial, there are issues that will come up that are going to be hotly contested between the parties, and both sides are going to think that the evidentiary rule supports their position. And as you said, it's so important for a judge to get it right, because judges don't want to be overturned. Defendants don't want to be potentially wrongfully convicted and then have to go up on appeal and hope the appellate division agrees with them. But prosecutors also, they want to maintain the integrity of their cases. And good prosecutors recognize that their job is not to convict everybody, it's to make sure that justice is done. So they want to do the right thing also. And it's so important for a judge to be able to know this, because as you say, you're on the fly there. A lot of times you don't have the luxury of being able to put off, it's 2 o'clock, I'm going to think about this issue for today and we'll come back tomorrow morning. You're expected as a judge to just have the answers. And it's really impressive for a lot of these judges who deal with these high profile cases, who make these incredibly complex evidentiary issue rulings and who have these reasoned, thoughtful decisions that they give on the record while the two attorneys are still going back and forth arguing. It's a really, really incredible thing to observe. These judges have this book of knowledge on the rules of evidence, and they're able to interpret 25 different cases on some minute point that coincides with the rule of evidence, and deliver something that both parties have to just kind of sit and agree with. And a good judge will make it so that even the party that loses understands exactly why they're losing.
Yeah, and they have to make a really good record of it. How many cases have we covered on the Long Crime Network that we're covering again on retrial because there was an inappropriate evidentiary ruling that later the appellate courts or the Supreme Court reversed? In fact, we're going to be discussing one probably later on today. And as a prosecutor, thank God that's never happened to me, but I was always very cautious that I wasn't stretching too far in the evidence rules, and that if the judge was making a mistake, that I jumped up and said, this is a mistake that's going to cause a reversal, and get the defendant to say, no, judge, I'm okay with the ruling, because that is something that would be relevant on appeal. So there's a lot of tactics that go into make sure that doesn't happen. Guys, a lot of great questions that we have right now. And Kenzie Davis from YouTube, speaking of appeals, Terry, says, has anything that has been discussed this far, and things are jumping around on my screen here, so it's a little difficult, discussed this far into this trial, reach appellate standards?
You know what, Bob? I have not heard that. I think that's a great question. I haven't heard that so far in the trial. I mean, the biggest issue I think Judge Glanville has decided was this evidentiary question as to whether or not the song lyrics could come in. And he said that they are admissible, but as we discussed before, you still have to lay that foundation. You still have to prove that there's relevance to it before it comes in. So I think the judge made a good decision by saying it still has to pass the rules of evidence. He didn't just say, okay, all the lyrics can come in. But I do think it's a very controversial issue here. I mean, as Paul said earlier, this is something that is being used against rappers. If you look at all of the other areas of entertainment, that's not used against them. If they talk about a murder, it's not used against them when there's a movie about it. And, I think here there is some bias going into this because rappers have this particular view and they have this particular culture, and prosecutors around the country are using that against them. So I think if there's any grounds for appeal, it could be the lyrics. And, so far I haven't seen anything else that was evidentially wrong.
I was bringing up something. There are people who are hip hop rappers that have never grown up on the street or in the inner city, but they're writing on the genre. They're writing the facts. They're writing the thing in order to communicate or speak to that particular audience. Don't disagree. I think that's why it needs to be very, very carefully done. All right, Kalea, India, hope I got that right. Augusto from Facebook asked, this is another great one, Paul, do emotions matter when it's a big case with a lot of defendants with this magnitude? Emotions, everything is about emotions. Does it matter in a case like this?
Do emotions matter? Emotions always matter. And when you're an attorney, you have to find the balancing act between using emotions and facts, because trial work is 75% factual and the other half is showmanship and emotion. So you're there as a circus barker. You're there as a tour guide. You're doing 100 different things to try and win the jury to your side. And one of the ways that you do that is to appeal to their emotions. You want them to be sympathetic to your client. You want them to be understanding. You want them to feel what your client feels, his fears, his shame, his whatever it is that is going to be helpful for you. You are tugging at those jurors' heartstrings. You want them to experience real, raw emotions when they're looking at your client, and you want them to experience the emotions that are beneficial for you. The prosecutor, of course, is going to want the other way. He's going to want the jury to look at the defendant and get angry. He's going to want them to be burning up. And a lot of times, one of the objections that we as defense attorneys make is, Judge, he's just inflaming the jury. He's just inflaming the passions, the emotions of the jury. He's putting up photographs that are graphic because they're stirring up the jurors' emotions. So emotions definitely play a huge role in trial work.
Maya Angelou, not what you say, not what you do, but how you make people feel. Paul, I want to go back to one question that Kenzie Davis had asked and get your point of view in this, because as I'm thinking about the case and Terry's just answer, is anything to discuss as far that would create appellate issues? Now, me and you have talked about this specifically. Every state is a little bit different on what their evidence rules are. They're generally the same, but they're a little bit different. And to what level an appellate court will tolerate an error is a little bit different, whether it's plain error or not. There's all these different standards that they use. Something that I found to be really shocking is that when I train prosecutors, you tell me what your thoughts are. The number one way, at least in my state, that you are going to get reversed is by overreaching your opening statements or in your summation. Because what you say, and even though the court says it, is not evidence, they do tell you to listen to the attorneys because what they have to say is important. And I mean, I have seen courts reverse on things that I've read over and over again, and I'm like, they talk about flipping the burden to the defense or commenting on the defense's right to remain silent. And it can happen so easily, typically in summation, when a prosecutor's agitated, they're not that seasoned, where they can make an inadvertent comment that otherwise could be perceived that way. Were you surprised at the opening statement that the prosecutor made that was objected to, that in my opinion clearly flipped the burden during the opening statement? What were your thoughts?
I knew exactly where you were going the minute you talked about your training of young prosecutors, because we have had this conversation before. And that opening statement, I do think, can very easily present some serious appellate issues for burden shifting. You know, the prosecutor basically said, you're not going to hear any evidence from the defense on X, Y, and Z. Well, the defense isn't required to present any evidence on X, Y, and Z because the burden stays with the prosecution for the entirety of the trial. So a prosecutor, it's not proper for a prosecutor to make comments like that you're not going to hear the defense attorneys argue whatever it is, because they're not required to. And you're putting confusion out there into the minds of the jurors. You know, well, am I supposed to be hearing that? Is he supposed to convince me of that? Is that his job in all of this? And the answer to all of those is no. The prosecution bears the burden. And when you make comments that slide the burden or shift the burden, even if you don't explicitly say it, if the insinuation, if the illusion is that the defense should be proving something to you that they are not, that is reversible error. An appellate division is not going to look kindly on any lawyer, any prosecutor that tries to even subtly convince a jury that the defense has an obligation to prove something to them.
Yeah, and those courts don't care whether you did it inadvertently or advertently. The bottom line is, at least in our courts, they make it very clear you'll feel the pain. And in a certain sense, you may be giving the defense a crack at a free trial, because that is a significant appellate issue that will be raised. You can be assured if there's a conviction. All right, guys, awesome commentary. Great questions. Keep them coming. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Law and Crime. If you're just following us, we're still in Georgia following the racketeering case against rapper Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug. Williams and 5 other co-defendants are in trial for participation in a criminal street gang called Young Slime Life. The courtroom has been sent away for their lunch break, and we've been able to have our great guests answer a lot of the questions that you are posting on social media and on our YouTube channel, and I love them. All right, listen, I mean, really, these are really great questions. I really mean this, folks. Invisible Woman from YouTube says, Paul, if Jeffrey Williams is not convicted, will he be able to come back and press charges against the state for putting false charges against him?
That's an extremely difficult thing to do. In order for somebody who has been arrested and who either wins a trial or even has their charges dismissed by the prosecutor, for them to come back and actually effect a lawsuit against the police department, against the city, against the prosecutor, there's a really high bar of showing of malicious misconduct. Basically, you have to prove that the prosecutor or the police knew that the charges that they were bringing were false and elected to do it anyway. And you have to be able to prove that. So it's not enough that you're acquitted. It's not enough that you think that the prosecutor knew that you didn't do it before the trial started. You have to have concrete evidence showing that there was direct knowledge of your factual innocence and that they decided to prosecute you anyway. It's a very, very hard thing to show. It is possible in very limited circumstances, but it is extremely rare.
Well, Terry, I used to engage in the impossible because there were times where I had, and I'm surprised more criminal defense lawyers were not in the civil rights world. But to Paul's point, it is a very complex area of law because you have federal civil rights violations, you have state violations, you have violations for malicious prosecution, false arrest, and on top of it, there's different filing requirements from state law versus federal law. I used to love it because it was really complex, right? But in the end analysis, in federal law, for example, for a federal civil rights violation, you have to show a custom, practice, or policy of deliberate indifference. It comes from the name of the case Monell. And to Paul's point, while it doesn't require necessarily that you knew, it requires pretty much that you were aware that your customs, practices, and policies were deliberately indifferent. And then this is where the big argument has occurred over and over again. We especially heard it during the George Floyd time period and during those kinds of cases. A lot of states also impose immunities, okay, which basically say if the officer or the entity or the government officials were acting objectively reasonable, even if they were completely wrong, we're not going to allow them to be sued. So let's get into the politics of it, right? Because I used to go crazy when nobody would really discuss it. I was a government official. I handled tens of thousands of cases as the head of an agency. And I believe our people did things honorably, honestly, ethically, with integrity. We cared about getting it right. We cared about using the system to assist people get better from addiction and mental illness and things like that. And we also are proud of those people that we put away for as long as humanly possible because they represented continuing danger. But it's a human institution and people make mistakes. What that immunity is supposed to be doing there is that even if you can get past all those hurdles, is to say, you will chill people like Bob Bianchi or people that work for Bob Bianchi from wanting to be in that environment if every single innocent mistake that they make can be a civil rights case against them. What are your thoughts about all this?
Well, you raised some excellent points, Bob, as always. I look at this in two different ways. One, on the civil trial, or two, on the federal level. The state is going to bring, charges against someone. And if those charges are, defeated and the defendant wins the case, you might think, as our viewer has asked, that you can bring a malicious prosecution claim against the prosecutor. But to your point, there's protection in place. If the prosecutor is making a decision, they had probable cause to go ahead and bring that indictment against the individual, and whether or not, they acted in good faith, it is very difficult to bring a malicious prosecution charge against someone who is acting within their duties on the state level. I do think that on the federal level, when we're talking about civil rights, when we're talking about due process, or even the pattern in practice, I think those are a little bit easier for the prosecution to prove than on the state level for a malicious prosecution. And I say this because I believe that when someone's rights, their civil rights, their due process, equal rights, when that has been violated, the federal government can actually use evidence that goes beyond like what actually happened at that crime scene. So I do think that if you wanted to bring a charge and you wanted to say, look, my due process was violated here, I would do that over doing a malicious prosecution. But let me just end by saying this. Both of those are very difficult to prove. I mean, we've seen it in the past. You talked about George Floyd. We've seen some successes in some of the cases that we've been covering, but it's still very difficult to prevail.
All right, Terry, let me bounce it back there because you kind of said this before. One of those things that I think you were talking about, criminal civil rights violations, which are different from civil rights violations. Maybe a better area to go. But in those cases, in the criminal one, they're allowed to bring in a lot of conduct that otherwise may be inadmissible in a normal trial. Just like Rico can bring in a lot of conduct and connect people who may not have known that a murder was going to be committed, may not have wanted a murder to be committed, but if you are part of the enterprise and the crime occurs, you can be held accountable. And the reason I ask this is that Slyte from YouTube asked this question: is this Rico dangerous for our democracy?
Well, it's an excellent question. I mean, it could be, as any law could be, if it's abused. I think if it is used as it is intended, it's not dangerous for the democracy. And if a prosecutor believes that there is criminal activity, that there is an enterprise, and that they are conspiring to commit crimes, I think they should be allowed to use Rico for that very purpose. And we're seeing it done more now than we have in the past. But if that's abused, and oftentimes the prosecution team is going to want to bring the Rico for the reasons you just stated, Bob, because you can get more evidence in when you're talking about a conspiracy. You can talk about those phone calls. You can talk about activities that may not even be illegal because it's all part and parcel of that conspiracy, of that Rico claim. So,
Right, activities, phone calls, and conspiracies that you may not have had any participation or knowledge was even occurring. I think that is a really great question. As a prosecutor, it certainly is a great tool, but you brought out something, Terry, that I think is really important. I said this as a prosecutor as well. Sometimes they give us more tools and they give us more laws, and you hope that prosecutors will use the rule of reason with regard to how they implement them. But many times I have noticed, even with my own colleagues, that they've gone and taken those laws, not for what they were intended to do, but using them in other environments, which I felt was inappropriate. That is really, really a great question. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. Keep your questions coming. Love them. We're going to be back in a little while. right, so we're breaking this case down here while we are awaiting the jury to come back from the lunch break, and they're really great questions. Paul, do you want to have any response to the Rico and your thoughts about that? And just to bounce off that, there's another question that we got. I want to try to find the person who gave it to us. I may have to look for it, but I'll give it at the end of your question. If they're successful, is Pandora's box now being opened in these kinds of prosecutions?
So I agree wholeheartedly with the answer Terry gave before the break. I think she's spot on because Rico is a tool. All these laws are tools, and tools can be used appropriately or inappropriately. I think most people will recall that Rico was really initially invented as a way to combat the mob in New York. That was the goal. It was too difficult to get the high-level people in the mob. They just kept getting all the low-level guys, and they would do time, and then they'd be replaced by more low-level guys, and they could never get the people at the top. Rico was a way to tie people into an organization and go after them. Now we've seen, I think Rico has kind of been abused over and over and over again. If you look at cases like what happened to R. Kelly, was what R. Kelly did horrible? Yes. Was it Rico? I mean, I think that was a bit of a stretch. We've seen this with so many different laws. We were just talking over the break, that tools start out addressing a specific need, but a lot of times prosecutors take these tools and they do start applying them to situations which the drafters of the law never intended, but which prosecutors can shove a round peg into a square hole and somehow make it fit. Does the circumstance technically fit under the legislation? Well, yes, even though it might never have been intended to. And so therefore, well, now we can use Rico. And I agree that most prosecutors, at least most prosecutors that I've met personally, are good and decent people who really want to do the right thing in all circumstances. But there are unscrupulous prosecutors, just like there are unscrupulous defense attorneys and doctors and cops in every industry that will use whatever tool at their disposal in a way that helps them get the goal that they want the most. And that's what we have to be skeptical of and on the lookout for. So, no, I don't think Rico is the end of democracy, but I think it can be dangerous.
Yeah, well, Shorts from Northwest from YouTube had asked that variation on that theme. And I'm going to go one step further, Paul, since you said it. I'm just curious. What I find are, yes, abuses of what the intention of the law was for. But I'm finding more and more there is a lack of training of lawyers and prosecutors in particular about a philosophy of justice. I mean, I found myself saying a lot of times as a prosecutor, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And that you have a tremendous amount of opportunity to bring people towards rehabilitation and mental health counseling. A lot of the people that we confronted were mentally ill and addicted and things of that nature. But I find that the younger prosecutors are not trained as well about what this sticky, maybe moving target of justice is. And if you're at least not thinking about what justice is, which is also mercy, compassion, and punishment and deterrence, then you're never going to get there because you're not even thinking about it. And it frustrates me as a defense lawyer now when you're trying to explain to somebody, we can make a positive difference here in someone's life, and here are the reasons why. And it's like bullets off Superman. They're just not listening.
Yeah, I started my career as a prosecutor in Brooklyn, and I was very fortunate that I had supervisors that really understood concepts of justice in the way that I think you probably conveyed them when you were training new ADAs, that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And justice doesn't mean pushing for maximum jail or prison time on every case, based on what the statute allows. There are times when justice looks like community service, when justice looks like, the minimum, when justice looks like dismissing the case under the circumstances. Justice comes in all manner of shapes and sizes, and it's not a one-size-fits-all thing depending on what the charge is. So I think that prosecutors really have an amazing amount of power and responsibility. And I agree with you that sometimes what we see with younger prosecutors is that they're so nervous about being viewed as weak in their own office that a lot of times they push for things that maybe they don't even necessarily agree with, just to make sure that they're not, underdoing it. And justice doesn't require that.
I've seen that, Terry, and that's because the boss is not letting them know that it is not weakness to come in and say that you think a just result can occur. Maybe it's the context of the crime, maybe it's the evidence in the case, and also failure to be able to appreciate the evidence in the case, the value of the case is another huge problem, and that's why they wind up losing cases. But in the end, the defendant is tortured for years going through that process. I got about 20 seconds thoughts.
You're reading my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. You need to have bosses who say it's okay if you lose a case. It's okay if you have a case dismissed. It just means you have to, next time look at it a little bit differently and make sure you look at both sides of the argument.
I'll go to my man, Carmen Messana, who was my mentor, who told me there's plenty of cases, Bob. If we think we're doing the right thing here, don't worry about it. Our job is to do justice, not just get convictions. On that note, Terry, I want to thank you so much. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Law and Crime. This is our final hour of coverage. If you're just joining us, my name is Bob Bianchi. We're having a great time here because we're taking your questions during the lunch break for the Rico trial of rapper Young Thug. So let's make sure we get to the social media if you're there or YouTube to see whether or not you have any questions you want our great guests to answer. Now, this Grammy-winning artist, Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, stands charged with racketeering activity and participation in a criminal street gang. Now, prosecutors allege that Thug and 5 other co-defendants are on trial for being a member of the gang YSL, which they say stands for Young Slime Life. Defense attorneys claim, no. YSL is nothing more than a record label. The indictment includes charges of theft and burglary, murder, conspiracy, and weapons possession. Prior to the start of the trial, a number of defendants took plea deals, including rapper Gunna. So let's start getting to some of these questions. We have a new guest. Paul Townsend is still with us, but we now have Aaron Reed with us. He's a criminal defense lawyer out from Arizona. Welcome to the show, Aaron. So one of the questions that now that we talked about Gunna is that Gunna took a plea in this case, and I was Hip Hop Press 365 out of YouTube who asked, when Gunna accepted his plea deal, does that mean he wrote a statement in addition to the video footage of him admitting that YSL is a gang and committed crimes? Paul, I'm going to go to this one for you first, because we kind of were talking about this a little bit before. Sometimes prosecutors have to put people on the witness stand that they may particularly not want to. But if they do use Gunna's plea and somewhat admission about with respect to a street gang, how powerful can that be? Because these defendants are close with one another.
It has the potential to be very powerful. So you have a number of people who are arrested in connection with the allegations that YSL is a street gang. And you have some people who already have, raised their hand, changed their plea to guilty, sworn under oath that, yes, YSL is a street gang and I am guilty of these charges that you have indicted me on. So if the prosecution can use that, if any of these guilty pleas came with the need for cooperation and potentially testimony against Jeffrey Williams during his trial, then we may see some of these people who have pleaded guilty put on the stand and being forced to admit that YSL is a street gang. And that's going to be very impactful for the jury, because these are people on the inside. These are people who know the inner workings of this organization. And for them to come and testify under oath, yes, YSL is indeed a street gang, as they've admitted under oath, a jury is going to really get a reaction about that.
Yeah, and guys, this is like what we were saying before as a prosecutor evaluating that witness, because Gunna may not necessarily be the happiest guy getting on the witness stand testifying on behalf of the state. And if the jury gets that, and
shout out to everybody in the chat, man. These
credibility
people, once
when
again,
he's speaking. So it's not just
this damn,
okay. Yeah, can you attack him because
you could tell this court ran by black folks. The way this shit is
sure, that's the
late,
area
man.
the defense is going to go on cross-examination.
Right back.
But I've literally seen
shout out to King James,
witnesses
everybody
like this
that's
that
been
get up there
chat.
clearly don't want to be up there, but the jury believes them at the end of the day. It really comes down to how they testify in front of the jury. Aaron,
about this Blueface and
speaking of juries, we have a question here from Real with Robo from YouTube that asks another very practical question. Do you think all these breaks and coming back late affects or irritates the jury? Like any minute now, I got to push back on this question a little bit. I love that they're coming back late, because it gives us time to do answer these questions. But the point is well taken. We try so hard not to let that happen, but sometimes the jury's waiting and waiting in a small room, anticipating to come back at 12:30, and it's not 1:30, it's not 2 o'clock. How does that affect the jury? Does it upset them?
It upsets them. It's already a very lengthy trial process as it is. This case is very complex. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of people involved, and that alone lends itself to needing court time. And when there's breaks and delays, The jury knows that they're not in there. They know that the case is not proceeding forward without them there. So in their mind, they're thinking that, yeah, this is taking forever. We're in this tight room. We're here every day. It's a difficult thing mentally. I don't think it really affects either side. It's just more of a demeanor of the jury. They're probably not going to be in the best mood during the trial, and I don't blame them. Yeah, the judges try to do everything they can, right, Paul, to accommodate them and to let them know that there's reasons for that. But this really happens. I think it's more frustrating, Paul. You tell me. When you're in the middle of the trial and there's a constant back and forth with going to sidebar and constant objections. And that's why as a lawyer, you have to be very, very careful and strategic with any objection you make. Again, we talked about this before. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Paul, have you ever had those lawyers that will object literally to every picayune reason in the world, and you kind of sit back and laugh because you're saying you are just really making this jury hate you?
Absolutely. One of the first trials that I had as a prosecutor, I was up against a relatively inexperienced defense attorney who I guess had been instructed by her supervisor not to let anything go that, if you can't object, just stand up and object. And I had a police officer on the stand. I intended for his testimony to only take about 15 minutes. He really didn't have all that much to offer. He was not a critical witness in the case, but she objected to literally every single question. And it got to the point where I would just look over at the jury every time she did it, and they would roll their eyes. They were sighing. They couldn't believe it. These were not hard-hitting questions that were really getting to the core of whether or not the defendant was guilty. And the jury was just beside themselves. And the judge eventually called us both up and kind of very gently asked, if there was any way that we could move this along, and maybe some of these objections, were outside the bounds of the evidentiary rules. And she did calm down a little bit after that, but it's definitely something that impacts the jury, and it's a strategic decision to object. You need to make sure not only that you're right on the law.
CHEPAITIS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Titus.
Good afternoon.
Are you employed?
I am.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with UL Research Institutes.
And have you had other employment prior to your employment with that institute?
I have.
Can you describe for the jury what that employment consisted of?
Yes. Prior to UL Research Institutes, I was employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab.
Okay. And how long did you enjoy your employment with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
It was about 7 years, give or take. A couple of different periods within that time.
Is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation also known as the GBI for short?
Yes.
I'll be referring to it for that way from now on. Okay. All right. And what did you do while you were at the GBI?
I was a forensic chemist.
And when did you begin your employment at the GBI?
In 2012.
Okay. And about when did you conclude your employment with the GBI?
So the first period I was employed by the GBI was from 2012 to 2016. At that point, I went to graduate school to pursue my master's, and after that, I returned to the GBI from beginning of 2019 to the end of 2021.
Okay. And where did you go for? Can you describe any undergraduate experience you have?
Yes, I have my Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from Georgia Tech.
And you did indicate to the jury that you had a master's. Where did you go to get that?
Sure, my master's in chemistry from Georgia State University.
When did you complete your undergraduate degree?
My undergraduate was completed in 2012.
And when did you complete your master's?
In 2018.
Okay. And while you were working at the GBI as a forensic chemist, were you required to go through any specialized training?
Yes, I was. I completed their approximately 9-month-long training program.
Okay. And at the time, during the time that you were working at the GBI, were you in any way required to hold any certifications to do the work that you did?
We were not required to hold certification. However, I was certified as a fellow in drug analysis by the American Board of Criminalistics during my first period of employment there.
Okay. And are there any other professional associations that you are a part of?
Currently, I'm a member of the American Chemical Society.
And can you describe for the jury what
do you enjoy being part of that professional association?
Sure, the American Chemical Society, or ACS, is just a professional organization for chemists. It's an international organization that provides access to conferences, training, networking opportunities, and things like that.
And how long have you enjoyed membership with that professional association?
For the ACS, it's been about 3 or 4 years, I believe.
And what is required to become a part of that association?
That is just a simple sign-up membership. That's it.
All right. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert in the area or field of forensic chemistry?
I have.
And about how many times would you say?
I'd say about 15 plus times.
Okay. And have you ever been qualified as an expert within Fulton County to testify?
Within Fulton County, I believe once or twice, yes, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And have you always testified in the area or field of forensic chemistry, given those testimony?
I have.
I'm going to transition here, Mr. Chagaides. Can you describe for the jury what forensic chemistry is?
Sure. Forensic chemistry is basically the analysis of a substance to determine the presence or absence of a chemical of interest, a controlled substance. And so it's basically chemistry within the scope of the law.
Excuse me. And what kind of information can the results of the analysis performed by a forensic chemist give us?
It can tell us whether or not the item of evidence contains or does not contain a controlled substance.
And when you say controlled substance, can you identify for the jury what you mean by that?
Controlled substance being anything that's written in the law that's either illegal or in some other way controlled by a pharmacy or by some other entity.
Okay. And what kind of controlled substances did you test for during your time intervals at the GBI?
Sure. I tested for any number of controlled substances. I don't know. Would you like me to name a few?
Yes.
Sure. Cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, marijuana. Those are just a few.
Did you have any other duties at the GBI other than testing for controlled substances?
No, I did not.
And have you, to be sure, have you personally had the opportunity to conduct testing analysis on controlled substances?
Yes, I have.
And would you be able to give the jury today a rough number about how many times you've performed such analysis?
I'd say well over 5,000 cases I've worked.
Okay. And what type of instruments did you utilize while at the GBI to conduct such analysis?
So we used a number of different scientific instruments and techniques to conduct the analyses. Would you like me to give a few examples? Sure. So we usually use a balance if we have to weigh a substance. So that's a pretty simple test. After that, we kind of split our tests up into what are called preliminary and confirmatory tests. The preliminary tests include things like thin layer chromatography, or TLC. They also include ultraviolet spectroscopy, or UV. And then some of the confirmatory tests that we do are kind of those techniques that give us a specific identification of a substance. So things like gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, otherwise known as GCMS, as well as infrared spectroscopy, or IR, FTIR.
Now, you just used some big words that are far greater than I'm able to understand. Can you, for the purpose of the jury, explain a little bit about what you're talking about when you use those words such as gas chromatology and infrared spectrometry?
Spectroscopy. Sure. So the preliminary tests, like I mentioned, for TLC and UV. So UV, I can use that as an example. Ultraviolet spectroscopy. All that is basically shining a UV light on something, a solution, to kind of give me an idea of what may be in the sample. And those preliminary tests also they also serve to separate the components of a mixture. So a lot of times substances that are received for testing are mixtures. We have to be able able to separate those mixtures into their individual components. And after we separate those, we also have to identify them, and that's kind of the second part, the confirmation testing that we do.
Okay. And can you describe a little bit about that confirmation testing, that process or procedure that goes into it?
Sure. So it's we'll say a more specialized kind of chemical technique is all it is, basically. It's something that's able to kind of literally break apart the molecules that are in the sample and give us an idea of what they are.
And after the molecules, to use your words, are working apart, how are you then able to determine what they are?
Sure. So most of the tests that we do, most of those confirmatory tests and some of the preliminary ones as well, give us a graph. That's all it is. It's just a piece of data that we look at, and we can compare it to a known reference standard, for instance, and that helps us in our identification.
And when you say known reference sample, what do you have in mind? What do you mean?
So if we're looking for a controlled substance such as cocaine or methamphetamine, we have a reference standard, so a pure sample of that substance that we can test at the exact same time and compare it to our results.
Is it fair to say that the known reference sample is the type of thing you're looking for?
Yeah, in a way, yes.
What are the possible results types that you can obtain after you completed a round of testing?
What do you mean by that?
What are the results that you can receive?
So the results we receive are either we found a controlled substance or we haven't found a controlled substance.
And the type of testing that you have kind of been walking us through, is this the type of testing that is generally accepted within the scientific community?
It is. Yeah.
And do courts typically allow experts to testify about such subject matters for, say, a trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are there standards while you were at the GBI that controlled how the testing was performed within your particular division?
Yeah, so the GBI is what's known as an accredited agency. So you think about professional certifications, accreditations at any kind of job, and the GBI is no exception. The GBI has that accreditation, and that accreditation allows the GBI to follow a specific process for their testing, and that testing is governed. That accreditation is governed by an international body that sets down these regulations.
Okay. And those regulations that you're describing by that international body, did you follow them?
Yes.
Okay. And are there best practices associated with the type of testing that you did?
Yeah, those best practices would fall under that accreditation. Yeah.
And is forensic testing within the chemistry background something that an average person can do without any specialized training?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to qualify Mr. Patrick Chapitis as an expert in the scientific field of forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to voir dire Mr. Chapitis? Anyone? All right. And the court will designate Mr. Chapitis as an expert in the area, or qualify him as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Chapitis, I want to ask you, did the laboratory, GBI, receive any evidence pertinent to the reason for which you're here?
Yes.
And what evidence did the laboratory receive pertinent to this case?
Well, if I could see it, I would, or if I could see a copy of my report, I would tell you, sure.
Just a brief moment, Your Honor, I should have asked, may I approach? Thank you, Your Honor. now approaching you with what has been admitted in evidence and pre-marked as State's Exhibit 78J. Mr. Chapitis, what have I handed you?
So what I received to test in this case would be 1 bag of solid material.
Okay. And from what you are looking at, can you identify when the laboratory received the evidence?
When the laboratory received it, no, I can tell you exactly when I received it.
When did you receive it?
It would be February 17th, 2020.
Okay. And after you received that particular piece of evidence that's already been admitted, can you tell the jury what you did with it?
Yes. So first I verified all the information on the package, and the way we usually do that is by, when it's received to the laboratory, the evidence receiving technicians would take pictures of it and give it a unique GBI case number here, as you can see on this barcoded label on both sides. I would first compare the pictures, make sure that the barcoded sticker has the case number that matches what I'm seeing in front of me. And then I would open it up, and then begin my analysis, and that would typically begin, and in this case it began with weighing the substance.
And the material that I handed you, to be sure, is in fact what you tested when you were at the GBI?
It is the sample I received and took a sample of to test, yes.
What color is the material that you have in front of you?
It looks to be white to me.
And can you describe the texture or feel of that particular evidence?
It just looks like it's a block of substance.
Is it solid material?
It is, yeah, solid material.
And can you describe for the jury where you received that evidence from?
Where I received it from was the Atlanta Police Department.
Was there a case number associated with it from the Atlanta Police Department?
The Atlanta Police case, according to the label, is 2002-11823.
And for this particular piece of evidence that you performed an analysis of, can you describe what that analysis consisted of?
Yes, so like I mentioned a little bit ago, was that first I weighed the substance, and all that is I took a net weight, which means I took the entire sample out of the packaging and weighed it on a balance. And once I had that information, I could continue on with my testing. The first test I did was one of those preliminary tests. In this case, it was thin layer chromatography, or TLC. And all that is a separation technique where I take a little, I take a little bit of the substance, dissolve it in a liquid, and I have a glass plate with a film on it, and I basically spot a drop of the sample solution on that, and that's able to separate out all those components in the mixture that I talked about earlier. And at the exact same time, I spotted a solution of reference standard as well. And then at that point, I was ready, after forming some preliminary conclusions about what may be in the sample, I moved on to one of those confirmatory tests. In this case, GCMS, or gas chromatography mass spectrometry. And all that is, the first part, GC, is the part that separates, again, the components in the mixture. And once those components were separated, it moved on to the MS, or the mass spec portion of that test. And the mass spec is what gives me that graph that I can compare to my reference standard and say, hey, this is what I have in the substance.
At the end of all of that analysis that you performed there, did you reach a conclusion?
I did.
And what was the conclusion?
My analysis confirmed the presence of cocaine in the sample tested.
And was your analysis subject to peer review?
It was.
And is that commonplace at the GBI?
Yes, every case that gets called into court is peer-reviewed.
And with respect to testing, is there a known error rate or anything associated?
In this case, since the substance was not, we didn't get a quantitative result on it. All I did was get a weight. The only thing that would be subject to that would be the weight of the substance.
Okay. And what was the weight, if you could?
The weight was less than 1 gram.
Okay. And With respect to the analysis that you performed on this particular test, on this particular solid material, did you follow the standards and protocols that you outlined for the jury earlier during our conversation?
I did.
And Mr. Chapitis, after you performed the analysis within the lab that you described, what else, if anything, do you do?
After I perform the analysis, I would generate a report to state my results.
Okay. Now it's showing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 88J and has already been previously served with this defense counsel in discovery. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, sir.
Mr. Chapitis, what have I just handed you?
My report for this case.
And how do you know that that's your report?
It has my GBI case number on it that matches what's on the evidence, and it also has my name and signature on it.
And has that report that I've handed you been altered in any way, form, or fashion since the time that you authored it?
No, it has not.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's 88J.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to State's 88J?
Yes, sir. I'll object under the Confrontation Clause that was made for testimonial purposes, Your Honor, and if the court does admit it, I would object under the continuing witness rule.
I'll deal with the issue second, later. As to the first basis for your objection, I'm going to overrule that, and I'll admit it over your objection to State's 88J. Nick.
Okay. Mr. Chapitis, on that report that you have in front of you, is there a particular name by whom, was this testing requested by anyone?
It was requested by the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. Does your report include a name from anyone from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it says S. Stansel.
Okay. And is there a person associated with as a subject for whom that substance was known?
Yes, Durante Beebe.
And the substance that you tested, did you conclude on your report a drug, where it fell on the drug schedule?
Yes, it fell under Schedule 2.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state now passes this witness to the defense for any further cross.
All right, cross. Anyone?
None on behalf of the state.
Anybody else? Okay, state have anything further?
Not for this witness.
All right, may we permanently or temporarily excuse?
You may permanently, Your Honor. Excuse Mr. Chapitis.
Mr. Chapitis. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Thank you for your patience with us. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Lynn.
Your Honor, I am approaching the witness stand to retrieve the admitted evidence, and at this time, the state.
Before you move on, you just identified State 78A. You haven't tendered it, is that correct?
It was admitted, should have been.
Who is it admitted by?
Just a brief one, Your Honor. It should have been admitted by way of Officer Stantz.
It was 78J?
Yes, sir.
Opposed to 78A?
70, maybe phonetically it may have gotten lost in translation, but it should be 78J.
Okay, all right, well then we're good. Okay, all right.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state now
Well, Your Honor, are you ready to hear?
on my job.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, if the state is to admit the self-referencing documents, I would ask to be able to see the documents before they're announced what they are for the jury.
Okay, just generally, I think they're supposed to do that.
Specifically this one, because I think that there's
He hasn't identified it for the record yet, so.
Your Honor, if he identifies that approach,
No, just, what is it you want to tell me?
if he identifies it, it's going to be too late for me to.
What document are you referring to, sir? Oh,
I have to see it.
all right, well, come up and have a look at it then.
Your Honor, if I may, defense counsel has had the opportunity prior.
Well, let him look at it again, just to make sure he's satisfied that.
Read everything. I just want to know what's in your head. Okay. It's all back. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We good? Mr. Sharp?
Mr. Weinstein. I'll let, is he sought to admit it?
No, I don't know what because you interrupted. He hadn't finished when I was talking and you interrupted him, so let me just kind of see what's on the table.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to Rule 24.901 of the Georgia Code, the state now moves to admit Exhibit 83J into evidence, which is a certified conviction for Mr. Durante Beebe. And if the court should like to see it, I can provide that at this time.
Your Honor.
And what does that states what?
States Exhibit 83J, as in Jacob.
All right, sir.
Yes, the continuing objection.
Yes, it'll be.
Case.
I noted it.
Your Honor, I would ask, beyond that objection, there are some extraneous documents being presented that go beyond the certified conviction. So it would be a objection to the introduction of the extraneous documents.
Can I see it?
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. right, Mr. Short and Mr. Brown, come on up. All right, it's Talk Radio.
Said get some rest, trenches. I sleep when I'm dead, brother. I can't do that, man. That's what they want me to do. They want me to slow up. Stop.
Okay.
We just getting started, my G. Fuck all that shit, you know? Music stream tonight. I've been doing 12-hour days, man. Fuck this shit. I got me a salmon burger. You know I don't eat nothing but salmon and vegetables and fish. Pescatarian and shit. I'm about to eat me a salmon burger and some chili cheese Fritos and drink me some lemonade. And I haven't only smoked a half a blunt in the last 2 months. I've been drinking about 8 bottles of water. Well, I can say 8. Yeah. About 5 to 6 bottles of water a day. I'm about to get back, start working out. You know what I mean? Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna show y'all the salmon. They come from Kroger's. Motherfucking salmon burgers. Wild caught Alaskan. They come from Kroger. They got different brands, but the Kroger brand is, I fuck with the Kroger brand. They got another brand that I fuck with too, but they like $8 for 4, something like that, or some shit. Yeah. You can do them on the grill. You can sear them. You can bake them. I just cook it in a skillet. Yeah. What up, Ray Ray? What up, Lisa? Yeah, I gotta put that overtime in. You already know. Let me put this shit back for this shit get started. I'm gonna put y'all on to some other good shit. This the best tea. This ain't no endorsement. This the best tea right here for me. If you don't want to drink that energy drink bullshit, Bigelow. Green tea, they got it with lemon, they got it with like different shit, they got it. But I like the one with lemon. I don't even put no sugar in here. I put some sugar in there yesterday, and it kind of don't even taste right. Like, y'all, this shit right here is good for your heart. It's give you energy. Like I said, after Kevin Samuels died, I stopped fucking with it. Yo, who was watching me like 2 years ago? I used to drink 3 Monster drinks. I used to drink alcohol, 3 energy drinks, smoking weed. I drink water on live, bro, and that's not healthy. I didn't know that. And me, I had heart surgery when I was a kid, like when I was 2 years old. So that's not good for me to be drinking fucking 3 energy drinks in a day.
I've just now been handed back State's Exhibit 83, J as in Jacob, and pursuant to the court's permission to publish, I will now do so for the jury. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. In front of me is a certified conviction for Mr. Durante Beebe in the case of State of Georgia versus Durante Xavier Beebe in the criminal action number of 20 SC 174500. This plea was entered as a non-negotiated plea to the charge of possession of cocaine. The disposition was guilty, and at this time, Your Honor, excuse me, this particular charge pertains to the incident occurring on January 21st, 2020.
Nothing speaks for itself.
You chill, nigga. Come on my channel.
I will continue. The charge pertains to the incident in the indictment, in the accusation pertaining to the incident occurring on January 21st, 2020, wherein which he was charged with unlawfully possessing and in control of cocaine, a Schedule II substance in violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. And at this time, Your Honor, I will proceed to read the sentence that was given by Judge Melanie Lethbridge. According to the document, it states that the defendant is sentenced to a total of 3 years probation with conditions. Your Honor, those conditions are, the state will forego reading those. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay.
I've got an additional objection to this being admitted with reference to Mr. Nichols. There's a standing, I guess, a continuing objection under the Jefferson case, but also, Your Honor, I would object it going into evidence under 24.
Okay, is this for later or for?
For now.
For now?
For now. I am objecting to this going.
Can you come to the bench, please?
Sure.
All right. Okay, just talking. You don't have to press anything, just talking to the microphone. Okay, yeah, just pick it up. Yeah, talking to. All right, we'll see. But hold on 1 second.
I don't hear. I don't hear.
You stop me.
You're talking from the record. Are you saying something that you want on the record? Or are you still talking? Because I'm not taking anything down. You don't listen to me. Yes. I can't hear you.
Can I come tell them something?
Yeah, my bad turns, bro. I don't know if you can hear me. My bad, bro. I thought you was talking. I don't know, bro. I be having PTSD, niggas. I be forgetting there's more people in here than just me, bro. And I'm at a point right now where YouTube trying to fuck me over, not paying me and shit. And I'm a humble nigga, so I just don't be going for certain shit, bro. Like, and I'm like that in real life, like. But it's cool, bro. It's cool. My bad. I misunderstood, bro. Oh, I see. There go another one. Who you talking about? Put that issue on. I'm about to clap you. I'm about to clap him. You talking shit? Yep, I'm about to clap you. Put you in timeout for 5 minutes, motherfucker. Sit your ass in the corner somewhere, cocksucker. Beat it. Bati, man. I'm gonna eat my good salmon burger with cheese on it. You pussy. Fuck it. Appreciate that, Daniel. What up, my dog? Ray, this bitch, Dre. Yeah, nigga come in here talking shit. Set your dumb ass up. Dumb ass, who's talking? Bitch, you on my shit. How the fuck you somewhere you know where you at? Got ketchup and shit on my mouth and shit. I don't want to talk about that shit no more, though. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Press like. Smash a like if you want to donate to the motherfucking channel, man. Cash App, charm up top. I appreciate everybody. Y'all know I'm a humble nigga, man. I don't be on that bullshit, nigga. But when niggas be on that bullshit, I get on that shit, nigga. Fuck you mean, nigga? You don't know what type of nigga you dealing with? Just because I'm humble, don't get it fucked up, nigga. Fuck you mean? Don't get that funny laughing. Don't get the jokes and all the cool shit fucked up, nigga. Better action, nigga. I'm talking about in real life too, nigga. There's two sides to me, nigga. I'm a Virgo, nigga. I'm either mad as a bitch or I'm cool as a motherfucker, nigga. Coming here talking shit. Like a fucking, I want to say so many different words, but YouTube already did. they might cancel my motherfucking name. Oh. Hey, that judge lazy as shit too, man. Judge always, he better not take no more damn breaks. Virgo season, you already know too real. All right, let's see what we on. I'm gonna shut the fuck up now, y'all, for real.
All right, sir. Are you prepared to call your next witness?
Hey, Ron, while the next witness is coming, can I approach with one of the members of the defense?
Yes, you may.
Some information I just learned.
Can't hear me? Yes.
You look right at the camera.
Okay, before we call our next witness, members of the media, this particular witness, I'm going to ask that you not film just this witness, okay?
Who is this, Gunner?
You can still do audio and any other things, but it was brought to my attention, given the work this person does, that we probably shouldn't video them at this time. Okay?
Might be it's probably undercover police.
Okay, call your next witness.
You're under State Cause Officer Applewhite.
All right,
Well, I thought
Mr.
that-
Applewhite, summon him, please.
Boy, I thought they was about to say Sergio Kitchens. I swear to God, he said Sir. Boy, I thought he was about to say Sergio. Oh my God, I felt that shit in my heart, nigga. Oh shit. I thought I was about to say, oh fuck. I thought he was about to say, we call Sergio. I was about to
Officer
say.
Applewhite, sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind and turn and face Sergeant Aaron, be sworn as witness before you sit down.
Man, you swear to affirm the testimony, give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State, spell your first and last name. For the court.
Ian Applewhite, IANAPPLEWHAITE.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Good, good. Sir, where are you presently employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
And in what year did you start with APD?
I started in June of 2016. I got sworn in 2017, January.
Okay. And what unit were you assigned to when you started with APD?
Zone 4 Evening Watch.
And how long were you in that unit?
Approximately 2.5 years almost.
And what was your responsibilities in the Zone 4?
I was a beat officer. I was assigned to 403's beat, and just patrol, answer 911 calls. If I do have downtime, I do proactive work.
Okay. And for your entire time with Zone 4, were you always assigned to Zone 4?
No, well, I was also part of the Zone 4 team. Then I went to the gangs unit as a gang enforcement officer, then auto crimes enforcement officer, and now in Zone 2.
Okay. So what years or what months were you in the gang unit?
I want to say it was April of 2021 to January 2022, something around there.
Okay. And you also mentioned the auto crimes unit.
Yes.
What years were you in the auto crimes unit?
Started February of 2022 until, I'm confusing myself right now. February of this year, sorry, till September.
Till September of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And September of this year, what unit are you assigned to?
Zone 2.
And what are your responsibilities in Zone 2?
Answer 911 calls. During my downtime, I do proactive work.
On or about May 9th, 2020, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 415.
And were you post-certified on May 9th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is proactive work?
So if depending, the calls for services are low, you usually will go out, try to conduct a traffic stop, or you might want to go to a high drug area and try to get, some drugs or something like that.
You mentioned high drug area. Are you familiar with high drug areas based on your, will you tell the jury, in what unit did you become more familiar with the?
With the Zone 415.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I did an undercover buy at that location.
And why did you do an undercover buy?
The Zone 315, they were conducting a detail, and they asked for the Zone 415 assistance. My role was to do an undercover buy at different locations within Zone 3.
About how many undercover buys do you typically?
So it depends. I mean, if we get a lot of people, maybe that's it for today. If we get one or two, then we can probably move to the next location.
On May 9th, 2020, did you have a reason to visit 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Why? Tell me why did you visit 151 Cleveland?
So again, Zone 3 was conducting a detail. This is one of their high crime areas. And they wanted to do a little, and try to put an impact on the drug sales in that particular area along the Cleveland corridor. So they asked me to go undercover, try to buy some drugs. So
I was pointed to that location by one of the Zone 3 officers, said there might be something going on in there. So I walked in. As I walked in, there was a male who was wearing white pants, white shoes, with a blue jeans jacket. He was standing somewhat in the doorway. I walked in, I just asked him, "Hey man, you got some smokes?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "How much you want?" I said, "I got a 20. He reached in his pocket, pulled some weed out, wrapped it up into a lottery ticket. I paid him the 20. He said, "Hey man, here's my phone number." I got his phone number, and I left. Once I got back into my car, I left the location to update the takedown units of the sale, give them a description of the mill that I bought the weed from, and just proceed to the next location.
Okay. So based on, and I was going to, based on your experience at Zone 4, your time in the gang unit, time at Auto Crimes Unit, and your current assignment in Zone 2, is, in your opinion, is 151 Cleveland Avenue a known gang area or high crime area?
Yes, sir.
Now, you made reference to a transaction at 151 Cleveland Avenue. Can you kind of walk me through that transaction?
Okay, so I pulled my undercover vehicle up at the pumps. At the same time, I do have close cover who are somewhat in the area just in case something goes wrong. I exited the vehicle, I walked into the store. Again, he was somewhat in the doorway. I walked in, I approached him, "Hey man, you got some smokes?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "What you want?" I said, "I got 20. I gave him the 20. He rolled up some marijuana, dropped it into a lottery ticket, one of those things you find at the counter. Rolled it up. I handed him the money. As I was about to walk off, he said, "Hey, big bro, here's my phone number." I took his phone number.
I'll overrule the objection.
Officer Applewhite, in what capacity were you working on May 9th, 2020?
Undercover.
And how many undercovers had you, how many times had you gone undercover before?
That actually was...
I'm sorry, who said that?
Keep that.
Mr. Adams. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll sustain the objection, I should say.
Who did you come in contact with on May 9th, 2020?
I think it's John Travis. I'm sorry, hold on. DeAndre Beebe. Yeah, DeAndre Beebe.
And what was the location of the sale?
151 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, and what was that? Was that in
Fulton County? It's in Fulton County, yes.
What did Mr. Beebe sell you?
Marijuana. I suspected marijuana.
Did you tell Mr. Beebe that you were an officer?
No, sir.
What did you do after you purchased the marijuana from Mr. Beebe?
I immediately left the location and I relayed the information to the takedown units. One of the close covers from Zone 3, he met up with me, I believe it was at the Walmart on Cleveland Avenue, and I gave him what I bought. And then I went to the next location or to Zone 3 to write my supplement report.
Zone 3.
To write a supplement report.
Did you clearly describe Mr. Beebe to the other officer?
Yes, sir.
And what was that description?
Black male, white pants, white shoes, blue jeans jacket.
Did other officers respond to the scene?
Yes, the Zone 3 fit and Zone 4 fit team.
About how many details have you participated in with Zone 3?
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
A lot. About over 4.
Okay, and what do those details consist of?
High crime area. Sometimes we do details for stolen vehicles, warrants, or drug area.
When other officers responded to the scene, were you still present on scene?
No, sir, I was gone.
Did that basically complete your investigation with this matter?
Yes, sir.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Cross. Mr. Sharp. Oh, Mr. Adams.
Applewhite or Applewhite?
Applewhite.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Like A. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Got just a couple of questions for you in regards to what you just testified about, okay? And if you don't hear me, if you don't understand my question, please get my attention, let me know. I'll be happy to repeat. Okay? All right. So this is May of 2020 that we're talking about in this case, right?
Correct.
All right. This incident happened back then, and then you were part of the Zone 4 FIT team. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Okay. You were working in what is called an undercover capacity.
Correct.
Now, you used some terms earlier that I want to talk to you about. You talked, for example, about high crime area.
Correct.
Right? Zone 4 is a particular portion of the city of Atlanta, right?
Correct.
There are many different zones in the city of Atlanta.
Correct.
There are very many high crime areas in the city of Atlanta.
Correct.
Zone 4 ain't the only high crime area in Atlanta, right?
Correct.
All right, so although we're talking right now about an area that someone says is a high crime area, you can go to areas of Buckhead, Atlantic Station, where there's a lot of, where there are drugs being sold, right?
Correct.
You talked also about a high drug area, right?
Correct.
There are a lot of high drug areas in the city of Atlanta, aren't there? Right, it's not just Cleveland Avenue.
Right.
Right? It would be incorrect to say that the only place there are drugs sold or where there's crime that takes place is Cleveland Avenue. That wouldn't be accurate, right?
Correct.
Right. In fact, if as a police department or a police officer you chose to target a high crime area and you wanted to go into somewhere in Buckhead, you could find a high crime area in Buckhead to target, right?
Correct.
To do undercover buys at, right? To find people who sell weed, correct?
Correct.
On this day, you went, you didn't go on your own. You were told by, I presume, correct me if I'm wrong, other members of the FIT team about this particular location.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Right. I mean, they could have sent you anywhere else. As a matter of fact, if I heard correctly, you said that there are a couple different areas that you would go to. You'd maybe hit one area, right? And depending on, I'm sorry, I keep taking glasses on and off. I got to see. Let's see. If we get a lot of people, then you move on, you go to another area.
No, so if I have, let's say we arrested 10 people, that's a day's work right there.
That's a good day.
It's a day's work.
Okay.
It takes a long time to process the evidence, the warrants, the transportation. So again, if I get one person, then we'll move to the next location.
Go to somebody else.
Another location. I don't,
Well, you got a number of people. I mean, you said there's one person versus 10 people.
Right, gotcha.
One person, you got more work to do.
Right.
10 people, I'm done for the day.
Right.
Okay. You ever heard the term weed man?
Say it.
Weed man.
Weed man?
Yeah. I mean, you know how sometimes folks, I don't know, college kids, regular kids, adults, young folks go looking for the weed man to go buy some weed?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right? You heard that term before.
I've heard.
There is such a thing called a weed man, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sometimes it's one man. Sometimes it could be a woman. It could be a weed woman, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you got to, what's the address? 151 Cleveland Avenue. You're there to do the undercover buy, right?
Yes.
You are dressed in an undercover capacity. You look like a regular dude.
Right.
And you encounter this guy that you referenced earlier who is in white clothing, I think you said, right?
Correct.
You walk in, and you approach him, and you ask him if you got anything.
Right.
You were looking to buy some weed.
Correct.
And lo and behold, you bucked up on the weed man, and you got $20 worth of weed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I heard you say that, and then this was a young, his name was BB.
Right.
I think you said Durante, something like that?
Durante, yes.
Okay. He gives you $20 worth of weed in a, what'd you say, a lottery ticket or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get your $20 worth of weed from the weed man, and you're out of there. Okay. Was he by himself?
Oh, no, they had maybe one or two other people in the store with him.
Okay. All right. But what has just taken place is you just bought $20 of weed from this kid, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that appears to be the long and short of it. You left out of there. Your job for the day, at least at that point, that location was done.
Correct.
$20 weed sale.
Right.
Okay. And then you left and you told the takedown unit. Did I get that right? Is that the name of it?
That's correct.
Okay. They're the folks that you would call and say, hey, I just bought $20 worth of weed. Come and get the guy.
Correct.
And you weren't there, but presumably they went to go get the guy.
Correct.
Okay. There wasn't anything else going on at the location when you pulled up, right?
No.
No, nothing else, just some kid who you asked for and got $20 of weed from.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
That's all.
Any further cross? All right, Mr. Sharp?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm all right.
Just a couple questions.
Okay.
Mr. Beebe, first of all, did you see him in court today?
No, let me see. I can't really tell now.
Okay. And Mr. Beebe, on that day that you encountered him in the gas station, he was wearing white shoes, white pants, and a blue jean jacket, correct?
Correct.
Is there any other clothing description that you recall?
That's what I saw, and that's what I gave out. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right, anybody else have any cross? All right, any redirect from the state?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Officer Applewhite,
Yes, sir.
are you looking for crime or targeting people?
Crime.
And why are you targeting high crime areas?
Because that's where most of our incidents occur, shootings, drugs, a lot of the, community members, they complain a lot. I'm speaking for Zone 4, and that's why we're in the area doing what we're doing.
And were you looking for weed for yourself?
No, sir.
Was it for purposes of targeting high crime areas?
Correct.
No further question.
Anything further?
They still ain't saying nothing about no gangs. You just bought weed from a nigga.
You weren't targeting on this day shootouts or killings or anything like that. You were targeting a weed sale, right?
Again, the detail was a Zone 3 detail. All I know was to do is to go buy some drugs, not necessarily weed, maybe crack, some pills, depend. But at that particular time, that's what I was going for.
Your assignment, your focus at that time, at that location on Cleveland Avenue, was to go buy some weed.
Some drugs, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Anything further? All right, at this point in time, may Officer Applewhite be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Permanently, Your Honor.
All right, Officer Applewhite, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. But don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, State, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jasmine Hawkins.
All right, summon Officer Hawkins, please.
Smash them lights, gang. Smash them lights. Run them lights up for a nigga, man. Appreciate everybody here. Salute. Well, and if you did, I salute. They still ain't
Are we good
proved.
with this witness not being, we okay? All right, you can film. Yes, thank you. All right, Officer Hawkins, good afternoon. Madam, come on up. If you please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you'll give in the matter now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You are so affirm?
I swear.
Okay, if you can please be seated. All right, madam, if you could state and spell your first and last name for the record, please.
Yes, my first name is Jasmine, Jasmyn. Last name
Formerly Hawkins, Hawkins. Currently Magavero, Mogavero.
Damn, she a joint.
And what name was your comment?
Magavero's fine.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I was asking which last name. Oh, okay.
Miss Officer.
Where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since August of 2017.
And what is your current assignment?
The larceny from auto unit.
And how long have you been with that larceny unit?
From February of 2023.
If you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department, starting with your assignment after the academy.
Okay, so I've been sworn since March of 2018. June, I was assigned to Zone 3 Morning Watch. I worked there until February of 2020. At that time, I was assigned to the Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit. And then I stayed there until August of 2022. And then I went to Zone 3 Day Watch for a few months until coming here.
So it's safe to say a good majority of your career so far has been zone.
Correct.
All right. And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in May of 2020?
Yes, I was.
I want to take you to May 9, 2020. What unit were you assigned with APD?
The Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit.
And what were your job duties and responsibilities working with the Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit?
It's a proactive patrol unit, so conducting traffic stops, stops on suspicious persons in the community, or whatever other directive we had for that day. Usually proactive policing.
And you also said you served as a patrol officer within that community.
Correct.
As a patrol officer and also worked with the crime suppression unit, were you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Correct, yes.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I've answered a number of 911 calls there. I've completed traffic stops where people have pulled into that gas station, directed patrols, going inside speaking with the clerks at the gas station as well.
Why are there directed patrols at that location?
151 Cleveland Avenue, it's part of it's high crime at that location and in that general area.
And when we say high crime, what are we referencing?
Shootings, drugs.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 78J. It should show the screen. Excuse me, 79J. And looking at 79J, where is 79J?
This is from the front of this gas station, 151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
And is that what you were just referencing as a high crime area?
Correct.
Now, when you go out to patrol or do target patrol, why are you going to that? What brings you to that area to target patrol?
Just due to the nature of crimes that happen at that gas station, at that intersection, Cleveland Avenue, Old Hapeville, supervisors and probably coming from the top down, they want to make sure those areas stay safe, so they ask us to spend some extra time there.
And in your experience, are you getting any calls from community members about that location at 151
Yes.
Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, absolutely.
So in your experience, the community is concerned about what happens at there?
I sustain this to form.
In your experience, is the community concerned about what happens at that location?
Yes.
Same objection, Judge.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase it.
Have you ever seen concerns about that location from the community?
Yes.
I hear Mr. Harvey mumbling in the background. If there's an objection, please state it.
An objection would be hearsay.
Okay, overruled. And your objection, Mr. Matthews, is overruled as well.
All right. I want to direct your attention to May 9th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to respond to 151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
We were in the location, there was an undercover officer at that location looking for drug activity at that gas station.
And do you recall what time of day did you respond to that location?
So that would have been about 9:46 at night.
I see you open up an envelope. Is that your police report?
It is.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of your police report. How refresh your memory as to what time you responded? I'm going to show you what it gives you. Commissioner Approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108R. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 108R, and you can flip it.
I do, yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize Exhibit 108R?
This is the narrative portion of my incident report.
Okay, and we're looking at State's Exhibit 108R, help refresh your memory for the time you arrived at that location.
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and just read it to yourself, and once your memory's refreshed, you can look at it.
Okay. I'm all set.
Okay, what time did you go to that location?
At 9:46 p.m.
All right. And what happened once you arrived at that location?
We received word from the undercover officer at the location that he was just sold 1 gram of marijuana inside the gas station. And then at that time, he gave the description of a black male wearing a jean jacket, white pants, white shoes, who sold him that marijuana.
Once you had that description, what did you all do?
All of the units that were there that day pulled into the gas station. There were numerous other people at the gas station as well, but that was the main focus at first. And then when I approached, I got out of the vehicle. Other units had already got out of their vehicles and were in the process of detaining that male.
Okay, so let's slow down. You said there were a number of different locations going on in it. What do you mean?
So I can't give the exact number of officers that were there that day, but there were other vehicles that were associated with the vehicle that Mr. Beebe was in, and that they were seen interacting with him as well prior to our arrival.
Those other people were seen interacting with Mr. Beebe?
Correct.
All right. And what kind of car was Mr. Beebe?
He was in a white 2020 Honda Accord.
Now, were you all able to contain Mr. Beebe?
He was detained, correct.
Okay. Where was he seated when you all first interacted with Mr. Beebe?
He was in the passenger seat, front passenger seat.
And if you just said I apologize, but what kind of car was he in?
A white 2020 Honda Accord.
Okay. And once Mr. Beebe was detained, what happens next?
He was detained, and then at that point I started my search of the vehicle.
Okay. And what, if anything, was found when you did your search?
So there was 13 grams of marijuana in a clear baggie that was found inside the vehicle, the passenger seat, as well as a marked $20 bill that the undercover officer initially had, and that was used during that sale of that 1 gram of marijuana.
Okay. Was there anything else recovered?
From inside the vehicle, yes. There was a small backpack, a multicolored backpack. It was on the center console, front center console, and there was additional marijuana found inside that backpack.
Okay. And who did that backpack belong to?
That was Miss Chastity Williams.
Okay. Once you found the marijuana inside the car, did you arrest Mr. Beebe?
I didn't place him under arrest. He already was detained, but at that point, the marijuana on the seat was determined to be his.
Okay. And was there anything else recovered from Mr. Beebe?
There was also a firearm recovered from him.
And was it recovered from his person?
Yes.
And that firearm that was recovered, was that firearm ran? Was it run? Did you
Yes.
run it? Did you run
Yes, it was.
And what happened once you ran the firearm?
It was.
Foundation, Your Honor. Also staying as the form, just rephrase it now.
Sure. Did you recover a firearm?
I didn't personally recover it, but it was recovered on scene, yes.
Okay. And when that firearm was recovered, did you run, was the serial number run?
Jackson's Foundation, to who ran? I'm staying objection.
Do you know who ran the firearm?
I ran the firearm.
You ran the firearm. Okay. And when you ran the firearm, what happened?
The firearm came back as stolen.
And did you ultimately collect that firearm?
It was collected, yes.
Okay. And what about the marijuana?
The marijuana was also collected as well.
Did you?
What the hell? What the hell? Did y'all see that shit jump, or am I tripping? This shit pre-recorded? What the fuck is going on? Am I tweaking, bro?
Yes, you may.
Yo, did that shit just jump, or am I tweaking?
Was been marked as State's Exhibit 90K, 89K, and 90K. Tell me if you first recognize State's Exhibit 89 and 90K.
Yes, 89K I recognize.
Okay, how did you first recognize 89K?
This is the 1 gram of marijuana that was sold to the undercover officer.
All right. And what about 90K?
This is the remaining marijuana that was recovered from inside the vehicle.
Okay. And was that recovered again? Where was that recovered again from inside the vehicle?
On the passenger seat.
It's pre-recorded, bro.
He was in the passenger seat.
All right. And does that appear to be, based upon looking at the bag, what you collected back in May of 2020?
Correct.
You're right, this time stay with like the tender State's Exhibit 89K and 90K into evidence.
Any objection to 89 or 90K?
So they ain't find no pounds. If they running a big gang drug operation, they didn't find a quarter pound. They find it. That's independent dealers. Those are independent dealers, bro. They ain't even, what the fuck? They might all be friends, but they independent. It's not operation. What the fuck? That's crazy.
89 and 90K are admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Mr. Adams, do you want to look at the firearm?
Sure. Y'all stupid. So that must be why it was late. This shit probably delayed, or they up to something, bro. That's why I was delayed. They probably been started like a couple hours, or that's crazy. And they edited it up real quick.
I'm now going to show you what's going to mark as 91K. Okay. You can look at it, tell me if you recognize 91.
I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize 91K?
This is the firearm that was turned in, that was on Mr. Beebe's person, and the serial number matches as well.
Okay, does that appear to be the gun that was recovered off of Mr. Beebe back in May of 2020?
It does.
All right, Your Honor, this time say like the tender states in the 91K into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
All right, states 91K is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's not a criminal organization. That's a bunch of independent dealers, bro. Them niggas having 13 grams of weed. That little $19 and shit. The guns is what's fucking them up. But you gotta have a gun, you know what I'm saying? If you're doing that type of shit out there, especially in Atlanta.
Once you collected the evidence and turned it into property, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
It did.
All right, I have no further questions.
Cross. Go ahead, Mr. Adams, whenever you're ready.
And nobody has never said they're a gang. They doing it. Nope. Not one of these police said, "Oh, they said they were doing it in the name of YSL." It's all independent little cases. Just because they know each other, they got to prove that they doing this shit in the name of the gang.
Afternoon.
Rank, please.
Investigator.
Investigator, thank you. And you'll excuse me, I heard your name earlier. I heard you say Hawkins, but I think you said it's changed, right?
Correct. It's Magavaro.
Magavaro?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Investigator Magavaro.
Correct.
All right, so just a couple questions, if you don't mind, about this incident back in, and I keep hearing May the 9th, but it was actually May the 8th, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so if I heard correctly, you responded because there was an undercover sale that had been made at that location, right?
Correct.
You advised that there was a $20 marijuana sale that had been made. I don't know if you knew at the time the name of the person was BB, but you had a description of the individual.
Correct.
Right? And when you got to the location, you saw someone fitting that description jean jacket, white pants, and that person was in a vehicle.
When I saw him, he was no longer inside the vehicle.
Okay, so the first time that you get to the location, he's already been detained or taken into custody or whatever by other police officers.
Correct. They were actively detaining him.
Okay, and they found, let me see, the item that you were just asked to identify a little while ago that I think is over here now. So you identified two things. One of them was the 1 gram of marijuana that was sold to the undercover officer. That's this one, right?
Correct.
And then there was some marijuana found in the car that Mr. Beebe was supposed to have been in.
On the passenger seat, correct.
On the passenger seat.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't in the car when you pull up, right?
Correct.
Okay. You just know that you were told that there was some additional marijuana found on the passenger seat in the vehicle that he supposedly was in before you got there.
Correct.
Right. And what, 14 grams of marijuana?
Correct.
This right here?
Correct.
Okay. And $20, was it $20 that, $20 that the undercover officer had used to buy this 1 gram of marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. Started off here, and it was a gun that was found there for this gentleman, Mr. Beebe. It was found on him or in the car where he was supposed to be.
On him.
Y'all keep talking about gunner. If y'all keep saying.
This white Honda Accord was determined to have been owned by a young lady, or a lady, I'm not sure if it was young or not, Chastity Williams, right?
Correct.
She was detained, and I think, was there some marijuana found on her as well?
It was not found on her person. It was inside of a backpack that she advised was hers.
Okay. And there were some other people there at the location that the police had detained and searched and I guess found some marijuana on also?
Correct.
Okay, so it sounds like everybody there, whoever happened to be there at the gas station at the time, was either stopped or if they were coming into the gas station was stopped and detained and searched, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Well, sorry, not everybody. There were people that were not detained there as well.
At least 6 folks, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ranging in things from a couple grams of marijuana. That's the kind of, I mean, essentially that's what happened, you guys. Whether they was detained, if they had some marijuana on them, well, they're either going to jail or they're getting cited or they're getting arrested or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
One and only you know what you're talking about, bro.
All right. That was the extent of your involvement in this case.
Yes.
I've been through a case before. I've been through trial.
Were you part of the FIT unit or the FIT team at that point? Okay. Everyone who was there, all of the law enforcement officers who were there were FIT team officers, right?
No.
No? They have just other regular beat officers who were called to the scene to assist?
There were canine officers there as well who are not part of the FIT team.
Got you. Because, of course, if you got some marijuana, or if you think that you're going to find some marijuana, you want to have the canine around to go ahead and kind of sniff around and find whatever's there. Is that about accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
You think Gunner word is more credible than a fucking police officer who busting them?
Operation. This wasn't some sort of gang operation, was it?
Correct. So,
she said it ain't no gang operation.
Okay. Thank you.
Who you think they're gonna listen to, the police or fucking Gunner, the jury? The people that's busting these kids or fucking Gunner? Gunner could be lying just to get a plea. Think about
Did I
it.
tell you to get up? No. Okay, go sit back down then.
If the police ain't saying they're a gang, who gives a fuck about Gunner?
Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you want to take a comfort break, is that right? See?
Yeah, take a break,
All right,
man.
okay. All right. Okay, so we're going to take a comfort break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's come back at 4 o'clock, okay? And then we'll start back at that time. Mr. Sharp, you can ask your questions then, sir. We're in recess, 15 minutes.
I'm gonna run this shit back, but look, let me explain this shit how this goes. Y'all keep talking about Gunner. If not none of the police, that they question, this is the evidence that they're bringing to prove that they're a gang. All these little buses. Not one of these police said that they gave off gang vibes, or they said, man, this is for the gang, or we even throwing up gang. None of them. There was one that said he think he threw up a gang sign, but he's not a gang expert. Gunner, their word is more credible than fucking Gunner. The defense could say, well, Gunner only took. They think the jury is going to take a rapper word over the fucking police who busting them? Think about it. Think about it, bro. You think that the jury is going to take Gunner's fucking word over the police who on the ground who are telling these stories of these little cases? None of them have said, yeah, what's that boy name? Don Travius said, nigga, I'm YSL and we doing it. Nobody has said that. Nobody say I'm trapping for YSL. Nobody say, nigga, this slap business. This a slap trap house. Even the undercover police, he didn't say, man, this that slap, this that YSL pack. No, it's nothing. So they could easily say Gunner is a fucking liar. He just wanted to get a plea. He lied. Think about it. The police word is, if you must have never been through a trial before. You never had I didn't have police come on there and fucking lie. They didn't even show the gun. They held the gun up in the fucking shit. They didn't find my fingerprints. And I didn't have a jury trial. I had a judge. The judge didn't even see the gun. They told the judge that my fingerprints weren't on the gun or nothing. And the judge still took the police side because the police word is credible, nigga. More credible than mine, because I could be lying. Or if somebody was like, if I had a gunner, he could have been lying. They're gonna take the police word every time, nigga. I've been getting locked up since I was 15. Thank God I changed my life and I ain't been in no police trouble in about 7-8 years since I've been home. Nigga, I done went through felony trial, misdemeanor trial, probation in Atlanta, probation in Virginia. Nigga, I done been through it all, nigga. They gonna take the police word, my dog.
Doing what we're doing.
What the fuck are you talking about? I understand you don't like these people because you whatever, or whoever that was.
Correct.
You talking about something? They have no fucking videos. Listen, not one of, I'm gonna say this one more time and I'm gonna run this shit back so we can hear it again. Not one of these arresting officers that arrested these quote unquote gang members said that, oh yeah, we had we got signs of gang activity. Not one of them said it was gang activity.
You weren't targeting.
Not one, bro.
Shootouts
or
killings.
Gunner's just a fucking civilian. He could be lying. Thug and them lawyer could say, man, that nigga lying. Not one of these, not all 8 of these police or 10 of these police, out of all of them, they might have, now them niggas was trapping. They was for sure trapping. They was doing their thing. But nobody said nothing about, the only thing they said is what? Only the gang expert spoke on that shit because he's a quote unquote gang expert.
Right? Again,
niggas, if niggas don't know nothing about, if you don't know the law, bro, just say that.
Detail. You know,
you keep talking about fucking Gunner. Gunner, not man. Okay,
some
you gonna run it back.
Not necessarily weed,
run it back, though.
maybe crack, some pills, depend. But at that
niggas
particular time,
y'all niggas, if you ain't been through the law, nigga, I did my appeals. I was in the law library every day after I got convicted, nigga.
Some drugs.
You know how much fucking studying? And I wasn't no jailhouse lawyer, but I know what the fuck I was studying. You know what I'm saying? They gonna take the police word, my dog. Believe that, my nigga. What the fuck? And now I feel like they done pre-recorded this shit. What the fuck is going on? That's crazy what they doing, bro. What the fuck? See,
June of
now
2016,
they did all right, let's get back to it.
I got sworn in 2017, January.
Okay. And what unit were you assigned to when you started with APD?
Zone 4 Evening Watch.
And how long were you in that unit?
Approximately two
Okay,
years almost.
Nigga, you said your uncle did it. I did time, nigga. If you ain't been in that law library and dealt with all the fucking prosecutors and the fucking understand what a habeas corpus is and what kind of proof, circumstantial evidence, concrete. If you ain't lived that shit, or if you ain't no fucking lawyer or been studying law, you don't know, gang.
Were your entire time with?
You don't know, my nigga.
Were you always assigned to Zone 4?
No. Well, I was also part of the Zone 415. Then I went to the gangs unit as a gang enforcement officer. Then auto crimes enforcement officer.
You talking about your uncle, nigga? I lived it, nigga. Like, what you talking about, my dog? I know this shit. I don't know everything, but I know about criminal, nigga. I know what they gonna. If you silly if you think they not. You are anybody who thinks that they will take a civilian word over the police word. You're
And
crazy.
you also
I
mentioned
could
the
tell
armed
you ain't
crime
never
unit.
stood trial for no
What
felony.
years were you in the armed crime
I
unit?
could tell, bro.
Started February of
Ask your uncle. He'll tell you that.
2022 until.
All right, yo, you keep saying your people though. I'm talking about what you know, what you been through. Like, come on, gang. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you, bro. You sitting here telling me that the police word ain't shit. What the fuck is going on? Are they fucking like goddamn? They doing something funny with this live, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie to you. They doing something mighty funny.
It's a proactive patrol unit, so conducting traffic stops, stops on suspicious persons in
This
the
shit
community,
tweaking. All right, I'm gonna shut
or
up because
whatever
this
other
shit tweaking.
directive we had for that day.
Like, come on, bro.
I believe it was at the Walmart on Cleveland Avenue, and I gave him what I bought.
Yeah, but the gang expert didn't do no direct buses on them. He said he knew of them. You know what I mean? The gang expert said he knew of them. Every police that was in a direct situation crime with them, none of them said that these guys told us or gave us any inkling that they were doing this shit in the name of a gang. And then once you look at the little amount of drugs they got, you know, if that nigga Young Thug is a millionaire, you think he'll have them niggas out there with that little bit of ass shit? Somebody would have got towed off with at least a quarter, an ounce, 2 ounce, like something. You know what I mean? Think about it, bro. The police word is almighty in the court of law, my dog.
And then
That's how they get up there and
I
lie.
went to the next location or to Zone 3 to conduct, to write my
I don't
supplement.
know why this shit acting like that.
Zone 3.
But I'm gonna leave it
To
alone.
write a supplement report.
Did you clearly describe SMBD to the other officer?
Yes, sir.
And what was that description?
Black male, white pants, white shoes, blue jeans jacket.
Did other officers respond to the scene?
Yes, the Zone 3 fit and Zone 4 fit team.
About how many details have you participated in with Zone 3?
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
A lot. About over 4.
Okay, and what do those details consist of?
High crime area. Sometimes we do details for stolen vehicles, warrants, or drug area.
When other officers responded to the scene, were you still present on scene?
No, sir, I was gone.
And did that basically complete your investigation with this matter?
Yes, sir.
Area, you can go to areas of Buckhead, Atlantic Station, where there's a lot of, where there are drugs being sold, right?
Correct.
You talked also about a high drug area, right?
Correct.
There are a lot of high drug areas in the city of Atlanta, aren't there? Right? It's not just Cleveland Avenue.
Right.
Right? It would be incorrect to say that the only place there are drugs sold or where there's crime that takes place is Cleveland Avenue. That wouldn't be accurate, right?
Correct.
Right. In fact, if as a police department or a police officer you chose to target a high crime area and you wanted to go into somewhere in Buckhead, you could find a high crime area in Buckhead to target, right?
Correct.
To do undercover buys at, right? Mm-hmm. To find people who sell weed, correct?
Correct.
On this day, you went, you didn't go on your own. You were told by, I presume, correct me if I'm wrong, other members of the FIT team about this particular location.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Right. I mean, they could have sent you anywhere else. As a matter of fact, if I heard correctly, you said that there are a couple different areas that you would go to. You'd maybe hit one area, right? And depending on, I'm sorry, I keep taking glasses on and off. I got to see. Let's see. If we get a lot of people, then you.
I don't know. My fault, y'all. Y'all bear with me. I don't know what the fuck just happened, bro. Shit, something is going on. Hold on, let me see.
Your Honor, I am approaching the witness stand to retrieve the evidence, and at this time, the state.
Before you move on, you just identified State 78A. You haven't tendered it, is that correct?
It was a issue.
Who was it admitted by?
Just a Rico, Your Honor. It should have been admitted by way of Officer Stats.
It was 78J?
Yes, sir.
Or was it 78A?
78, maybe phonetically it may have gotten lost in translation, but it should be 78J.
Okay, all right, well then we're good. Okay, all right.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state now, well, Your Honor, are you ready to hear?
Hey, once more on my job. Okay. Yes, Mr. Sharp.
Let me know. Hold on. Where the chat? Everybody done dipped out this motherfucker, ain't it? My bad, y'all. I don't know what happened. I didn't have nothing to do with that, bro. Had me thinking I ain't paid my damn what's the name bill the other day. My service. It got to be the service. Can y'all hear me? Is we good? Are we live? Can y'all hear me? I don't know. Hey y'all, I'm so sorry, gang. But you know what? I'm not gonna tweak up no more. And I won't get mad at you, one and only, but I'm just saying y'all gotta think about that shit. Like, just think about that shit, gang. Like, if them niggas ain't got no motherfucking, you know what I mean? Real motherfucking, not even real. If the whole thing is these guys are a gang, it ain't that do they sell little bits and pieces of weed, or it ain't none of that. It's nigga, are they doing all this stuff in the name of this organization? You know what I mean? Is we good? Smash them likes, y'all. Smash them likes if we good. My bad, y'all. I won't. No, and I'm not mad. I won't trying to snap on you, bro. But this is like, my nigga. I've been through that shit, bro. Like, and if you just think logically about this shit, right? None of, listen, Gunner could have said they're a gang. I could say they're a gang. You could say they're a gang. If none of these police officers who were busting them in these situations, did not one of them said, "Yeah, we got warrant to believe that they did this in the name of the gang," and that and I seen somebody in the comments say, "No, they can't tie none of these crimes to Young Thug." The only crime they got to tie to Young Thug is that he's the leader of a gang. He didn't have to do. Somebody said, I can't remember who it was. They said, "Ain't no evidence that tie him to no murders or nothing." No, he has conspiracy as a gang leader. No, they're not saying he the one. They saying that he's leading them niggas and telling them niggas in the and they, or he's either telling them or they're doing this to get his approval or get rank. And they don't have no proof of none of that. Now, was them niggas trapping? Yeah, them niggas was trapping. Was they stealing cars and shit? They was doing regular gangster hood nigga street shit. You know what I mean? But not one piece of evidence that I've heard thus far said what from the police. Fuck anybody else. The police are the people, the police have the most credible word. The police are the government. They work for the government. The police is essentially like a judge. They already come with like a heavier word than anybody. You know what I mean? That's why the police can get on stand and lie on people and people can still get convicted because the people that take the police word over fucking somebody saying, "Man, the police lying." Well, no, that's a police officer. They don't lie. That's their thing. Under the oath of law. They protect and serve. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying that's fucked up evidence that, gonna say, "Hey, we's a gang, da 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 da." But that's not heavier than the fucking police saying we caught them with bandanas, and when I was arresting them, he said, "Nigga, this YSL gang, nigga." No, they ain't even say that. They ain't say when they arrested none of them niggas that they said this is YSL gang. Not, it's the police. The police are held to a standard of they don't post a lie. You know what I mean? And if you know, you know. I ain't saying that your uncle ain't doing the bid. I'm just saying, nigga, I literally, bro, I've been getting locked up. I don't even want to say been getting because I don't get in trouble no more like that. But I first got arrested at 15, my nigga. I went to prison. You know what I'm saying? I did bids. I was locked up in Wright Street. I was locked up in Richmond City Jail and Rico. I did like you know what I'm saying? So I went to prison. You know what I mean? I had to sit up in that legal library, law library, and study all type of shit, doing my appeals and shit, trying to see. I was so naive that I didn't even know when I first caught my charge. I'm thinking, oh, they ain't got me on video robbing nobody. They don't fucking need you on video in Virginia. Circumstantial evidence. Was there a gun? Allegedly, there was a gun found. It didn't have his fingerprints on it, but there was a gun. Is it a victim? Is it a victim? Was it an extra witness? It was an arresting officer. That's all they need. They don't gotta have the actual. But for Thug to get in trouble, they gotta have his lower niggas. Shout out to my amigos. I don't know why y'all be putting all that shit on y'all car. Smash them lights, y'all. We about to get back into it, gang. Smash them lights. Let's get back into it. My bad. But I like this. I like talking about this. At least we ain't talking about no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? This some shit we can like really learn from and shit. Like, not saying that watch out, you might get a Rico, but it's just like we ain't talking about no frivolous bullshit. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna get back into it, gang. Let's get back. I'm gonna let her talk for a little bit because we ain't even back yet. I don't know what happened with my.
You had a description of the individual.
Correct.
Right? And when you got to the location, you saw someone fitting that description, jean jacket, white pants, and that person was in a vehicle.
When I saw him, he was no longer inside the vehicle.
Okay. So the first time that you get to the location, he's already been detained or taken into custody or whatever by other police officers.
Correct. They were actively detaining him.
Okay. And they found, let me see, the item that you were just asked to identify a little while ago that I think is over here now. So you identified two things. One of them was the 1 gram of marijuana that was sold to the undercover officer. That's this one, right?
Correct.
And then there was some marijuana found in the car that Mr. Beebe was supposed to have been in.
On the passenger seat, correct.
On the passenger seat.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't in the car when you pull up, right?
Correct.
Okay. You just know that you were told that there was some additional marijuana found on the passenger seat in the vehicle that he supposedly was in before you got there.
Correct.
Right. And what, 14 grams of marijuana?
Correct.
This right here?
Correct.
Okay. And $20, was it $20 that, $20 that the undercover officer had used to buy this 1 gram of marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. Started off and it was a gun that was found there for this gentleman, Mr. B. It was found on him or in the car where he was supposed to be?
On him.
Okay. Lady, I'm not sure if it was young or not. Chastity Williams, right?
Correct.
She was detained. And I think, was there some marijuana found on her as well?
It was not found on her person. It was inside of a backpack that she advised was hers.
Okay. And there were some other people there at the location.
You just said something like that.
Members of the media, before we call in our Officer Fikes, at some point, is he going to be the next witness?
No, Your Honor, we have one witness before Officer Fikes.
Okay, are we going to get to Officer Fikes for today, you think?
It depends. I don't know. I guess we're almost finished. We're crossing, and our next witness, Mr. Garcia, is not a long witness.
Okay, all right. Members of the media, when we call Officer Fikes, given the issues that I told you earlier, not this next witness is fine, but with Officer Fikes, if you would not film him as well, okay? And I believe that the state is going to organize a meeting for all the councils for the respective media outlets to discuss with you next steps. So that's in the works and that's coming. But for the next witness, okay, Officer Fikes, please don't videotape him, okay? All right, thank you. All right. Can I call in the juries, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, all right. Sergeant Ingram, is everybody ready?
Problem with this guy here again. What's the time to hear that?
Do we need to have a conversation with the bench? Lieutenant Walker, do we need to have a conversation with the gentleman at the bench here?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, councilors, can you all be seated for me just a second? And I'll have a representative.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me, chat?
From the defense, please come up. State, would you please come up? Okay, it's talk radio.
Phone down. Phone down. Make sure that phone not recording.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
That was one that was jingling yesterday, Judge.
Can y'all hear me, chat? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me, man. Say something in the chat. Say, yeah, nigga, we can hear you.
I was at recording. I didn't ask
My
for
bad, y'all. I don't know
recording. I
what
was
the
setting
fuck
up the
that
tripod.
was. I got T-Mobile. This shit 5G. It never gave me no problem. Let's get back to it.
I have a few things to do. Have problems. Just make sure that it's cool about it. If you can fix it, that's fine. Until the next situation. Thank you, sir.
You good?
Okay, all our jurors ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Okay, summon our jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta hold on because I don't know if y'all can. I know Lisa. Shout out Lisa. That shit slowing up again, bro. We gonna go back to motherfucking law and crime, bro. Is we good in the chat, bro? My bad, y'all. I don't know what that was. That has never happened before, bro. That shit had me guessing. Did I pay my motherfucking what's the name bill? Let me reset this shit, man, so we can finish off. We almost at the end of the day. That shit was weird as fuck, bro.
individuals: Dronte Beebe, Chastity Williams, Shaquille Scott, Antonio Johnson, Sinquavius Martin, and Curtis Barber. Do you see any of those individuals here today?
Can't see everybody, but no.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any further examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Matthews Jr., go ahead, sir.
Hello, how are you?
So back in May 2020, at the 151 Cleveland, there were a number of officers who arrived to the scene, correct?
I'm gonna run it back. I'm gonna run it back a couple minutes, y'all.
You did conjure a report in connection to your
Did we miss
involvement in that
anything?
case,
Oh, we didn't even miss
correct?
nothing.
But in your report, you did not reference any
We didn't
video
even miss shit.
of any photographs taken or any video that was taken of any gang graffiti at the premises of the 151 Cleveland, correct?
Correct. I did not.
And as a result of your involvement in that case, you didn't refer to any gang units? You didn't refer to any gang units in reference to your involvement within that case?
No, I did not.
No further questions.
Anybody else from the defense? Okay, any further redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. As a Zone 3 officer with the crime suppression unit, are you responsible for taking out gang warrants?
No, I am not.
Who's responsible for taking out any gang warrants?
Anybody who's on the gang unit.
I believe both Mr. Adams and Mr. Sharp asked you about some of the other individuals found and some of the other items that were found at this scene during this evening. So we talked about Ms. Chastity Williams. She's the person who had was she the person in the car and had the book bag with marijuana?
Correct.
Sustained.
Ms. Shaquille Scott, what drugs were found with Ms. Scott?
Ms. Scott had a pink purse on her person. Upon search of that purse, there was a total of 29 grams of marijuana located in a clear plastic bag. There were 15 smaller bags of marijuana as well. There were 2.2 grams of crack cocaine, 9.7 grams of MDMA located in 12 separate baggies, and 1.6 grams of powder cocaine along with $35 US.
And as it relates to the next individual, Mr. Antonio Johnson, what was found? What, if any, type of drug was found with Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson admitted to having a blunt inside the car.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Going to Mr. Sinquavius Martin, what if any drugs did he have on him?
3 grams of marijuana located in his right pants pocket.
And was Mr. Martin actually arrested, or was something else occurring?
He was given a copy of charges.
Okay. And let me go back as to Miss Chastity Williams. Was she arrested, or was she given something else?
She was given a copy of charges.
Okay, so not arrested.
Correct.
And Mr. Curtis Barber, what drugs did you find with Mr. Curtis Barber?
He had 34 grams of marijuana, as well as 8.9 grams of crack cocaine.
The marijuana, was it all in one bag or individual bags?
That was, the marijuana was in individual bags, and then the crack cocaine was all in one bag.
Did Mr. Barber have cash?
He did.
How much cash did he have?
$2,000.
And did he have any weapons?
He did.
What kind of weapon did he have?
A black Kel-Tec PR.
I'm sorry.
Black Keltec PLN 30.
And were there any other weapons found? So we had the gun that was found on Mr. Beebe, this gun that's found on Mr. Barber. Were there any other weapons?
No. Not that I recall.
Was they going to look at your report, how professional?
And we're gonna talk at the end, y'all, too. All right, we ain't gonna just get off. We're gonna talk about this because this was a crazy day too. We're gonna talk at the end, y'all.
At 151 Cleveland Avenue.
Correct.
And again, was that what you was told or was called a high crime area?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
Yes, please.
So it sounds like there were a host of people at that location who were either possessing drugs, right?
Correct.
Or possessing with the intent to distribute drugs, right? Or maybe even selling drugs, right?
Correct.
A lot of people, a lot of different people, right?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked a while ago whether or not you took out any, or you had the responsibility for taking out quote-unquote gang warrants. You heard that question, right?
Yes.
And you said no, that's not your responsibility.
Correct.
But someone else, if advised by you, and if you thought it was warranted, would have the ability to do so, right?
Not only if advised by me.
Okay? If advised by anyone, any law enforcement personnel who had any indication that there was some gang stuff or activity going on at the location that night, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is May the 8th of 2020, right?
Correct.
Am I correct that in 2020, 2021, whatever, no one took out any gang warrants in regards to what happened at that location on May the 8th of 2020? No one took out any gang warrants, right?
I can't answer that question.
Did you?
I did not, no.
You advise anybody to?
No, I would not.
Are you aware of anybody taking out any gang warrants based on what happened at that location on that day that we're talking about?
No, I'm not aware of any.
All right. The last person that Madam Prosecutor asked you about, Barber, I think was his name, guy who had some drugs and some money on him. What was he wearing? What describe his clothing to me, if you don't mind?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Anybody else? Any further redirect, madam?
Just one quick question.
Sure, we'll see.
In addition to the $20 that Mr. Beebe had, was he found any other money? Mr. Beebe. In addition to the $20
that the marked $20, did Mr. Beebe have any other money on him?
Yes.
Okay, how much?
$105.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything further? All right, at this point in time, Officer Magruder, be permanently or temporarily excuse the witness.
Permanently, Your Honor.
All right, madam, I'm going to permanently excuse you, the witness. Thank you for your patience with us this afternoon. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, madam.
Yeah, I want to see her. I want to see what she look like. I want to see that body, Miss Officer. Uh-oh. Hey.
All right, Ms. Hilton and members of any member of the defense, can I see you all for a second? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have it on pretty good authority that the next witness is short. So, I know, please don't laugh openly, okay? All right. And the attorneys are hurt their feelings, okay? All right, so, I'd like to take up this one other witness and then recess for the day, and then we'll start fresh tomorrow morning, okay? So are we okay with taking one more witness? It's fairly short, okay? And then we'll recess for the day. All right. Call your next witness, madam.
Would it be Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, state clause.
All right, Mr. Smith, go ahead, sir.
State clause, Edwin Garcia.
All right, summon Edwin Garcia, please. All right, Mr. Garcia, good afternoon, sir. Come on up and approach the witness stand. Once you get there, before you sit down, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness.
Yes, sir.
All right.
You swear to firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
See? State and spell your first and last name for the court, please. Now,
Perfect. My name is Edwin Garcia, first name spelled Edwin, last name spelled Garcia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Garcia, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences in the Chemistry Section. This is also known as a state crime lab.
And how long have you been at work at the GBI?
I've been working at the GBI for a little over a year now.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training?
Certainly. So I earned my Bachelor's of Science degree in chemistry from Morehouse College, and I underwent the Identification of Genus Cannabis training program at the GBI.
In that role, do you have any continuing education requirements?
Yes, I do. I have to fulfill hours of training throughout the year at the GBI, and I'm also still undergoing lectures that are oftentimes presented at the GBI.
And Mr. Garcia, have you personally had an occasion to chemically analyze leaky material?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
A little over 200.
And how many reports have you prepared in connection with your testimony?
Yes, a little over 200 as well.
Mr. Garcia, what is Delta-9 THC?
So Delta-9 THC, or Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, it's a cannabinoid found in the plant material of the genus cannabis, and it is the main psychoactive ingredient in cannabis.
And how do you test for it?
So to test for Delta-9 THC in the plant material, I first collect a net weight of the evidence. A net weight is the weight of the evidence without any packaging. After this, I then conduct a microscopy on the evidence where I look at the smaller characteristic features of the plant material. After this, I then conduct gas chromatography mass spectrometry, abbreviated GCMS. Here, I'll prepare my sample, then I'll run it on the instrument. It'll go through the first part of the instrument known as the gas chromatographer. At this point, what the gas chromatographer will do will separate the sample that I prepared into the individual components that make it up. Once it exits the first part of the instrument, it'll then enter the mass spectrometer, the second part. Here what happens is that all those separated individual components will be fragmented. Those fragments will then be collected as data in the form of a graph known as a spectrum. I can then compare the spectrum of my sample data to that of a Delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol reference spectrum to see if there are consistencies.
And if your test is performed accurately, what will those tests normally yield?
If the tests are performed accurately, the microscope will let me see the smaller features and will let me know if it is plant material of the genus cannabis, and the gas chromatographer mass spectrometer will let me know approximately how much Delta-9 THC is in the evidence submitted.
And is this type of drug testing that you described subject to peer review?
Yes, this is subject to peer review.
And are there standards that control how these tests are performed?
Yes, there are standards. There are policies in place at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And I want to back up just a little bit. You mentioned that they are subject to peer review. Who reviews?
So peer review means that, and
For my cases, 100% of my cases are peer-reviewed. This means that another scientist in the GBI crime lab reviews my cases to make sure there aren't any errors of any kind.
So, going back forward to the standards, are there best practices as well?
Yes, there are best practices.
Okay. And is this type of testing generally accepted within the field of forensic testing?
Yes, this testing is generally accepted in the forensic field.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender Mr. Garcia as an expert in cannabis identification.
Anybody wish to voir dire? Mr. Garcia? All right, hearing none, the court will designate Mr. Garcia as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Thank you, Your Honor. In connection with Mr. Garcia, in connection with deal as case number 2020-101-2426, did you test any leaky material in this case?
Yes, I did test leafy material in this case.
Okay. And, Your Honor, permission to approve the witness?
You may, sir.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, I'm showing what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 93K. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the case, the report that I concluded to for the evidence that I tested.
Has that report, has there been any altercation, modifications to that report since you last offered it?
No, there haven't been any.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to admit the state's proposed exhibit 93K.
Any objection to state's 93K? All right, hearing none, state's 93K is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Garcia, again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no
What
worries.
did you test in this case?
So the items that I tested were 2 bags of leafy material. The item that was submitted was item 9. I tested sub-item 9A, 1 bag of leafy material, and item 10, which had 1 bag of leafy material, which I tested as well, making the 2 bags of leafy.
And did you use the principles that you just talked about when you performed the test in these cases?
Yes, I did.
And based on your testing, excuse me, were you able to reach a conclusion?
I was able to reach a conclusion.
And what was that conclusion, sir?
For item 9, sub-item 9A, my analysis confirms the presence of plant material of the genus cannabis with a greater than 0.3% tetrahydrocannabinol concentration. For item 10, my analysis confirms the presence of plant material of the genus cannabis and contains less than approximately 1% tetrahydrocannabinol.
No further questions at this time.
Cross. Mr. Adams.
So I see, do you still have that report up there?
Yes, sir, I do.
May I?
You may.
Thank you. All right. This is a report prepared by you in regards to the items that you tested, right?
Correct, yes.
And am I correct that you tested these items on, let's see, well, actually, it was received by you on January 27th of 2023.
Is it fine if I look at the report?
Absolutely, please do.
Okay. Yes, January 27th, 2023.
Okay. So items that were seized back in May of 2020 didn't get to you until January 2023, this year.
I don't know when they were received, but I do know that I got them this year.
Okay. You don't know when the person who's, I'm sorry, let me see that quick.
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that this has a agency reference number and a case individual at the top listed, is that right?
Correct, yes. The report does have that.
The case subject or the person listed is someone named Durante Beebe, right?
Yes, that's what it says on the report.
Okay. You don't know if and when that person, Durante Beebe, was charged with any sort of offense, but you know that you didn't test this item to determine what it was until January of this year, right?
Yes, I don't know when the subject was charged. I just know that I received this evidence this year, and this year is when I tested it.
All right. Mr. Garcia, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? All right, state have any redirect?
No.
All right. May Mr. Garcia be permanently or temporarily excused the witness?
Permanent.
Permanent? All right. Mr. Garcia, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why she frowning her mouth? Is that how her mouth is? Probably do. Oh, I'm about to say, why she frowning her face up like that?
Ladies and gentlemen.
He tired.
We're going to go ahead and recess for the day, as promised, because our next witness is going to take a little bit longer. So it makes sense just to start that witness tomorrow morning. Okay, so since we're concluding for the day, I'll give you the customary ad nauseam admonitions. All right, so are we going to talk about this case going into the parking lot, or to how it is you're getting to your mode of transportation?
No.
All right, are we going to talk about it tonight when we're at home at the dinner table?
No.
We'll let people, third parties, come and talk to us about this?
No.
All right. What about phone a friend?
No.
How about look up something on the internet, or as my northern colleagues said, so you can become wicked smart about any of the other issues around that you've heard?
No.
All right. You're only going to hear what's in the four walls of this courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your adhering to these ad nauseam admonitions. I know that people have told me they get tired of them, but remember, lawful trial, just trial, fair trial is to both sides. So we appreciate you adhering to all of these. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket, take a juror sticker, and so you can be prepared to come in tomorrow morning. Remember tomorrow morning, I'd like you all to be here for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, and we'll go ahead and see where the day leads us at that point. I believe that tomorrow...
Smash them lights, gang. My bad. We're gonna chop it up after they adjourn. You said she be Ray. What up, Ray?
We leave around 4 o'clock. All right, so we'll get a full work day in. We'll probably come recess around 4, and then remember Thursday and Friday will be augmented days to allow you all to have some make other plans and appointments. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions of me, ministerial in nature? Anyone? Okay. How's your headquarters back there?
Wonderful.
Good? Any problems, any issues?
Working through it.
Okay, all right. Well, I've been providing an ad nauseum supply of snacks, okay, so you're going to have to bring your own food, all right? But it's the only thing I can tell you, okay?
Town business.
It was like a long shot, but can we get like lunch maybe once every 2 weeks or so? I mean,
You got a lot of nerve, man. I'm trying to ask me for lunch?
that's why you can be part of the jury.
For you to ask those questions? Okay, all right. No, we don't provide lunches. County's got bad credit, so we used to be able to. We used to be able to provide lunches because I had a juror account. I don't at this point in time, and it's one of those things that I wish I could provide you at this point in time, but I'm not in a position to do so. I can tell you that once you become a deliberating jury, that we might be able to make some arrangements for some substance. Okay. All right, but not till then. You got to bring your own stuff. All right. Okay. Huh? Okay, well, we have plenty of grocery stores. And I know it's winter, but anyways, bring, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to bring whatever you like. I know that we provided you some small snacks, and I'll continue to do that as we can, okay? But you're welcome to bring anything as you like. Remember, the only caveat I told you is as long as you clean up after yourselves, you're welcome to bring anything you want, okay? Except alcohol, remember? Okay, all right. Okay, anything else from anybody? Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience you've given us and continuing to give us and will continue to give us in the trial of this matter. And unless you have any other inquiry or comment for me, I'll go ahead and excuse you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess. All right, all rise.
Shaniqua, what you doing, Shaniqua? Town business. Yeah, me too. You know, I be in Cali and Virginia. It's legal. That's the only. I'm telling you, that's the only thing that's yo. That's the only thing that's really stopping me from moving back to Atlanta, bro. Is because look how hard they is on bud, little ass bits of bud, bro. Like, and they really bringing it up in the. That's crazy. I mean, they did get caught with a couple pieces of crack, so that would have been, you know. But I'm just saying.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us.
Oh, look who it is at the last minute with that haircut.
Okay, any minister inquiry of me, councils? Okay, before we recess, when we do recess, Mr. Harvey, can I talk with you about an unrelated ancillary matter? And I do want to just kind of put this on your radar. You know, I get a lot of inquiry from people in regards to just everything that goes on, but one of the inquiries I have is in regards to being able to hear everybody, okay? And I would just tell you all, and I think Ms. Weaver has basically reinforced this ask of you, and you know, because she's responsible for taking down the verbatim record, if you could please, for those of you who are not using the microphone, do that, because it produces better audio in terms of just being able to be heard, as well as for Ms. Weaver to hear everything to take up the record. So some of you speak very loudly as a matter of course. It's not an issue being heard, but some of you could work on just the timbre and loudness so that everybody can hear you, in particular, Ms. Weaver, okay? All right, so, Mr. Adams, I don't think you had that problem, okay? You're good, all right? But no, just that it's been mentioned to me that some of you cannot be heard. So please just work on that, and that's all I'd ask, okay? All right, anything else from me? All right, so I'll see everybody tomorrow morning for 9:30, and we'll get started between 9:30 and 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, okay? All right, unless there's anything else, we're in recess. All right, see you tomorrow.
Well, that's another one in the books, gang. That's another one in the books. Yo, this was a pretty crazy day too. Um, lot of crazy testimony as far as like the incidents that took place. Um, what y'all think? What y'all think about today? Prosecution, defense. I think today it was kind of like I don't think nobody really had a bigger day than the one or the other. I think it was more about like the testimony of the and sorry about the Wi-Fi situation, yo. Sorry about the Wi-Fi did I'm about to say didation. Diddy next. I gotta look into that. Somebody said Diddy something about Diddy and Justin Bieber, but I think it was like pretty much like a tie today. If I don't think nobody really the thing no, this what I would say though. Nobody still has said they're a gang. Nobody still ain't say YSL did any of that stuff in the name of a gang. It sounds like a bunch of petty hustlers to me. Them niggas getting caught with 28 grams of weed and 1 gram of crack, and he probably was smoking that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they still not proving that they're a gang. It sounds like and that's what I was when I was talking about one and only. Like I won't get mad at bro, but I'm just trying to tell niggas think logically, bro. If the whole thing of the case is these guys are a gang and they are operating, they doing all this crimes, whether it's violence, whether it's grand theft auto, whether it's drug dealing, in the name of the gang. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What up, Drina? They have not once. And then like bro was saying, bro one only he was like, well, Gunner said they're a gang. Listen, for those who never been through a felony trial, a big deal trial, the police, I can't think of the word, but the police have a certain, they hold the police to a high standard because they work for the government that like their word is law. Their word, the police word, and the officials, the police, the feds, like the federal agents, the detectives, they word is more credible than anybody. That's like that's why like when a nigga get lied on by the police on the stand, they be like, hold on, the police lied on me. They still don't believe the person. They take the police word over them because the police are quote unquote 100% honest. When we know that's not true, you know what I'm saying? So every one of these detectives and police, out of all, how many we seen so far this week and last week? Fucking, man, had to be like 10 or 12 of them. None of them said that YSL, when they went through their little crime situation, none of them said that, oh yeah, when we arrested them, they were saying, nigga, slat, we gang, nigga, we doing this shit for why? None of them said that. The only nigga that even had anything to offer to was the gang expert, and he didn't really go through no real situation with them. He's just a gang expert that's from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? That's he drive through there. He used to he didn't, but the officers that was busting them with these little cases are the evidence that they're trying to use to prove that these guys are a gang. And not in one of these cases did I hear any one of these police officers say every time that the defense asked them, and it was a couple times the prosecutor said something. They said no, I didn't get no, we didn't see that there was a gang. So you pulled up to buy weed from the dude at the gas station. That's all that was going on, right? Yeah, that's all. So it was no gang activity, was it? Not that I know of. So you, if there was gang activity, you would have, what's the name? Yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Like they have not proven that yet, bro. Nobody said that, bro. Yeah, okay, they might have been doing little crimes and shit. You know what I'm saying? And all that shit sound petty anyway. Like ain't nobody get caught with no bricks. The only thing that's ugly is the guns. But just because them niggas got guns don't mean that that's their personal shit. That's not they don't got guns because they protecting the YSL trap house. You know what I'm saying? These niggas are selling weed at the store. And then like, come on, bro. These niggas selling weed at the store. These niggas having 12 grams and shit. That ain't no Rico. That's not no gang organ. That's not no operation shit. And it don't really matter the weight, but I'm just saying, aside from weight and how much they had, no, all the police officers, none of them never still said that they got any what you call it, inference that they was a gang. That's all I'm saying. It's like it sounds like a bunch of independent hustlers. They might be cool and shit. I didn't hear nothing about really. Now maybe they got to get into the YFN and Lucci. Maybe they're gonna get into it like because there's more witnesses. This gonna be for weeks. Maybe once they get into like some shit about gang wars or I don't know. But right now, as of right now, nobody has stamped, none of the police, detectives has stamped these people as repping this gang and doing the shit that they doing because of this gang. Quote unquote, this gang. They sound like a bunch of petty hustlers, respectfully, and I ain't trying to shit on them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to shit on them. Because, I mean, hey, I'd rather you be a petty hustler than be getting caught with some huge, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying what the prosecution is trying to prove is that all these guys did all these crimes because it's in the name of a organization and it's in the name of an organization or it's under the name of Young Thug who getting them to do that or they're doing it to get rank. None of them said, I'm out here selling weed for Thug. None of them told the police that. None of them saying, nigga, slap business, nigga. This the slap trap house. The undercover dude when they go buy some weed, Nigga, what did that prove? That just proved that one of them niggas sell weed. Ain't like he said, "Oh, nigga, yeah, this the YSL trap house, nigga. This shit for YSL." Nobody said nothing like that. None of the police have proven that yet, bro. You know what I mean? What y'all talking about? Let me see. Let me see what y'all on real quick before we get up out here. Shout out Drina too, man. In the name of Birdman being black. Yeah, they only showing patterns that they are fucking hustlers and shit. It's 1,000 niggas that's not even involved in no shit. You know how many niggas is doing the shit that the niggas is doing? Those is regular. It's not like some big. You know what I mean? It's not organized. It's not an organized. It's like all them niggas might be cool. They might be a record label. They might be a clique, but none of the crimes that I've seen so far, none of the police said, yeah, they when I arrested him and I asked him, is this your shit? He said, no, this YSL, this the YSL bag right here. I got this from Big Jeff. Or this I got this from Slack. This the Slack pack or nothing even, you know what I mean? Nothing, none of the I stole, remember they said the nigga stole the car from the lady when they carjacked the white lady from the Pink Pony. They didn't say that they carjacked the fucking car in the name to go fund YSL. Them was just some little niggas who was stealing cars. You know what I'm saying? You gotta think about that shit. You gotta think about what they trying to prove. And Young Thug doesn't have to be. They're not trying to say Young Thug don't have to have no evidence on him. The only thing they want to have with Young Thug is that he is sending out. They're doing it for him, or he's sending them to do it for him. That's the only thing. That's the only. So it ain't gonna be no evidence of him doing. Young Thug ain't fucking killing nobody. He even said it on the fucking song, even if he's capping or whatever. I never killed nobody, but I got like that nigga ain't killing nobody. That nigga been rapping professionally at a large scale for fucking 10, well, not 10 years, but yeah, about 10 years now. Yeah. These are all random acts of crime. It's not no enterprise. No, Thug didn't shoot up Wayne Bus. He was there. His homie did, but that wasn't in the name of YSL neither. That had nothing to do with. That's what I'm saying. None of this shit has nothing. Now these niggas was committing crimes. I'm not saying they won't, but it's not like nothing ties that into we're doing this in the name of these three letters. Not one time did they say that shit. And if you ask the police, like I said, police has the most credible fucking word. The jury, the judge, whoever, they'll take the police word over any of y'all word. Just like I said earlier with the gun and shit. All right. So boom. So all right, none of these police prove that these guys was doing none of this shit for a gang. But we keep saying that Gunner and all these other 9 people said it was a gang. All the defense have to do is say them niggas is lying. It's their word against theirs. They trying to get a plea. Or they had beef with Young Thug, so they don't like Young Thug. It's a million things you can make up to why them niggas would take a plea. But if the police now better believe it, the police get up there and say, yeah, when I arrested him, he said, oh, I'm out here doing this for a thug or something about that. Now they'll take that like, okay, that's heavyweight. All they got to do is flip that. That's your word against mine, nigga. That nigga hate me, so he gonna say I'm a gang because I ain't want to let him out his record deal. The defense could say Young Thug can make up any fucking excuse to why them niggas took them pleas and said that shit. They just wanted to get out jail, or Gunner ain't like me. I fucked this bitch, or I ain't let him out his deal. That's why that automatically makes that's their word against their word. Gunner word is not more credible than Thug, but the police word is more credible than all they shit. Because and that's I'm talking about under the eye of the government, under the eye of the law. The law, the government looks at the police word or the detective's word, it holds much weight, holds way more weight than any fucking body in the courthouse. Besides, like, I mean, even the lawyers for real, even the lawyers, the police word hold more than the lawyers because the police, quote unquote, don't post a lie, even if they won't in court. They supposed to be 100% honest and type shit. If you say blood, it's not illegal to be in a gang, though. It's not illegal to be in a gang. It's illegal to be in a gang and do crimes. I see people don't understand. You got to know White Falcon. You got to understand. You got to know what's the laws and shit. Being in a gang is not illegal. I don't know why niggas be thinking that. It's when you in a gang and you committing crimes. That's illegal. What if that was the case, nigga? Every nigga in California would be locked up. Every nigga in Chicago would be locked up. I mean, it's gangs everywhere. You know how full the fucking jails would be just because a nigga say he's a gang member. It's gang members that have regular jobs. It's gang members that's family men. You know what I'm saying? So what though? So what? You can't get convicted of a fucking Rico behind a rap lyric. Young Thug could say I was lying. That's what he's saying. It's his word. That's you can that's how you take it a rap. Y'all see y'all don't know law, man. It's good because that mean y'all ain't really been in trouble or nothing like that. Stay out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't keep not knowing this shit. Because if you ain't a lawyer and you know law, there's only two things: lawyers know law and criminals know law. Not all criminals, but Young Thug could have got on the song and said, "I just killed 46 people last week," and then he could get up on his defense can say he's lying. That's to further his career to look like a big tough guy, like they were saying. Now, people who listen might be like, "No, that nigga, he really like that," but to the jury don't know. You know what I'm saying? You can say anything. You know how much Rick Ross told me something. I know Pablo Noriega, the real Noriega. That nigga won't even around when Pablo Noriega. That nigga was Rick Ross was a fucking CO. The real Noriega, he owed me. You know how much fucking rappers lie and just people lie. Not even just rappers, but people lie in their music. People lie around, and you know what I'm saying. They gotta have hardcore evidence, which would be like a police testimony, a videotape, an audio tape of niggas confessing like, yeah, nigga, we sell this shit right here for YSL, or we killed that nigga because YSL said we gonna kill this nigga. They gotta like have some concrete evidence. And it's fucked up that a police word is concrete evidence because the police is a human and the police can just lie. But that's how United States law is. That's how the law is, bro. You said GS9 went to jail because they was doing crimes. But GS9 was doing crimes in the name of GS9. They weren't just independently. They was having gang wars. They was beefing with ops. These niggas is getting caught with little bits of weed. The only quote unquote op in this whole thing is rest in peace the guy Big Nut or allegedly op. These niggas ain't. I haven't heard that these niggas was running around shooting at niggas. The only person I hear about gun violence is with Big Nut. GS9, them niggas was actively having different situations transpire, like in the name of GS9. None of this shit has proved thus far. Now they might got. I'm pretty sure they got some surprise. The prosecution got some surprises and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, like the nigga Lil Woody. Now I think Lil Woody gonna get on the stand for sure because he already buried himself. They match up, but that don't listen. That's interpretation on the jury. That's not a scientific fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? And if the defense can convince the jury that hey, and I'm pretty sure every person on the jury know what a rapper is, and I'm pretty sure most of them have heard a rap song. You know what I'm saying? So that's up to interpretation. That's not concrete evidence. That's if you believe it or not, like the jury. If y'all believe it or not. Oh, he said this, and that's like a nigga. So you telling me if a nigga say I be killing niggas in Atlanta, and there be niggas dying in Atlanta, that you can say he killed everybody in Atlanta? What the fuck? No, I just say I be killing niggas in Atlanta. That don't mean I killed. How many people get killed in Atlanta? You know what I'm saying? How the fuck can I kill every fucking body in it? They can't. That mean they'll be able to pin every fucking murder on you. If you was a rapper and said I killed nigga, kill every nigga, or I be killing niggas in Atlanta on a daily, and then every daily murder, they could take you to jail. Man, come on, that don't even sound right, bro. I know. I don't know about Lucci, man. I pray that. I hope Lucci don't get up there and testify, man. Yeah, these young niggas getting caught. What up, Quiana? They won't selling no drugs for you think you I don't know Young Thug, but I'm saying, do you think that if Young Thug was involved in some drug shit, right? You think he'll be having niggas with $19 in their pocket with 13 grams of weed getting busted with that little ass bit? All these niggas had one nigga had $105. The most amount of money I heard was somebody had $2,000. And then one of them, and he had what, 20 grams of weed, and then it was another 25 grams of weed in a cup. That's independent, nigga. I'm a street nigga. That's a local joker. That's a corner boy. That's a neighborhood nigga. That's not no organization that you getting funded or you doing this. Who the fuck you gonna feed? How you gonna feed your gang with fucking $19 and $100 and $2,000 if it's a big Rico, a big gang? Do that even make sense? Now, if them niggas was getting caught with $10,000, $50,000, even a QP, 6 pounds, 4 bricks, 2 bricks, a brick and a half, a compression machine, pounds of meth. Now that's something different. Okay, that's a lot. You can fund some with that. You can really fund $19, 200, $105. Nigga, you can't even buy a pair of Jordans with that. Let alone funding a gang. These niggas had stolen guns and shit. Yeah, them niggas, bro. That's they. Them, I'm gonna tell you. This is my opinion. I'm gonna leave it at that. My opinion is all them niggas. Well, I ain't gonna say all. Whoever was doing whatever they was doing it in the name of them. That sound like some little independent hustlers. Now they all might be rep YSL, but that doesn't prove that YSL is a gang. Like that's doing all this shit for the what? Well, how you gonna further your gang with an ounce of weed? A gang with how many niggas? 28 niggas was on the indictment. So you telling me you funding 28 niggas with an ounce here, $19 in, in 14 grams there, a 1 gram of crack, 2 grams of crack. Man, that sounds like some niggas that's just trying to make it, trying to buy diaper money, trying to keep the lights on, you know what I'm saying? They can't get a job or something. To me, I could be wrong. To me, that's what that sound like to me, bro. That don't sound like no fucking organization running no shit, bro. Yeah, but listen, everybody in Atlanta might know that YSL's a gang, but in the court of law, you have to fucking prove that, and they're not proving it so far. You could, it don't matter. We all know a lot of shit. We know that some of these rappers be telling the truth. Us as listeners, us as fans, or us as people that's in the culture. But in the court of law, you got to prove that shit beyond, especially to a jury. You got to prove that shit beyond a shadow of a reasonable doubt. So we need to see these niggas saying, hey, we doing this in the name of this. We need to see all that. Now, the only thing, like I said, the only thing that I'm thinking about is the whole big nut. Like I remember when somebody went to Big Nuts, or I don't know who Tombstone. Let me see, Tombstone, and somebody, you know, spray paint slat on it. Hold on, let me see. Shit like that. Now that's gonna come probably, you know, let me see, Tombstone. Didn't academics report on that shit like years ago? Tombstones, YSL. Let me see. YFN. Let me see. When you prove shit like that, now okay, that's a little okay. Now you can kind of look at like a gang war. But as far as the shit that they got already, yeah, Malik, who the fuck you gonna fund with $19 in a quarter of some mid? Like, was it a tombstone or a grave site? Look, now shit like this would be a problem. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all right now. This would be I gotta go to Reddit. I hope Reddit be on some crazy shit. Yeah, it was on Nut Grave, right? Check this out. Like they gonna pull this type shit out. Better believe it. I don't know when they're gonna pull it out, but they're gonna pull it out. Oh, Atlanta got their own Atlantaology. Gotta join their Reddit for sure. Now this type shit right here, this is a bad look because allegedly, you know what I'm saying? Allegedly, that's Big Nut Grave, and they put whoever put Slat on there. I ain't gonna say YSL did it because I don't fucking know. Now that's a problem because Slat is they already in the beginning of this trial they said that Slat is one of their lingos. They did prove that them guys over there be saying that we see it over this cross. Now this is like all right, and allegedly he supposed to been an op type shit. You know what I mean? Now this is like a problem. But them catching little weed charges and shit like that don't prove that them niggas is doing nothing. That prove that them niggas is selling little bits of weed. This is a problem right here. Rest in peace to Nut. You know, I hope I ain't disrespecting. I ain't trying to disrespect, but I'm just saying. You feel me? This is fucked up. Cause now they can be like, all right, well, y'all be saying slat. Y'all got slat tattooed on y'all fingers. Y'all got songs called Slatty. We got y'all on video saying this slat business, and then magically slat is on allegedly your opposition's grave. Now this is some kind of circumstantial proof right here that maybe it was a gang war. But all the little petty weed charges, that shit ain't nothing, man. Little crack, that don't got nothing to do. Who the fuck is they funding with that? They barely can fund their own damn life. You know what I'm saying? This is when they this, and I feel like they're gonna talk about this type shit probably either next week or the week after. Maybe next week. But if not, it'll because you know they always do like all the police, all the forensics, all that shit first, and then they bring in like character witnesses and star witnesses and shit like that, and that this is gonna be a problem. I don't know why the fuck they did that. I don't know if they got influenced by Chicago or why would you even do that? I don't respect shit like that. Even if that was your op, let that man rest. You know what I'm saying? Let him rest. You know what I mean? And that's now look. I bet you they're gonna pull that out. Gangs are legal. Gangs are legal. I don't know what part of America you live in or what hood you from. It's not illegal to be in a gang. It's only illegal to be in a gang once you're committing crimes as a gang or in furtherance of a gang. GS9, like how they trying to do YSL. Who else got the Rico? Casanova in them. That's how Casanova and them got a federal charge because they shot a nigga in Miami. They was allegedly selling bud in California. They was doing shit outside of New York only, and they was doing shit in New York. You know what I'm saying? Now this is bad. You feel me? I ain't fretting that wise. I'm just saying. So you keep thinking you taking it personal, Falcon. You got to think as a court of law. What the fuck are they proving? Not what I think or what I know or what I feel. What evidence are they is matching up that okay, this is what that is? You take yourself out of it. Take your personal shit out of it. Don't think it's I'm Falcon and I be hearing young thugs say slat and they're ganging. No, what are they really actually proving? What are the connections they're making? What's the connections they making? All these niggas be saying slat. All these niggas got tattoo slat. All these niggas got slat, and now magically slat is on somebody's tombstone. But now keep in mind, they can say, "Hey, somebody did that to frame us." So that's not even hardcore evidence unless they got a video of somebody doing that, like a CCTV video, and you can see the person who spray painting it. You know what I'm saying? You have to prove. Stop thinking about yourself. You got to when you in the court of law, you got to take your emotions out of it. It's science, it's math. You have to prove this shit. Physical evidence. You see what I'm saying? It's not about what you feel like in your heart and it's not about that, bro. How you think killers get off all the time? How you think niggas be all these crazy charges and everybody be knowing they did it? How you think OJ home? If the glove don't fit, acquit. How you think OJ Simpson home? Everybody know OJ did that shit back in the day. Everybody know it. Black people know it. White people know it. Everybody know it. We won't dare. We can't prove it. But if you pretty much look at, but that glove didn't fit. However, I don't know if that was a shot. R.P. Johnny Cochran. I don't know if he bought that shit or it was a rumor that OJ Simpson had died or his blood pressure or diabetes or some shit. His hand used to swell up, so that's why he couldn't fit the glove in court. How you think OJ Simpson got off? Everybody know OJ did that. Deep down, we know that shit, bro. We know it, bro. Yeah, anybody could have did that, bro. That'll be their only defense. That hey, man, we didn't do shit. Uh, it could have been a fan that did that. They could say that. You know how many fans we got? We YSL the record label. A fan could have went and did that thing. You know what I'm saying? They could spin that, but that's still a bad look though. This is a worse look than the shit they've been trying to do. These little dumbass weed charges and all this dumbass little 6 grams of weed and these niggas got Reggie and shit. These niggas got the worst kind of Reggie. Who the fuck operation you gonna fund with 8.6 grams of Reggie? and $42.60. Dumbass shit. Nigga, what you gonna nigga, you can't even go to a nice restaurant with $42.60. Maybe for your damn self. You can't even take your girl out with that shit. Nigga, take your own personal shit out. You gotta look at it like a scientist, like how these lawyer niggas look at it. All right, what are they really connecting? What's really making sense and connecting? Not okay. I heard him say on the song da 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 da, and shit in the documentary that Trap Lord Ross made, and that's bullshit, nigga. That's BS, bro. That doesn't. I ain't gonna say it's bullshit, but that doesn't hold no weight. That don't. It's not. It doesn't hold no merit. It don't hold no merit, bro. But we gonna get back into this shit tomorrow. I ain't gonna hold y'all up. I appreciate everybody pulling up, man. Smash them likes, man. If y'all want to support the channel, hit the Cash App, hit the chime up top. I'm Mr. Demonetized. I'm gonna have to get a shirt that say Mr. Demonetized. I might have to get that this week just so niggas can know. So I only gotta keep saying I can just show the shirt. Mr. Demonetized for no reason. Falsely. No, Mr. Falsely Demonetized. I'm gonna get a shirt. Other than that, I appreciate y'all. Be back. I think they said what, 9 in the morning. We're gonna get this shit cracking again, man. Snow gang or no gang. I appreciate everybody. Music stream later. 11 p.m. East Coast time. What's that? 7 p.m. West Coast time, and we out this bitch, nigga.